Chapter 581, Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Chapter 581, Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Only now did Yi Yuan know that these 3 levels actually did not have the talk of perfect clear. But just from those 3 palms earlier, there was indeed no need for the so-called perfect completion. Scattering those 3 azure dragons just now, he already used up all of his strength. If not for stubbornly holding on to one last breath, he would have fainted long ago. To be able to last all the way until the final blow, on the one hand, stemmed from his powerful willpower. On the other hand, it was because his body was reformed by a true dragon's blood before. You're really a genius. To actually grasp the strength of a true dragon so quickly and fuse it into the scorching true intent. TSK, boy, I think very highly of you, the black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, I'm a little confused myself. When I went all out to deal with Senior's palm force, the true dragon strength incubating in my body actually stirred, and it entered my fists bit by bit. The black-clothed person nodded slightly and said, looks like you're a natural martial artist. Your future accomplishments might be above that fellow's. Yi Yuan could not help being absent-minded when he heard that. From his previous life to this life, this was still the first time somebody gave him such an appraisal. The previous life's Yi Yuan likewise grew up in the midst of countless praises. But everyone all did not pay attention to his martial talent. Because his alchemy talent was too dazzling, so much so that it made everyone all overlook his talent in the martial path. All the way until this lifetime, Yi Yuan resolved to become a martial path powerhouse. The more he placed effort in the martial path, the more did he discover that he seemed to have similarly tremendous potential in it. Azure Dipper floating zero sword, heart like still water, concept of wind, concept of fire. These things all required martial artists to spend immense effort to go and comprehend. But he did not seem to have expended much time comprehending them. Even though quite a few among these were because of coincidences, one had to admit that his talent played a very huge part. Without talent, even if lucky chances came, one could only enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Since you have some comprehensions, then regulate your breathing and digest your gains earlier right here for a bit. At the 8th level, I'll only unleash 2 palms. You have to try your best. Finished talking, the black-clothed person vanished. Who? Finally going to enter the 8th level her. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and muttered to himself. The lowest goal which Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Except, he did not expect that the gains he had in this vast heaven Parji. Oda Farsurper. Said his own imaginations. Now, his strength soared rapidly. He totally had the qualifications to challenge the 8th level. Yi Yuan even somewhat suspected if this was set up by the vast heaven Parji. Oda's owner beforehand, and that he was currently walking step by step until now according to the route planned out by the vast heaven Parji. Oda's owner. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an ordinary genius to walk to this step. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was a systematic training to nurture geniuses, courage and insight, comprehension abilities, and strength. Not one could be missing. That fellow mentioned by the black-clothed person, Yi Yuan felt that he was very likely to be this vast heaven Parji. Oda's owner. This person was truly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan felt like this vast heaven Parji. Oda owner might even be much stronger compared to the 10 great divine kings. Could he be a deity realm existence? But right now in this world, how could it possibly give birth to deity realm powerhouses? The vast heaven Parji. Oda was something that only appeared in these 10,000 years. Could it be that within this 10,000 years, there were really deity realm powerhouses born? If the vast heaven Parji, Oda owner was really a deity realm powerhouse, where did he go? Deity realm powerhouses had long lifespans. Living for 10,000 years was absolutely not an issue. Yi Yuan felt that the riddles in his heart were getting more and more. Who cares? Want to attain deity realm, I first have to kill Ji Kanglan. Yi Yuan chased this messy stuff out of his mind and started to meditate to recover essence energy. After half a day, Yi Yuan opened both eyes. His body already recovered to its optimum state. If Lu Linfeng, that old thing, knows that I made it past the 7th level, who knows what expression he would have? Yi Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Linfeng and could not help finding it funny. Looks like Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the formation's path in the vast heaven steely. That was how he had today's accomplishments. But this old punk's talent was indeed astonished. Hi+ing too. To actually be able to rely on the formation's path to achieve 10 great divine kings. However, Yi Yuan knew that this vast heaven mystic realm only opened up a window for Lu Linfeng. His true rise was still after exiting the vast heaven mystic realm. Snap. Outside the vast heaven Paji. Oda, Chi Hai's hand trembled. Cruise. Hi+ing the southern sandalwood cup filled with immortal remembrance jade brew into pieces. This action of his startled Qin Yang and the others who were currently in close seclusion. Old Hai, what's wrong? Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, you guys see for yourselves. The 4 people were stunned and followed Chi Hai's gaze to look at the light screen. It was only to see that Yi Yuan's name already appeared in the 8th level. Hiss. The 4 people sucked in a cold breath. The 8th level. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yuan already tied with the number 1 person in this 10,000 years, Li Fantian. Now, do you guys still have any opinions about following him? Chi Hai asked leisurely. The 4 people could not help exchanging glances and shook their heads at the same time. What an opinion was there still? No matter how talented the 4 of them were, it was impossible to reach this sort of level 2. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, too great a disparity. You all cultivate properly. Don't lose even the qualifications to follow him, Chi Hai said with a long sigh. In the 8th level, Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance. Ready? This time, I'll only unleash 2 palms, and I will still maintain the same realm as you, said the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan said, Senior, this palm technique of yours seems to be unleashed with true dragon strength too. Although I didn't sense a supreme true intent, the power isn't the slightest bit inferior to supreme true intents. I wonder why. The black-clothed person said, what's strange about that? The strength of true dragons escapes the 5 elements in the first place. What the 4 great divine beasts relied on came from their bloodline power. And within their bloodline contains the great Tao of heaven and earth in itself. This is not what humans can compare to. In terms of power, it's naturally not worse off than supreme true intents. You had refined true dragon's blood now, and the power of a true dragon is contained within your body too. You should be able to experience the might of bloodline power. Yi Yuan nodded his head and understood very quickly. Divine beasts were all the favored children of heaven. They were born with their might, especially the 4 great divine beasts. Their strength was even much stronger compared to many human deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the 4 great divine beasts' level of divine beasts virtually did not need to cultivate. As long as they matured to become adult divine beasts, they could achieve the divine path. The whole process from beginning to end was unbelievably heaven-defying. Hence, divine beasts were all extremely proud races. Even a drop of blood essence contained an exceptionally tyrannical will inside. I got it. Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said coolly. The black-clothed person was not long-winded either. This time, he placed both hands together. Immediately, a violent wind howled along with a series of dragon roars emitting. This set of palm technique is named Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Training to an advanced level can shatter the firmament with force. You have to receive it well. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time. Chapter 582, 10 Days Time. 2 Azure Dragons. Except that this time, the 2 Azure Dragons appeared much more robust compared to the 3 previously. Very clearly, the true dragon strength contained inside was way stronger than before. Facing these 2 Azure Dragons, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his scalp tingling. Flame movement. True dragon carnage. Yi Yuan's dual fists were like flood dragons heading out to the seas. 2 red dragons came out with a roar too. This flame movement true dragon carnage was precisely the final attack that Yi Yuan comprehended in the 7th level. This attack fused the true dragon strength in Yi Yuan's body, augmenting the power of Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage multiple times. It already reached the level of condensed form of gathered essence. Virtually instantly, 2 azure dragons and 2 red dragons collided together just like this. Rumble. The collision aftershocks seemingly made the entire SPACE shudder. Under this shockwave, the black-clothed person was as firm as a mountain. But Yi Yuan was pushed out far away before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art with all his might to recover essence energy. He knew that his flame movement true dragon carnage was not the black-clothed person's match at all. He had to seize all the opportunity he could to restore his strength so as to respond to the follow-up class. H. Plus with Yi Yuan's current essence energy magnitude coupled with this move, flame movement true dragon carnage, instant killing late-stage Soul Sea experts were nothing difficult. But in front of the black-clothed person, it appeared too weak to stand up to a single blow. The 2 red dragons only blocked for several breaths of time and were smashed into smithereens by those 2 azure dragons. Those 2 azure dragons' remaining momentum was not diminished, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan already finished preparing the second wave of attack. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never planned on being able to surpass the black-clothed person's 2 palms. In the 7th level, he already experienced the might of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. And this 8th level, he would only unleash 2 palms. The difficulty would surely surge. Otherwise, how could that Li Fantian with such talent possibly lose in this 8th level? This flame movement true dragon carnage was already one of his strongest trump cards right now. But it still could not resist the 2 azure dragons for a short while. Since facing attack with attack could not do anything to these 2 azure dragons, then he could only defend. The 1,000 flowing petals offensive power was not strong. But using to defend was an excellent move. After Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, his essence energy C already reached a very exaggerated 400 feet. While the average 8th level C transformation was also just around 150 feet essence energy C at the very most. His current essence energy thickness was already nearly 3 times of ordinary martial artist. While for most ordinary Soul Sea experts, their essence energy Cs were 1,000 feet in circumference, merely over twice of Yi Yuan's. One had to know that when Sea Transformation Realm martial artists broke through to Soul Sea, their essence energy C would SOB/LL up to 10 times. Wait until Yi Yuan broke through to Soul Sea. How horrifying an extent would the area of his essence energy C expand to? Executing 1,000 flowing petals with Yi Yuan's current strength, the power and area of attack were all not what it could be compared to previously. Flying petals in the count of hundreds of millions rushed towards the 2 azure dragons. They attached onto the azure dragons' bodies and carried out mild explosions unceasingly. If it were an ordinary attack, it would have long been totally worn away by this move of Yi Yuan's and could not arrive in front of him at all. But these 2 azure dragons were too strong. They easily defeated Yi Yuan's 2 red dragons. How could these petals stop them? However, 1,000 flowing petals was the martial technique which Yi Yuan was most skilled in after all. Its powerful attrition abilities still played a huge part. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of petals exploding non-stop transmitted from the air. The 2 azure dragons' speed fell abruptly, becoming sluggish. Those countless flying petals were like a marsh, making the 2 azure dragons sank deeper and deeper. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he could not help saying with a smile, "This boy, his means are indeed inexhaustible." So young and he actually comprehended a supreme true intent to this extent. Truly remarkable. If it were a complete supreme true intent, just relying on these 2 palms really would not be able to do anything against him. But if it's just this level, it's still inadequate. Indeed, those 2 azure dragons were not exploded to death by the 1,000 flowing petals. Soon they broke out of the layer upon layer of obstacles, charging at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression became intent, and he took out the Shenying sword. The starting stance of myriad rain sword blades was displayed. Myriad rain sword blades. 1,000 flowing petals strove for time for myriad rain sword blades casting. This was also Yi Yuan's final trump card measure. This time, Yi Yuan did not hold back, but maneuvered all the remaining essence energy in his body, pouring it into the myriad rain sword blades in one go. The two azure dragons were wrapped in large one ties of petals and rushed for Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Pewalk. Yi Yuan's body was akin to a kite with a broken string, flying out. And those two azure dragons finally dissipated into thin air too. Under this blow, Yi Yuan was finally injured. But under his struggling, he finally still stood up. Yi Yuan's innards received tremendous impact. Presently, the wounds sustained were not light. The black-clothed person said coolly, "You indeed didn't let me down. I think you should have guessed it. This 9th level, I'll only unleash one palm, which is also the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. The vast heaven Paji. Oda will treat your wounds. You have 10 days time to be in close seclusion here. Perhaps you will have some gains. After 10 days, whether or not you can become the first genius to clear the 9th level in this 10,000 years will be up to you." Leaving behind this sentence, the black-clothed person left without even turning his head back. Right at this time, a beam of light shot down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. This light beam actually had the effects of healing injuries. Yi Yuan shrugged off the disorderly emotions and meditated with his legs crossed, recovering injuries with all his strength. Less than an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were healed. The black-clothed person said that what I'm given is 10 days' time. But this treatment only used an hour's time. He made me enter seclusion in these 10 days. What kind of gains can there be in 10 days' time? But since he said it, it shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? This 8th level, I've virtually already used all of my strength. With my current strength, even if I employ the nameless energy, it's impossible to power SS through the 9th level too. Once his injuries healed, Yi Yuan started to deliberate. The words that the black-clothed person said seemed to have profound meaning. 10 days' time was too short. To say that one's strength could make staggering progress, that simply could not be accomplished. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was likely unable to clear the 9th level at all. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm. Yi Yuan felt fearful just thinking about it. Unless his current strength broke through to Soul C, or else, there was simply no way to contend with this so-called ultimate palm. But even if Yi Yuan broke through to Soul C realm, this black-clothed person would definitely execute this move with Soul C realm. The outcome was still the same. Putting it bluntly, this vast heaven Paji. Oda's guardian suppressing his boundary to around the same as the challenger's all along was for the sake of testing the challenger's talent and strength. Cultivation. This thing was too easy for geniuses. There was simply no challenge. But concept's comprehension was different. There was simply no way to achieve it in one step. 10 days' time. Just what is it enough to use for? Yi Yuan unwittingly began to ruminate. Chapter 583, Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon. Chapter 583, Mobilizing Strength of a True Dragon. The 8th level's difficulty could be said to have already reached Yi Yuan's limits. A fraction stronger and Yi Yuan would likely be unable to bear it. But the difficulty of this 9th level was most likely not just a tiny bit harder than the 8th levels. With Yi Yuan's attainments in concepts, even he was unable to power SS it. Could it be that there were still people able to power SS it? Most likely, only unless it was those divine king powerhouses suppressing their cultivation to enter the vast heaven Paji. Could there be a possibility of clearing it, right? Designing such a level that was impossible to clear, what on earth was the vast heaven Paji? Owner thinking? Although it was to test talent and strength, seeing the limits of geniuses would have no meaning at all, right? Yi Yuan could not help being at a loss. He ran over all of his trump cards and discovered that he completely could not see the hope of Parsing through. Just what does this black-clothed person want me to comprehend in seclusion here? Could it be? Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The black-clothed person said that what the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm used was the strength of a true dragon. And the power of a true dragon's strength was in existence on the same level as a supreme true intent. Supreme true intents required martial artists to go and comprehend, while true dragon's strength only needed powerful bloodline power. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon that was already about to evolve to divine beast level. The bloodline power was already very strong. If he used the strength of a true dragon to deal with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person even said that when the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was trained to an extremely high level, it could practically shatter the firmament with force. The might of the power could be seen. If he successfully cultivated this martial technique. Yi Yuan was quite excited just thinking about it. What the black-clothed person wanted to let him comprehend was definitely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Figuring out the links in between this, Yi Yuan calmed down instead. How could him wanting to comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm be something that easy? 10 days' time. This black-clothed person is also thinking too highly of me, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person used it for a total of 2 times. Yi Yuan wanting to rely on his own impression to comprehend this martial technique, the degree of difficulty was too great. This was simply an impossible to complete mission, but Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He settled down to focus very quickly, carefully recollecting the black-clothed person's every action. Yi Yuan started to imitate the black-clothed person's actions and executed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, rumble. A very feeble attack. Without the least bit of threat at all. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not this palm of his earlier could kill a sea transformation realm martial artist. Of course, this was only the beginning. This martial technique was so powerful. It was obviously not so easy to comprehend. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In a flash, Yi Yuan unleashed 10 palms. But there was no progress at all. He attempted to copy the black-clothed person's movements, firing out the true dragon's strength. But he discovered that wanting to accomplish this was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan had the strength of a true dragon inside his body, it was very hard to utilize. Even with flame movement true dragon carnage, the true dragon's strength he could mobilize was extremely little. The might of this move was primarily still depending on the scorching true intent. True dragon's strength only had the function of adding flowers to embroidery. And it was very challenging for Yi Yuan to want to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to mobilize true dragon's strength. Firstly, he did not get to the bottom of the true dragon's strength's application method. Secondly, he was accustomed to using essence energy. It was very hard to adjust his habit right away. Odd. I still have no way of mobilizing the strength of a true dragon. Just how can it be done? Yi Yuan stopped to think for a bit and unleashed a palm once more. But he still could not find the feeling. Yi Yuan application of true dragon's strength was like a piece of blank paper, not even knowing the rudiments. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of non-stop attempts and could not help heaving a sigh and saying, "You, this fellow actually set up such a perverse round. How are people going to clear it?" True dragon's strength is an extremely powerful bloodline power. Even the dragon race themselves have to put in tremendous amounts of effort to want to truly grasp the application method of bloodline power. How can a youth who just refined the strength of a true dragon possibly comprehend it? I seriously can't think of anyone else who can clear this perverse 9th level once Yi Yuan this punk fails. Turns out that this 9th level round was set up by the vast heaven Paji. Oh da owner. Listening to the black-clothed person's meaning, clearly, he himself did not understand this 9th level setting as well. Such a challenging round. Even martial artists any more talented could not possibly clear it either, right? To talk about comprehending supreme true intent, the skeletal age restriction determined that it was impossible for the concepts and cultivation of the martial artists who entered to be very high. For so many years, Yi Yuan's concepts were one of the most freakish ones. But even with his current level, it was impossible to pass through the 9th level as well. To talk about comprehending the strength of a true dragon, how could a youth who had just refined dragon blood possibly comprehend successfully in such a short time? To clear the 9th level, One must contend against the powerful with power. After refining dragon blood, it was to counter a true dragon's strength with another true dragon's strength. Otherwise, there were no chances of victory at all, unless Yi Yuan could completely master a supreme true intent. Or else, he could only be a vanquished opponent of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But to Yi Yuan, true dragon's strength was entirely foreign. And grasping the strength of a true dragon was only the first step. He still had to be able to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before he had the qualifications to endure the final palm. 3 days said in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had long given up on directly comprehending out the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. He was thinking of ways to mobilize true dragon strength. And right now, the only way he could mobilize true dragon strength was to employ the flame movement true dragon carnage. These 3 days, he had been using the flame movement true dragon carnage constantly, comprehending the application method of true dragon's strength unceasingly. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally got a bit of the knack to it. When he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage, it relied entirely on a kind of instinct to merge a trace of true dragon's strength into the flame movement carnage. However, he only just knew how, but not why. But now, he must find the reason why he could utilize the strength of a true dragon. These 3 days, he had been searching for this reason all along. Yi Yuan used the flame movement true dragon carnage over and over again, and finally found a tiny bit of reason. He discovered that the reason why he could mobilize the strength of a true dragon was because when he used the flame movement carnage, his body's amplitude and the amplitude of the true dragon's strength achieved synchronization. That was when he could sense a trace of true dragon strength entering inside his meridians and be released along with the martial technique. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. That was that he still treated himself as a human all along. Hence, the true dragon strength within his body did not buy it at all, which was also to say that to want to draw on the strength of a true dragon, one must first of all turn themselves into a dragon, and not a person, using human martial artists' methods to initiate a dragon race martial technique. This was naturally something nonsensical. Straightening out this point, everything was easy to handle. Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed and both eyes tightly shut. Inside his brain, he simulated the scene of when he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage endlessly. Gradually, the muscles in Yi Yuan's entire body started to convulse. This sort of convulsion became increasingly intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes and pushed a palm out with all his might. A faint dragon roar emitted from the center of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan revealed excitement on his face. Chapter 584, Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies. Chapter 584, Advancing a Step, Endless Blue Skies 9th level. Yi Yuan he entered the 9th level. He Serpa. Said Li Fantian, becoming the number 1 person in these 10,000 years. Seeing Yi Yuan's name appear at the 9th level on the light screen, Guo Taochuan suddenly exclaimed. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan entered the 8th level, these few people were no longer in the mood to be in closed seclusion. Especially when Yi Yuan actually stayed for 10 days at the 8th level. This whetted their appetite. Even more. Even Qi Hai raised his head to look at the light screen every now and then too, wanting to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. But Yi Yuan seemed to stagnate at the 8th level and did not have any activities all along. Guo Taochuan they all simply talked it over. Each one of them took turn to keep watch daily to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. All the way until today, Guo Taochuan finally saw Yi Yuan's name appear in the 9th level. With him crying out, everyone all stood up with a start. What the 9th level signified, these few people were all too clear. Not knowing when it started, Li Fantian's name had always been crowned with the title of number 1 talent in 10,000 years. And now, this title was going to be crowned on Yi Yuan. Even though the endless world was just a small world, how many geniuses would be born in 10,000 years? Among these geniuses, there was no lack of some astounding to the max characters, such as the Grand Yang True Lord, Lu Linfeng. But now, these so-called geniuses all had to bow their heads in submission at Yi Yuan's feet. These few former strongest people among the junior generation, witnessing this historical moment, The agitation and admiration in their hearts were naturally hard to express with words. Ever since Yi Yuan made it into the 8th level, these 4 people including Liu Hong already let go of all of their pride. Even if they were any more rampant and any prouder, they examined their consciousness and knew that it was impossible for them to make it to the 8th level, this sort of level, as well. The 5th level and the 8th level. The gap in between, this could not be measured with distance. Now that Yi Yuan stepped into the final level, this already made them prostrate on all fours in admiration. Just as Chi Hai said back then, maybe someday, they would be proud because of following Yi Yuan. Even though it's just a legend, these last 3 levels' difficulties are definitely what we can't imagine. Yi Yuan, he could actually clear 2 rounds consecutively under such a difficulty level. Truly astonis. Hi plus ing, Qin Yang said. Back then, the Grand Yang True Lord, that astonis. Hi plus ingly talented figure, only made it into the 7th level. Yi Yuan charged into the 9th level now. His accomplishments at the minimum also won't be lower than his, right? Guo Taochuan said. That's for certain. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who made it into the 9th level. At least, Yi Yuan can't possibly be worse than Grand Yang True Lord either. Qin Yang said. Heh, I wonder how many years Yi Yuan's legend will circulate in our endless world. I now feel that being his follower isn't anything bad. Perhaps after he ascends to the divine realm, we can be fowls and dogs riding on his coattails too. Guo Taochuan said. Pooh. You're the fowl and dog. But right now, I really feel that Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Following by his side, we might receive endless benefit. Qin Yang said. By the side, Yin Yanghua nodded her head silently. Clearly, she very much approved of these words too. And even though Liu Hong did not speak, it could be seen from his expression as well that he already did not have any opinion about becoming Yi Yuan's follower. Chi Hai did not speak all along, staring at the light screen blankly. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. The 9th level's SPACE. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan opposite and said with an emotional sigh, You finally still came here. I thought that you'd choose to quit. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Do you feel that you can make it through this 9th level with your current strength? With your wit, you should be able to guess how powerful this palm will be. With your present strength, it's simply impossible to be able to par SS it. And the outcome of failing to par SS it is death. You're the most talented youth in these 10,000 years. Killing you personally, I can't really bear to, said the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person witnessed Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent along the way. He was naturally unwilling to destroy such a genius in his heart. How will one know without trying? Senior, make your move. Yi Yuan said indifferently without a care in this world. The black-clothed person kept quiet and did not speak. The reason why he judged that Yi Yuan could not clear the 9th level was actually that Yi Yuan did not do anything in the later 5 days. He meditated in seclusion at the 8th level for 5 days. Previously, Yi Yuan using 3 days to find the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, it truly astonished the black-clothed person for a bit. But what made him puzzled was that Yi Yuan actually meditated in seclusion the entire time in the later 5 days. Martial technique and comprehending concepts were different. The former needed one to constantly train. Especially the dragon race's martial technique, it needed time to polish even more so. Yi Yuan did not think that he could clear the 9th level by being able to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, right? Maneuvering true dragon's strength to unleash a palm and using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to unleash a palm were 2 entirely different concepts. Or perhaps, Yi Yuan was comprehending the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm during these 5 days, but he had no gains. No matter which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan did not have hopes of making it through the 9th level. I advise that you better give up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm ultimate palm, although I'm only using 20% strength, it's also not what the current you can contend with. If you can comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then there's still hope. Although you can't score a victory, you at least have the strength to protect yourself. But you only comprehended the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon and have not learned the rudiments regarding the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It's simply impossible to survive, musing briefly, the black-clothed person still exhorted him. It was not that the black-clothed person was pessimistic about Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was too optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he was even clearer about the might of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The might of this martial technique, Yi Yuan was simply unable to experience. The difficulty of this 9th level was too perverse. You should withdraw out of the vast heaven Paji. Oh Da first. You're still young. Come again to the vast heaven Paji. Oh Da after 10 years, this 9th level wouldn't be considered much to you either. At that time, you will be able to experience the feeling of an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Young man, sometimes, take a step back, and it's endless blue skies, urged the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan looked at the black-clothed person and suddenly grinned and said, "Many thanks for senior's concern. But this 9th level, I still want to challenge. In my world, behind are all sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Only in front of me there are endless blue skies." It was not some heroic words, but the powerful self-confidence Yi Yuan exuded moved the black-clothed person visibly. Yet, the way the black-clothed person saw it, he was still unable to understand Yi Yuan's thinking. A step back, endless blue skies, this was the black-clothed person's understanding of life. But advancing a step, endless blue skies, this was Yi Yuan's understanding towards life. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, there was no backing down, these two words in Yi Yuan's dictionary. Furthermore, to Yi Yuan, he truly could not wait for the next 10 years. 10 years were too long for Yi Yuan. You this boy, are really quite different. However, this is you asking for it yourself. If you die in my hands, you mustn't have any grievances. Yi Yuan said with a smile, no complaints nor regret. Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Chapter 585, A Genius's Unyielding Pride. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll fulfill your wish. Plus the black-clothed person finished talking. The entire 9th level SPACE became dim. Now, it was only to see he lifted his palm up. An exceedingly violent aura spread out in all directions. A colossal azure dragon gradually became distinct, coiling around behind the black-clothed person, with its face showing savageness as it looked at Yi Yuan. Although he knew that this was just a Dharma idol, Yi Yuan still felt tremendous pressure. A fierce wind blew past, lifting the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The palm force had yet to be released. There was already an imposing momentum that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, engulfing everything. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is hailed as able to shatter the firmament with force. Indeed, well deserving of its reputation. He suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level C transformation and only used 20% true dragon strength. This final palm actually has such power. This palm of the black-clothed person's was much more powerful than Yi Yuan imagined. The 9th levels and 8th levels difficulties were indeed not on the same level with this current level. No wonder the black-clothed person kept on urging him to withdraw out of the 9th level. This level of difficulty was really not an ordinary kind of freakish. Plus he really did not know if this vast heaven Paji Da owner was a psychopath or not, to actually set up such a level of difficulty as a hurdle. How could this possibly be cleared? Furthermore, without any doubt, this black-clothed person's true dragon strength was clearly already cultivated to an extremely high level. Just 20% true dragon's strength could actually generate such a horrifying move. Yi Yuan stared at the black-clothed person without moving his gaze, mapping each one of his movements into his brain. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. So that's how it is. He slowly closed his eyes. The muscles on his body started to shake with a kind of strange tempo. Yi Yuan learned from the black-clothed person's manner, lifting his palm and maneuvering the true dragon strength in his entire body. A faint phantom appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was actually a Dharma idol azure dragon too. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his gaze revealed unbelievable shock. This boy. Just how did he accomplish it? This is my first time casting the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm's ultimate palm. He actually learned it. How is this possible? At this moment, the astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart simply could not be described using words. He was really incapable of imagining how monstrous a talent could comprehend the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm in such a short time. There was actually such a heaven-defyingly talented youth in this world. The black-clothed already arrived at the critical juncture of casting his skills at this time. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and continued casting the skill. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, shattering stars. The black-clothed person gave a sharp cry. The Dharma Idol True Dragon was released with a roar. That momentum was truly startling heaven and earth and making gods and ghosts weep. A Dharma Idol True Dragon flew towards Yi Yuan with baring its fangs and brandies. Plussing its claws. To be able to condense a Dharma Idol, it indicated that the bloodline power was very strong. And a true dragon Dharma Idol was all the more an extremely difficult Dharma Idol to condense. Even in the true dragon race, very few people could condense it as well. Hence, this azure dragon before his eyes was on an entirely different level from the previous two levels. At this time, Yi Yuan snapped opened both eyes, seemingly exerting all the strength in his body, plussing out the Dharma Idol behind him. Compared to the black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon, Yi Yuan's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon was much more illusory and a size smaller too. Clearly, it was way lousier. But this was not the key. The critical thing was that a little rookie like Yi Yuan could actually condense a Dharma Idol Azure Dragon. Rumble. Two Dharma Idol Azure Dragon collided together fiercely. The shock wave produced practically affected the entire 9th level. The black-clothed person did not budge an inch in this tempest. Such an intense collision actually did not have any effect on him. But Yi Yuan could not. He directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, receiving a tremendous impact. If not that his current body went through the dragon blood's remolding and was already no longer what it was, this blow could claim his life. However, it was not over yet. The black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon directly smashed Yi Yuan's Dharma Idol and continued charging towards Yi Yuan, but the Dharma Idol Azure Dragon at this time was only left with a faint image. Clearly, a large portion of the true dragon strength was expended. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and maneuvered all the essence energy in his body, executing the myriad rain sword blades without holding anything back. Rumble. Another violent collision, but the commotion this time was far from as intense as before. Yi Yuan vomited a large mouthful of blood again, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Although the Dharma Idol Azure Dragon only had a faint phantom left, the power was still extremely strong. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed essence energy under the circum stances where he was injured. It originally already caused his injuries to pile on. Suffering an intense impact once more, he was already very weak at this time. However, the black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon was completely exhausted by Yi Yuan in the end. The black-clothed person looked at this scene and was speechless for a long time. He finally still heaved a sigh and said, "I really have no way of imagining just how did you comprehend the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Such a pity. According to that fellow's requirements, you must stand up in the end. But you're heavily injured right now and your essence energy depleted. Forget about standing up, even moving a bit is probably impossible." The black-clothed person was indeed shocked. But he was incapable of going against the vast Heaven Paji Oda owner's requirements. If Yi Yuan could not stand up, he would still fail in the end. But you don't need to feel sorry either. You've already done very well. Vast Heaven Paji Oda doesn't forbid martial artists from entering a second time. With your talent, the 9th level would simply be unworthy of mentioning in front of you 10 years later. The black-clothed person consoled. Yi Yuan lying on the ground seemed to be stimulated and started to struggle to his feet. It's not over yet. Yi Yuan's fists clenched tightly as he used all the strength in the body, wanting to get up. The black-clothed person's expression changed. His judgment regarding Yi Yuan's injuries should not be wrong. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to stand up. But this boy. Bang. Yi Yuan struggled a bit but still fell to the ground again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll die if this continues. Admit defeat. The vast heaven Paji. Oda can treat your wounds. Seeing Yi Yuan being so stubborn, the black-clothed person could not help being quite worried as well. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's final palm was nothing to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had injuries piling on top of injuries right now. Even if his body had undergone the dragon blood's remolding, it already reached the limit too. Yi Yuan messing around like this would really be putting his life at risk. No. I can stand up, Yi Yuan said obstinately. He panted very heavily like puffing bellows. Clearly, his body already reached the limit. Yet, he still stubbornly propped his body up and slowly got up. The black-clothed person was visibly moved looking at this scene too. He wished that he could go forward and give Yi Yuan a hand. But the black-clothed person knew that if he really did that, not only would Yi Yuan not thank him, he would hate him instead. Because that way would not only make Yi Yuan's challenge fail, it even trampled on Yi Yuan's dignity. This was a peerless genius's pride. Yi Yuan could die, but he absolutely did not need other people's charity. I finally understand why you want to set up such a stage. He and you are really alike, the black-clothed person murmured to himself. He seemed to have understood something. They were too similar. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave. Chapter 586, Dragon Wave Bang. Yi Yuan fell to the ground once more. This was already the fourth time he failed. During these attempts, his wounds were affected and became worse each time. He had vomited quite a few mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became increasingly paler, and his breathing progressively weaker. But he still stubbornly attempted to stand up once again. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. This time, he finally stood up. But his two legs already did not have the slightest bit of strength. He stood up and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down again. Only after staggering quite a few steps did Yi Yuan barely stabilize his figure. Huff. Huff. Yi Yuan was panting non-stop. He was already weary to the limit. His body kept on swaying but did not fall down from start to finish. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed person's countenance finally changed. If it was said that he purely had the appreciation of a genius towards Yi Yuan previously, at this moment, he was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. To be able to stand up, Yi Yuan relied entirely on one breath to forcefully hang in there. Without immense willpower, it simply could not be done. The black-clothed person came before Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you're bound to be a world-shaking figure in the future. To be able to wait for you, my 50,000 years of bitter guarding this place were not in vain either." Yi Yuan paid no attention to him. He still swayed constantly there with his head lowered. The black-clothed person suddenly discovered something amiss. Looking close, Yi Yuan actually had both eyes tightly shut. He had already fainted dead away. Seeing the situation, the black-clothed person gave a long sigh and beckoned with one hand. A beam of light shone down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was already very weak. If it were still not treated, he would really die. But the black-clothed person was really unable to imagine just what kind of willpower Yi Yuan relied on to stand up. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of the light halo. His expression and emotion were complicated. How many years had it been since his emotions were so worked up? He waited for 50,000 years in his vast heaven Paji. Oda. Yet, there was not a single one who could truly enter his sights. Several thousand years ago, when that youth called Li Fantian appeared before him, it finally made his eyes lit up. However, Li Fantian ultimately still could not make it through the 8th level. This even made him feel regret for a very long time back then. All the way until Yi Yuan's appearance, finally this youth gave him a real shock. In truth, back at the first 3 levels, the black-clothed person did not feel that Yi Yuan was much stronger than Li Fantian yet. But when Yi Yuan had the second perfect completion, the black-clothed person finally realized Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Especially Yi Yuan had refined the dragon blood. This gave him a tremendous impact. And now, the black-clothed person was filled with admiration towards this youth. This youth had talent, had willpower, and had lucky chances. Yi Yuan possessed virtually all the qualities to become a powerhouse. More importantly, he saw that person's shadow on Yi Yuan. Stubbornness. An unyielding spirit. All the way until this moment did the black-clothed person finally understand the purpose of the vast heaven Paji. Oda owner setting up this 9th level hurdle. What this 9th level tested was not just comprehension abilities, it tested a person's character even more. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that he was at an unknown space. You're awake. Here is the vast heaven Paji. Oda's central space. You've already successfully cleared the 9th level, an aged voice said. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually focused. In his sight was a thin and emaciated old man. You're the black-clothed person? Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. This old man's appearance was very scary. The wrinkles on his face were practically bunching together already, looking very hideous. This old man is Long Teng. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he asked, could Senior be a member of the dragon race? Long Teng's face revealed surprise, and he came to a realization right after, you, this boy, are indeed astute. However, this old man has never taken himself to be a member of the dragon race. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior's dragon race martial techniques are at the acme of perfection and also crowned with the surname of Long, Dragon. If I can't even guess this, then I'd also be too stupid. There were many people with the surname of Long. But to be able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, such a heaven-defying martial technique, to such a level, he was absolutely not an ordinary person. The Divine Realm's dragon race was a very powerful race. Yi Yuan naturally linked this old man in front of him to this race. It was just that from Long Teng's words, one could also guess that his direct relations Hi+P with the dragon race was probably not that simple. Even though Yi Yuan was very curious, he did not plan on rashly posing questions either. This violated taboos greatly. Fine lad, I'm very curious, just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This period of time where Yi Yuan was unconscious, what Long Teng could not figure out after racking his brains was this problem. One had to know that he spent far more than several thousand years of effort on this martial technique. But Yi Yuan only used a few short days and comprehended it. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Yuan did not RSE the palm art at all. He meditated in the 8th level the entire time. This was too strange. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the last 3 levels were all guarded with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Moreover, when Senior Long was using the move, you were very deliberate, as if intentionally letting me have a clear view. Then, the turning point to clearing the 9th level could naturally only be on this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. With this Long Teng's strength, that level of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at the 7th level and 8th level could only be to demonstrate the rudiments of the skill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Teng nodded his head slightly and said, you punk, such a keen mind. But these few days, I saw that you have been meditating all along and did not RSE at all. Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at his head and said, all of the rehearsing was all in here. Seeing Long Teng's puzzled look, Yi Yuan continued, actually, after I found the method to maneuver true dragon's strength, I've been pondering on how to grasp the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm the entire time. Later on, I discovered that when Senior execute your moves, you will release a kind of special undulation at specific times. So I guessed that the key to this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was here. And my seclusion these few days was constantly seeking this sort of undulation. Long Teng's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, you can actually perceive dragon wave. Turns out that is called dragon wave? It's very appropriate. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Teng sucked in a deep breath and said, all of the dragon race's martial techniques are all released with dragon wave. It's just according to the differences in strength and weakness of the martial technique, The dragon wave's vibration frequency would be different, that's all. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is an extremely powerful martial technique in the dragon race too. The magnitude of the dragon wave even reaches heaven rank. The first time you used dragon wave, you're actually able to infinitely approach heaven rank magnitude. But these words made Yi Yuan stunned. Is it very difficult? Hearing these words, Long Ting choked up, and the words at the back were forcefully swallowed back down. Seeing that conflicted face of Long Ting's becoming even more troubled, Yi Yuan also realized that this seemed to be pretty hard. Do you know how many years I used to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank? Long Ting said with a black face. Yi Yuan replied weakly, 5 years. Long Ting choked up again and almost could not breathe. He only recovered to his senses after some time and said to Yi Yuan with a glare, 100 years. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Chapter 587, Final Inheritance. Yi Yuan himself was very muddled as well. He only sought out the method to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm according to Long Teng's demonstration. He completely did not know what was called dragon wave and also did not know how hard dragon wave was to practice. It was only after hearing Long Teng said so did Yi Yuan finally know why the other party had this sort of want to strangle him to death expression. This was the first time he used dragon wave, and it actually reached a standard of infinitely approaching heaven rank, while a pinnacle expert like Long Teng actually used 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly awkward as he said, haha, Senior Long, I'm a blind cat yum ping into a dead rat. To really let me train, I'd probably need to train for 100 years too. Who knew that Long Teng's face became black again? He billowed his beard and glared as he said huffily, don't give this old man that crap. Do you think that attaining heaven rank dragon wave in 100 years is already very noob? Yi Yuan gave an awkward smile. But Long Teng could tell what he thought from his expression too. When this old man was younger, I was known as the dragon race's #1 genius. For ordinary people to want to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank, they need at least 300 years. If not 4, forget it. Not talking about those stale topics of conversation, Long Teng said and waved his hand. Cough cough, Senior Long, I didn't mean that, Yi Yuan said embarrassed. Sedley. Forget it, forget it. What you mean, do I still not know? You're a freak. But it doesn't mean that everyone is a freak. Let me tell you, this dragon wave is divided into 6 boundaries. Yellow rank, mystic rank, earth rank, heaven rank, spirit rank, and divine rank. Although your coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is nondescript, the dragon wave had indeed reached the boundary of peak earth rank. With this level, you cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm will yield twice the results with half the effort, Long Teng said. Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the dragon race's cultivation methods. Hearing Long Teng's words at this time, he became interested. That nondescript coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that he executed previously already reached that kind of power. Then how powerful did the true coiling dragon heaven devastating palm have to be? This point, one could tell by looking at the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm Long Teng unleashed. Although Yi Yuan could not reach that level within a short time, if he learned it, then that would absolutely be one of his greatest trumps now. It would even surpass the myriad rain sword blades. Furthermore, hearing Long Teng's meaning, he had decent talent in cultivating the dragon race's martial techniques. This moved Yi Yuan even more. One had to know that this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm cultivated to the highest level was absolutely not worse than supreme true intense. Senior Long, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Ting gave an ugly smile and said, relax, this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. If it's not taught to you, then what would I expend so much effort for? One of the rewards? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already a very formidable martial technique. At least with Yi Yuan's understanding, training this move to the pinnacle level was absolutely not worse compared to the spirit bristle 9 young divine art's 9 suns burning heaven. If this was just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level, then what was the final reward? Long Ting clearly guessed Yi Yuan's thoughts and said with a nod, "That's right, this is just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. As for this final reward, aren't you very bright? You can make a guess." No idea where this old man's mood to play came from, to actually play a guessing game with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was thrown into a daze by this old man too and started ruminating. After a dozen over breaths, Yi Yuan lifted his head abruptly and looked at Long Ting with exceedingly doubtful eyes. "Senior Long, it can't be." Yi Yuan did not quite dare to trust his own judgment himself. He had kept on thinking of how to clear these final 3 levels all along, so he simply did not think in this direction. But now, Long Ting was being vague. Under Yi Yuan's contemplating, he thought of a certain possibility. Except, this kind of possibility, even he himself did not quite dare believe it. But thinking it over and over again, only this possibility was the most likely to. Long Ting looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "It can't be what? Say it out for me to hear." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked probingly, "Vast heaven Pa Ji." "Oda?" Long Ting shot Yi Yuan an approving look and said smilingly, "You only guessed half of it correctly. This 9th level's true reward is the vast heaven steely." "Vast heaven steely?" Yi Yuan said in surprise. In Yi Yuan's view, the vast heaven steely was just a part of the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. At the very most, it was just a very critical component. The reason why the vast heaven steely had the effect of aiding martial artists in enhancing their concepts was only that the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda endowed it this ability. That's right. People all think that the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda is a profound and mystical object, but don't know that this vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda's true core is the vast heaven steely and not this Pa Ji. Oda. This vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda was actually only forged in order to conceal the vast heaven steely. Long Ting said words which surprised Yi Yuan greatly. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the vast heaven steely was just a part of the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. The effects of the vast heaven steely were all granted by the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda. But hearing Long Ting's meaning, could it be that it was not like this? Seeing Yi Yuan's doubtful eyes, Long Ting said coolly, "Let me tell you a story then." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Pray tell." One could also know without the need to guess that this story was related to the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda and vast heaven steely's origins. Seeing Yi Yuan's knowledge-seeking appearance, Long Ting nodded his head contently and started to talk tirelessly. The story happened over 50,000 years ago. And the main character of that story likewise appeared in the endless world. That youth was called Fang Tian. In an accident, he obtained a piece of rock. Ever since then, he started to soar up into the sky with a start, becoming this small world's king very quickly. After ascending to the divine realm, Fang Tian still advanced with rapid strides and songs on his lips, becoming a peak powerhouse in the divine realm very quickly. At that time, a heaven-defying treasure appeared in the divine realm. Its name was Vast Heaven Pa Ji. Oda. Fang Tian relied on this treasure to roam the divine realm unhindered, undefeatable by anyone. Yet, the rise of a powerhouse was bound to be accompanied by blood and slaughter. During this process, Fang Tian rescued a severely wounded azure dragon on the verge of death in an accident arising from many causes. Ever since then, the one dragon and one human threw the entire divine realm into an upheaval. Finally, Fang Tian provoked an extremely powerful fiend path faction at that time. And this faction's strongest person was known as the Heavenly Fiend Ji. Od 50,000 years ago, a great paramount battle unfolded between Fang Tian and the Heavenly Fiend Ji. Od. That battle could be said to astound heaven and earth and make gods and ghosts weep, throwing the entire divine realm into pandemonium. Except that both sides' battle concluded with both parties suffering great losses. The Heavenly Fiend Ji. Od fled with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown. While Fang Tian with severe injuries vanished from the divine realm ever since. Then 40,000 years later, a heaven-defying inheritance SPACE appeared in the endless world. That was the vast heaven inheritance. Ever since, countless geniuses fell over each other to enter the vast heaven inheritance, in hopes of obtaining the vast heaven Pa Ji. Oda's ultimate inheritance. It was just that the so-called geniuses in this small world were simply unable to complete the 9-level hurdles which the vast heaven Parji Oda owner set. All the way until today, Yi Yuan's appearance finally completed this task which no body had ever accomplished before, obtaining the final inheritance. Chapter 588, Vast Heaven Parji Oda's new owner. Chapter 588, Vast Heaven Parji Oda's new owner. This story lasted for 50,000 years, all the way till today. Long Ting said it very briefly, but Yi Yuan did not find it brief at all when he listened. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were far from this. So he could totally discern just how soul-stirring Long Ting's sketched over contents were. Then Senior Fang Tianhe. Yi Yuan inquired. Long Ting shook his head and said, "That fellow threw the vast heaven steely here, and his whereabouts became unknown. And I was afflicted with a deadly poison during that battle as well, that's why I turned into this manner. If not for hiding inside this vast heaven Parji Oda, I'd have already become a withered skeleton long ago." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago was really abnormally cruel. Even Long Ting, this level of expert, ended up in this miserable state. Then Senior Fang Tian, was he a deity realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan carried some agitation as he asked. How can deity realm be so easy to reach? Under this stretch of heaven, it is already incapable of giving birth to deity realm powerhouses again. Long Ting said with a sigh. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he inquired, "May I ask Senior, why is this so?" Long Ting shook his head and said, "Divine realm powerhouses disappeared from the divine realm overnight. Since then, only legends of the divine realm was left behind. To talk about the reason, probably only they know it, right?" Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan was quite disappointed too. Deity realm was his life's aspiration. Barely managed to see a trace of hope, and it was shattered again. But he was still unresigned as he said, "This vast heaven steely should exceed divine king standards, right? Furthermore, that vast heaven steely has an extraordinary background. Could it be that such an existence still couldn't reach the level of deity realm?" Long Ting shook his head and said, "Can't reach. Deity realm is far more powerful than you imagine." Fang Tian thought that he already reached deity realm back then too. But later on, he discovered that that was simply not the case. Yi Yuan's expression changed and suddenly recalled the words that father, Ji Zhengyang, said to him on his deathbed. Because he obtained the medicine God's soul canon when he was still living, his divine soul reached a very abstruse boundary. Could it be that for martial artists' cultivation, there were still even stronger realms above divine king? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more baffled he became and felt that he was less and less able to see through this world. Long Ting saw Yi Yuan's look of dilemma and said smilingly, "No need to be bewildered on this sort of thing. You only have sea transformation realm strength right now. Thinking about this is a bit too distant. Being down to earth is still better." Yi Yuan was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "What Senior said is right." Yi Yuan was impetuous. "Senior Long, could your meaning previously be that this vast heaven steely will belong to me from now on?" "That's right." Long Ting reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steely appeared before Yi Yuan. Before that fellow left, he already removed his own brand. You only have to drip your own blood essence on it, and you can refine it to acknowledge an owner. Long Ting said. Yi Yuan was stupefied as he said, "So simple?" "Yen, it's that simple. Logically speaking, such a heaven-defying treasure should be very hard to refine. But it's just this simple. When you grasp the vast heaven steely, you can control the vast heaven Parji Oda. But with your current realm, you can't unleash its power at all." Long Ting said. No matter what, collect first before talking." Yi Yuan was not courteous either. He dripped a drop of blood essence on the vast heaven steely. The vast heaven steely immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt that he had established a kind of inexplicable connection with the vast heaven steely. Evidently, he had already become this vast heaven steely's owner. Except that Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that even though he became the vast heaven steely's owner, he was still utterly clueless about it. Even though you've dripped your blood and got it to acknowledge an owner now, with your current realm, you're simply unable to deploy the vast heaven Steely and vast heaven Parji. Oda. If you forcefully deploy them, you'll only be drained dry, Long Ting warned him. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard that. He said helplessly, then isn't it the same effect as not getting it? Long Ting said with a laugh, of course it's different. With the vast heaven Steely, you can enter inside the Steely's space to comprehend concepts at any time. This is a treatment that No body is able to enjoy. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This vast heaven Steely was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure, to be able to aid martial artists in comprehending concepts. If he could meditate on the vast heaven Steely as he wished, then Yi Yuan would really be taking the expressway. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again, oh, right, can this vast heaven Parji Oda change the flow of time? You don't need to think about this. In order to slow down my aging, Fang Tian changed the flow of time around my physical body. The instant that you cleared the 9th level, the inheritance space was also utterly destroyed already. Now, this vast heaven inheritance is no longer an inheritance item. It belongs to you. Alright, I know that you still have many queries, but I'm unable to answer you one by one either. My exhaustion the round clearing this time is too great. I'm about to fall in a deep sleep right away. As he said, Long Ting fired out a seal, imprinting directly between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and vanished. This is the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm and Dragon Waves cultivation methods. Train well. If you can enter the dragon race in the future, help me teach them a good lesson. Finished talking, Long Ting directly disappeared right before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He had long seen through that this Long Ting was just an incarnation. His true physical body was still inside some space within this vast heaven Parji Oda. This Long Ting being able to live up to 50,000 years, he was probably asleep the vast majority of the time. Of course, it definitely had a lot to do with Fang Tian changing the flow of time around him. Speaking of this Fang Tian, he was truly a world-shaking figure. His means were most likely transcendent. Except that, sadly, it was unknown where he was at now. He might had even perished, and his Tao dissipated already. One had to admit that it was something which made people lament. He left both the vast heaven Parji Oda and vast heaven Steely here, all for the sake of seeking a successor. Looking from this, the possibility of him alive right now was probably very tiny already. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he came to a grass land. This place seemed to be another world. It was not very different from the outside world. Both hands lightly forming a seal, a large group of people appeared before him. Young Master Yi. Young Master. Yuan Fei and Luer were both excited to see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rubbed Luer's head guiltily and said, Luer, give Young Master a bit more time. Young Master will be able to let you become like a normal person very soon. But Luer said without a care, as long as Luer can follow by Young Master's side, Luer doesn't mind. Hey! Where is this place? So beautiful. Much better than inside that spatial spirit artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, do you like it? Luer nodded her head obediently and excitedly, yes. Who? Then you and Yuan Fei they all will stay here from now on. This is a treasure that Young Master newly acquired. This place, apart from having no people, it's already no different from the outside world, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Ah! Really? Then that's really great, Luer said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled. His gaze suddenly fixed onto white light and he could not help being surprised. Chapter 589, Four Mighty Followers. Chapter 589, Four Mighty Followers. This little fellow fell asleep again since who knew when, unshakable by any circumstances. But Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that white light actually already broke through to tier 4 since goodness knows when. Young Master Yi, ever since white light refined that tiger bone, he has been in a deep sleep the entire time. He already broke through to tier 4 the other day and seems to be going to break through to middle stage tier 4 soon. Middle stage tier 4 was basically equivalent to late stage C transformation already. Yi Yuan only broke through to late-stage sea transformation when he obtained the vast heaven Paji. Oda's inheritance. To think that this little fellow used such a method to break through again. Truly making others envied this little fellow to death. Looks like that tiger bone was very beneficial to White Light. No wonder he was so agitated back then. Just let him break through here then. I have to stay here to enter a retreat for several days as well. If you guys have any matter, just face the void and call for me will do, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan has already entered the 9th level for quite a few days. Why isn't there any activities until now? Something wouldn't have happened, right? Guo Taochuan said. You jinx. Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Since he already made it to the 9th level, how can a problem possibly occur? Qin Yang spat. Haha, that's true. Aren't I being worried here? Ah, it's Yi Yuan. He's out. Guo Taochuan suddenly said agitatedly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned out to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Yuan coming out from the vast heaven Paji. Oda. Right at this time, the 5 people saw a scene that they found unforgettable in this lifetime. The originally towering into the clouds vast heaven Paji. Oda was actually rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, Amar's Siv Paji. Oda became like a small and exquisite Paji. Oda, lying in Yi Yuan's palm. This. What happened here? Why did the vast heaven Paji? Oda become like this? Guo Taochuan watched this scene and was shocked until his jaw nearly fell off. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan arrived before the few of them. Qi Hai was the first to recover to his senses from the shock and looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of disbelief as he said, Why Yi Yuan, you? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Old Hai, from today onwards, this endless world will no longer have the vast heaven Paji. Oda inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. The few of you, please help to keep this secret for me. Although Yi Yuan said it with a consulting tone, the powerful aura emitting off his body made the other 4 people's expressions tighten. Just the aura Yi Yuan was emitting made them unable to give rise to feelings of resistance. These few people were all proud children of heaven. Among those in the same generation, how could there possibly be people who could make them produce this sort of emotion? Looking at him again, Yi Yuan was actually already at the 8th level sea transformation realm. This shock was by no means insignificant. If it were an ordinary 8th level sea transformation, it would not enter their sights at all. But these few people were deeply aware of what Yi Yuan breaking through to the 8th level sea transformation signified. Rest assured. We won't say it out, the 4 people said in unison. Qi Hai voiced out and said, Relax. The 4 of them won't say it out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If this matter leaks out, I'll find you guys to settle scores. Also, vast heaven Paji. Oda detached from the ground and flew off on its own. Got it. The 4 people nodded and said, Understood. Following Yi Yuan's power increasing with each day, his imposing momentum of a past sovereign gradually projected out too, making people submit. Actually, regarding these few people's instructions, he was just making provisions for contingencies, afraid that their tongues would wag. 10 years later, when the vast heaven mystic realm really opened up once more, Yi Yuan would probably long already not be in the endless world. Who cares about the surging flood by then? Yi Yuan nodded and no longer bothered with those 4. Looking around, he asked Qi Hai, Old Hai, what's with this? Qi Hai briefly recounted the situation, making Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrow slightly when he heard. I previously already suspected that Zhao Tianyin has impure motives. Looking at it now, whatever for the sake of the fierce-scale world martial artists' welfare, it's simply rubbish. Plus Yi Yuan smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy from the Ma's sacring of cities this incident. I think so too. It's just, we have no idea what the fierce-scale world is doing this for, Qi Hai said. Forget about him. A fox's tail will be revealed one day, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Qi Hai nodded and said, Now, we can only wait and see. Yi Yuan, what's with this vast heaven Paji? Oda? Yi Yuan said smilingly, I cleared the 9th level, and this vast heaven Paji. Oda's final reward is the vast heaven Paji. Oda itself. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the process of clearing the rounds but left out some crucial information in between. But, even so, the 5 people including Qi Hai felt their hearts quiver from excitement when they heard too. Especially those 4 youngsters. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan currently were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than theirs. But the achievements he clinched made them look up to him. The vast heaven Paji. Oda has stood for tens of thousands of years. To think that it was actually for the sake of selecting a new master, it's just that even if one knew, probably nobody can accomplish it either. Yi Yuan, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our endless world's hope is all on you, Qi Hai said solemnly. Yi Yuan said coolly, old High rest assured. Zhao Tianyin and I will ultimately have a battle one day. Furthermore, my family and friends are all in the endless world. It's naturally impossible to watch them seek their doom passively. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Qi Hai was secretly fearful inside. What on earth did Yi Yuan experience during the fierce Gale World trip, to actually give rise to such a huge grudge with that boundless realm powerhouse? But if Yi Yuan had a conflict with the fierce Gale World's realm lord before, how did he escape? This Yi Yuan was indeed full of riddles all over, but to Qi Hai, this was enough. Yi Yuan. I took the liberty to make the decision to keep the 4 of them behind. If you like them, then let them stay to be your followers. If you don't take fancy on them, I'll send them away right now, Qi Hai said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, the few of them to be my followers? This isn't appropriate, right? These few people were all extremely haughty characters. Putting them by his side to be followers, he did not have the luck to enjoy it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Seeing your performance in the vast heaven Paji. Oda, they had long already straightened out their own positions. If they have any disrespect to you in the future, you can make them get lost at any time. Qi Hai said it very sternly, but his gaze looked towards the 4 people. The 4 people understood the meaning and hurriedly said, us 4 are willing to follow by Lord Yi Yuan's side, following on the heels of your excellency. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over the 4 but did not agree right away. When Qi Hai saw the situation, he quickly said, Yi Yuan, my intentions, I believe that you're very clear as well. The realm Par's Sageway is about to be completely linked up soon. The war between the 2 worlds might last for a very long time. The 4 of them are all the endless world's future pillars of society. I want to place them by your side to experience and toughen up. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, all right then. Since old Hai said it to such an extent, I'd be too unreasonable if I disagree as well. But I'll say the nasty stuff first, following by my side, everything you have to listen to me. If anybody wants to throw a young master's tantrum, I won't be courteous. The 4 people were overjoyed when they heard and said, yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Chapter 590, Utterly Routed. Chapter 590, Utterly Routed. Wu Fang City was the Endless Alliance's headquarters right now. After returning from the vast heaven Paji, Oda, the various sects' leaders all gathered here, organizing the entire Endless Alliance martial artists. And right now, inside City Lord Manor was a complete mess. Are your Black Flame sect members all a bunch of pigs? The fierce Gale World's numbers were half of yours, and you guys actually didn't even persist for 3 days. Stop making cynical remarks here. Talked as if your Heavenly Eagle sect is so impressive. Didn't you guys just persist for 1 day more than us? Persevering a day more is also persevering. Do you know how many of our Heavenly Eagle sect's people died for the sake of this 1 day? Unlike your Black Flame sect, immediately withdrawing once you saw that the situation was bad. Pooh. Who withdrew immediately? The great battle this time, many of our elders died and our loss is grievous. If you say any more rubbish, this old man won't be finished with you. Another sect's heavyweight was just about to speak when Qin Hongtao, who had long been exasperated, already roared furiously, all shut your mouths for this old man. The fierce Gale World's 5-way great army is already gradually closing in on Crimson Light City. Once Crimson Light City is captured, it will be a flat stretch of land at the back. It will be immensely detrimental to our endless alliance. You guys are actually still in the mood to bicker here. With him roaring, everyone all kept quiet. Right now, the fierce gale world was akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping across the entire endless world's southeastern side. Right now, once the endless world's martial artists heard the fierce gale world's name, it could be said to be trembling with fear upon hearing. The fierce gale world did not seem to be anxious in expanding outwards. But every area they have been to, the butcher's knife would surely be raised up, killing off all of the martial artists. Hence, places where the fierce gale world's great army Pares said through, the endless world martial artists were all utterly routed. Now, large numbers of the southeastern area martial artists all escaped to Crimson Light City. And this Crimson Light City was an extremely crucial strategic Pares. Once it was occupied by the fierce gale world, the endless world would become very Pares-sive. Alliance Chief Ning Yishen sat at the helm, his brows knitted tightly as if he did not hear those few people's arguing. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. At this time, seeing the group of people quieten down, Ning Yishen finally said slowly, "I won't talk more about Crimson Light City's importance. Crimson Light City's City Lord, Su Hu, has already sent an emergency request for assistance to the Alliance to request for the Alliance to send people forward to reinforce. I wonder if there's anybody that all of you can recommend?" The group of old ancestors exchanged glances, their faces all showing hesitation. But nobody was willing to make a sound. Right now, mutual hostilities had already gradually developed in full swing. But both parties still maintained that final trace of restraint. Both parties' divine traversing realm powerhouses had not joined the battles yet. Once divine traversing realm experts partic 1p8'd in the fights, it would signify that the war would escalate overall. Both sides' 0 hour would also not be far. These several old ancestors had already sent out considerable strength to clash head-on with the fierce gale world. But the frontal battlefields were all crews. HI+ing defeats. This made them treasure their own strength even more, unwilling to send people for the front lines. Humph. Our 3 sects have already sent out elite forces to the southeastern 4 cities. Us few old fellows didn't even say anything, and each and every one of you guys is frightened. Seeing that these people still wished to conserve strength at this time, that ice-cold Jing Xian finally flew off the handle. The other sect's old ancestors were all silent as cicadas in cold weather. No one dared to make a sound. Jing Xian would not speak under normal circumstances. But once she spoke, that weight was rather heavy. Although the alliance was founded, the endless worlds these few sects still had their own interests and legacies to preserve in the end. How could they bear to let their own people go to their deaths? Ning Yishen swept a glance over everyone and said indifferently, "All not speaking, right? Then I'll name the names." All of a sudden, the entire assembly hall's atmosphere tensed up. Ning Yishen's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. With each people it swept to, their breathing would become nervous. Ning Yishen finally fixed his gaze on that Black Flame sect's old ancestor who spoke previously. That person immediately felt his scalp tingle. This Crimson Light City was a hot potato. It was virtually a mission with little chance of returning. Sending their Black Flame sect people over, how could they still return? Just as the Black Flame sect's old ancestor had a look of bitterness, suddenly, a servant came in to send word, "Alliance Chief, Lord Yi Yuan has already returned. He's currently outside the hall right now." Ning Yishen stood up in a flash and said, Quickly invite him inside." Black Flame sect's old ancestor only heaved a long sigh in relief when he saw Ning Yishen's expression. No matter what, this round at present was considered Pares said. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Liu Hong, the 4 of them, and slowly entered the assembly hall. Ning Yishen's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, his gaze revealing astonishment. "Alliance chiefs, are you all well?" Yi Yuan said. Ning Yishen came back to his senses. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, he said in delight, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this improvement speed of yours is too exaggerated. Before entering the vast heaven Paji, ODA, you were only 2nd level C transformation. Not even a month's time has said, and you actually already broke through to 8th level C transformation. Truly giving elder brother, a shock. The originally tense atmosphere in the hall was thoroughly broken by Yi Yuan's return, letting them all loosen up considerably. Yet, only at this time when they heard Ning Yishen say so, did everyone finally startle awake abruptly. Taking part in the trial once, less than a month's time from start to finish, and actually broke through 6 boundaries all at once. This was also too exaggerated. But Yi Yuan said carelessly, who obtained some lucky chances in the vast heaven Paji. Oda. That's why I had some breakthroughs. Ning Yishen's expression became nervous as he asked, which level did younger brother Yi reach in the end? With him asking, everyone perked their ears up. They were all very curious what level Yi Yuan reached in the end. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the 8th level. The sound of drawing in cold breaths immediately sounded out inside the assembly hall. This isn't a joke, right? The 8th level. In these 10,000 years, only one person made it to the 8th level. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is on par with the number 1 genius in 10,000 years? My god, this is also too inconceivable. Do you guys think that he is bragging? The 7th level is already very heaven-defying. The 8th level. Brag your head. Before Yi Yuan came out, he had 2 consecutive perfect completions. Making it to the 8th level is fame following credit, right? Furthermore, with Old High and those 4 great geniuses present, this sort of lie would be exposed straight away, okay? How could they know that Yi Yuan was not boasting but was too reserved? Ning Yishen said in excitement when he heard that, younger brother Yi is truly a genius among geniuses. To actually have even greater talent than the Grand Yang True Lord several thousand years ago. Congratulations, younger brother. With younger brother's talent, ascending to the divine realm will be close at hand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, rice has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. I'm only C transformation realm right now. There's still a very long way to go before ascension. Hearing these words, Ning Yishen's appraisal of Yi Yuan in his heart grew considerably. Compared to Guotaochuan although Yi Yuan was young, he was much more level-headed. Oh, right, there's something that I want to tell everybody. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The vast heaven Paji. Oda is already gone. Chapter 591, Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. Chapter 591, Taking the Initiative to Volunteer. What did you say? The vast heaven Paji. Oda is gone? Qin Hongtao nearly jumped up. Ning Yishen and Jing Xian's expressions changed drastically too. Their gazes looked towards Yi Yuan heatedly, waiting for his explanation. In contrast, although the others present there were also shocked, their reactions were not as exaggerated as Ning Yishen, the 3 of them. There was even a bit of gloating over others' misfortunes in the eyes of a small portion of the people. After all, the vast heaven Paji. Oda belonged to the 3 sects. Whether it disappeared or not did not have too big a relation with them. Grandfather, not long after Yi Yuan came out and we were just about to leave the vast heaven mystic realm, all of a sudden, the earth trembled, and the mountains swayed. The vast heaven mystic realm actually detached from the ground and flew away. Qin Yang spoke before the others could. Ning Yishen and Jing Xian both looked at their disciples. Guotaochuan and Yin Yanghua both nodded slightly. The 3 great head disciples testifying together, the convincingness was already rather strong. After a long while, Ning Yishen finally heaved a sigh and said, forget it, it's also not what we can control. At the moment, it's not the time to pursue this either. Let's continue discussing how to resolve the matter of Crimson Light City. Yi Yuan, you came back just in time. The fierce-scale world has been advancing all the way like splitting bamboo, and they already fought until almost reaching Crimson Light City. You come up with ideas too. Oh yeah, where's Old High? Yi Yuan gave a slight smile and said, Old High said that he had other matters. You make the call here will do. As he was talking, Yi Yuan sat down at the seat closest to the right-hand seat, while Liu Hong, the 4 of them, actually followed and stood behind him, rather like followers. The 4 people's actions made all the old ancestors greatly surprised. These 4 people's statuses were extremely high. Even when compared to some sects' divine traversing realm elders, they were about the same too. Because with these 4 people's talents, they were bound to become divine traversing realms in the future, even peak divine traversing realm experts. These 4 people actually stood behind Yi Yuan like underlings. The astonishment in their hearts could be imagined. Ning Yishen trio faintly had some guesses but did not change their expressions, treating it like they did not see it. As for the others, they all knew that Qi Hai kept these 4 people behind independently, but did not know why such a sight would appear now. Ahem. Ning Yishen coughed lightly and said, "Younger brother Yi is able and resourceful. Since he came back as well, I'll briefly explain the current Northern Domain situation for him and let him give ideas too." Yi Yuan was not courteous and said with a nod, "I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Ning. To let the Endless Alliance's Alliance Chief personally repeat the war situation, Yi Yuan could also be considered a special one." Although Yi Yuan was still Sea Transformation Realm, among the people present, there was already nobody who saw him as a junior anymore. This young man's potential was too great. Even though several thousand years had passed, the Grand Yang True Lord's name was still very resounding. Yi Yuan walked even further in the vast heaven Oda than the Grand Yang True Lord. One could imagine just how great his future accomplishments would be. Furthermore, behind Yi Yuan still stood leviathans like Wu Fang City and Qi Hai. Unless one could kill Yi Yuan soundlessly, otherwise, he was bound to be a god-like figure in the endless world in the future. These old ancestors were not fools. How could they possibly do something like digging their own graves? Ning Yishen did not find it troublesome either, roughly repeating the current situation. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just listened the whole time quietly. Although what Ning Yishen said was not considered detailed, Yi Yuan discerned that the endless world was currently in a very unfavorable situation right now too. Moreover, from the information that Ning Yishen revealed by accident, Yi Yuan discovered that these heavyweights still underestimated the fierce-scale world's martial artists, resulting in immensely grievous losses. These old ancestors each had selfish motives. How could they band together like strands of rope to resist the fierce-scale world? Actually, this sort of situation, Yi Yuan had long predicted it. He was naturally not surprised either. "Younger brother Yi Yuan, I wonder what views you have regarding the present war situation." In the end, Ning Yishen asked Yi Yuan for advice. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan, all wanting to hear his thoughts. Fighting a month's war with the fierce-scale world muddle-headedly, other than knowing that the fierce-scale world martial artists were very strong, these people really did not know much about other information. Each time fierce-scale world martial artists reached a place, not even fowls and dogs would be left. There was simply not much information transmitted out. Hence, while the Endless Alliance looked to be powerful, they actually have not really fought in close quarters much with the fierce-scale world up until now. But Crimson Light City's situation at present did not permit the Endless Alliance to shrink back anymore. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said coolly, "Crimson Light City, this battle must be fought no matter what." Ning Yishen was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I think so too. I was just about to send the Black Flame sect to go and assist, and you came back." Black Flame sect's old ancestor's heart thumped as he thought to himself, "It's here again." At this time now, if anyone were to step forward to sing a different tune, then that person would be the entire Endless World's public enemy. He would come to no good end. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at the Black Flame sect old ancestor's expression and shook his head and said, "I'll go." Everyone was first stunned, then taken aback. This action of Yi Yuan's seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. This isn't appropriate, right?" Ning Yishen said hesitantly. Yi Yuan was Ren Xingchuan's grandson and a junior that Qi Hai regarded highly, and more so, the Endless World's future hope. Such an important character, how could he possibly go to the front lines personally to fight in the war? Furthermore, it was going to the most dangerous place. The fierce-scale world's 5-way Great Army had besieged Crimson Light City. It was the place in the most desperate situation among all the front lines. The fierce-scale world was so powerful, how could Crimson Light City be that easy to defend? What if Yi Yuan died there? Ren Xingchuan and Qi Hai would both fly off the handle. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Nothing inappropriate about it. Crimson Light City mustn't be lost. Once it's lost, half of the northern domain will be lost too. At that time, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. None of us can shoulder this responsibility. Furthermore, the fierce-scale world's five-way great army has already surrounded Crimson Light City until not a drop of water can leak through right now. Once the city is breached, countless martial artists will suffer, so no matter what, Crimson Light City has to be defended. I see that everyone doesn't have the intention of going. Then what's wrong with me going? You all don't need to be worried about Old Man Ren and Old Hai. My matters, I'll make the call myself. When something happens, they won't find you. Having their thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Ning Yixin said rather awkwardly, "Younger brother Yi, you're mistaken. You're our endless world's hope. What you need to do now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Risking danger yourself isn't a wise move." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What can increase strength faster than fighting? All right, my decision is set. Lord Alliance Chief, there is no need to argue on this. All right then. I'll send more experts to follow you. At that time, there will be people to look after too. If the matter can't be accomplished, you still have to do your best to protect yourself. In my eyes, 10 Crimson Light cities are not as important as one Yi Yuan," Ning Yixin said firmly. This was not Ning Yixin saying flattery. Ever since knowing that Yi Yuan made it to the 8th level, his view was already the same as Qi Hai. Whether the endless world could drive back the fierce-scale world or not might fall onto Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Just need the 4 of them to follow me will do." Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Chapter 592, Bidding Farewell. Just the 5 of them go? What's the difference from no body going? What can 5 people do? Yi Yuan, his strength is strong, but when placed among thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, it probably won't have any much impact either, right? It can't be that after making it to the vast Heaven Pa-Ji Oda's 8th level, he doesn't know what's his own surname already, right? No matter how powerful he is now, he's merely just a sea transformation realm. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, the Soul Sea realms in Crimson Light City are as many as carps crossing the river. Just the peak Soul Sea realm martial artists are not in the minority too. With Yi Yuan saying this, Below immediately discussed animatedly. Although everybody had long accepted Yi Yuan's might, the war between 2 worlds and individual battles were a whole other thing. Regardless of how powerful the martial artist, when placed among thousands of martial artists, it was still insignificant. Even peak divine traversing realm powerhouses could not endure the exhaustion of large numbers of martial artists too. Yi Yuan saying to use the 5 of them to go there and assist. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Yuan, one mustn't act without due consideration. I know that you're very confident in yourself, but Crimson Light City's situation now is very unfavorable. It's best for you to bring some more people along. The 5 of you going simply makes no difference to the war situation at all. Ning Yixin urged earnestly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This trip, I have a pretty clear idea in mind. Having more people will be inconvenient instead. Lord Alliance Chief rest assured, Yi Yuan absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. However, there are a few things that I hope Alliance Chief will promise me." Seeing Yi Yuan's very persistent appearance, Ning Yixin knew that he could not sway him either and could only say, "Just say those things you need." Yi Yuan nodded and said, most of the cities in the vicinity of Crimson Light City had already fallen. It has pretty much become a lone city already. But behind Crimson Light City, there are still 2 important cities. One is Fair Sun City, the other Perpetual Peace City. If the fierce-scale world's great army fails to conquer Crimson Light City for a long time, it's very likely to leave Crimson Light City aside to go and attack those 2 cities. These 2 cities must be guarded heavily. Once something happens, Crimson Light City will completely fall into the fierce-scale world's scope of influence. Then it will really be a lone city. Ning Yixin nodded and said, "I got it. What else is there? Additionally, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs for me. I have a use for it. As for the specifics of what medicinal herbs to prepare, I'll send people to deliver here later. It must be prepared completely before tomorrow morning, Yi Yuan said. The Alliance's alchemy arrangements are all in charge by City Lord Ren. However many medicinal herbs you require, just directly get them from him will do, Ning Yishen said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I won't go through that trouble. I assume that he's very busy right now too. Alright, Yi Yuan still hasn't paid respects to parents after returning to Wufang City. I'll head back to City Lord Manor first. Finished talking, he said to the 4 people behind, you 3 stay behind for the time being. Liu Hong, follow me back to City Lord Manor. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you bring the medicinal herbs and gather at City Lord Manor's entrance. Yes. The 4 people acknowledged his words. Leaving behind Qin Yang Trio was naturally for the sake of letting them bid farewell to their family elders. From now onwards, they would have the ident. One ties of being his followers, and not those proud children of heaven enjoying myriad of adorations in the past. After Yi Yuan left, this meeting had no way of continuing either. Originally, they were discussing who to send to Crimson Light City. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually charged out and directly took on this assignment? Especially the Black Flame sect's old ancestor who was secretly whistling lucky at this time and had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Ning Yishen made a few more arrangements, and then let these old ancestors go prepare by themselves. After everyone all dispersed, Qin Hongtao's face fell as he asked Qin Yang, Yanga, what actually happened to the vast heaven Paji? Oda? Qin Hongtao's expression was unkind. Clearly, he really got angry at this grandson of his. His own grandson was actually helping outsiders to deceive him. This was something that he could not tolerate. Although Ning Yishen and Jing Xian did not speak, they clearly did not believe the words Qin Yang Trio said either. The vast heaven Paji. Oda had already stood there firmly for tens of thousands of years already. If there weren't any special circumstances, how could it possibly fly away by itself without rhyme or reason? Seeing Qin Hongtao flare up, Qin Hongtao did not have any surprised look. Grandfather, calm your anger. Grandson is not deceiving intentionally. It's truly inadvisable to be high-profile at this time. Actually, the vast heaven Paji. Oda didn't fly off by itself but was collected by Yi Yuan. From now on, the vast heaven Paji. Oda belongs to Yi Yuan alone. Qin Yang took his time to recount the events of Yi Yuan clearing the 9th level and collecting the vast heaven Paji. Oda, shocking the 3 old ancestors to their core. Even if they had thought of innumerable possibilities, they did not expect that this vast heaven Paji. Oda was actually the reward for clearing the 9th level either. The 3 people only recovered from their shock after taking a very long time. But right now, the 3 of their faces all had looks of dilemma. The vast heaven Paji. Oda was originally their 3 sexes' object. But now, it was appropriated by Yi Yuan for himself. This was something that they were unable to tolerate. The vast heaven Paji. Oda was an immensely valuable fortune. How could it be gone just like this? But Guo Taochuan heaved a sigh and said, Old ancestor, don't be thinking too much. Old Hai made me bring a few words to you all. Ning Yishen's expression became intent as he said with a nod, Speak. Old Hai said, The vast heaven Paji. Oda is just a dead object. Placing it there, you all can't even make it through the 6th level. But Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. The 4 of us following him will receive endless benefit. With him around, the endless world won't perish. Plus don't think about harming Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he'll go to the 3 sects personally to find you guys and have a discussion. The urgent matter on hand is to integrate the various sects' strength to cope with the fierce Gale World's invasion, Qin Yang said slowly. Qin Yang's words made the 3 old ancestors' hearts tensed up. Qi Hai seemed to have long guessed what they were thinking. That was why he instructed these 3 juniors to relay his words. Furthermore, even though he was not in the alliance, his guess was not far off the mark regarding the alliance's matters. He knew that right now, they were still a pile of loose sand. This warning could not be said to not be severe. If the 3 of them really dare to act rashly without careful thought, Old Hai might really do something. Ning Yixuan was the most prudent and already broke out from that sort of restless emotion earlier. He looked at Guo Taochuan and said, "Are the three of you already prepared to follow wherever Yi Yuan goes?" Guo Taochuan suddenly kneeled and did a kowtow towards Ning Yixuan, saying in a solemn voice, "Taochuan is a heavenly martial sect member in life and a heavenly martial sect's ghost in death. In the future, when I have some accomplishments, Taochuan will definitely bring the heavenly martial sect to greater heights, becoming my endless world's #1 faction." From the moment Yi Yuan came out of the Paji, Oda, Taochuan knew that he's a target whom I'm unable to surpass all my life. Following him, perhaps I can obtain unimaginable achievement. Ning Yixuan looked at Guo Taochuan with a complicated look. He only gave a long sigh after some time and said, forget it, you go then. But I hope that you'll remember today's words. Don't let me down, Guo Taochuan said with a steadfast gaze. Old ancestor rest assured, Guo Taochuan absolutely dare not to forget. Qin Hongtao looked at his own grandson and said helplessly, "Seems like you have this idea too?" Qin Yang nodded and gave Qin Hongtao a solemn kneel. Yin Yang Hua imitated the two as well, paying obeisance to Jing Xian. Chapter 593, The First Hand Seal. Chapter 593, The First Hand Seal. City Lord Manor was also a scene of bustle right now. Following the war between two worlds drawing back the curtains, the front-line martial artists' demand for medicinal pills skyrocketed too. Ren Xingchuan has been leading the pill refinements all along these days and did not partake 1p8 even in the upper echelons meetings. Yi Yuan went to pay respects to his parents. What surprised him was that his mother, Ren Hongling, was actually cultivating in closed seclusion. Instead, it was his father who was idle. He only knew after asking that ever since Ren Hongling regained essence energy, she started to cultivate frenziedly. In this period of time where Yi Yuan was at the vast heaven mystic realm, she had been in closed seclusion all along. Regarding his mother's situation, Yi Yuan could only smile helplessly. Looks like these few years, the desire that his mother suppressed in her heart finally erupted. After meeting, the father and son pair could not dispense with a round of showing great concern. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the vast heaven Paji Oda journey, making Yihang very excited. An artifact which made the entire endless world crazy was actually taken into possession by his own son. This sense of accomplishment was huge. Being informed that his son had to leave again tomorrow, Yihang said with a loud laugh, go on. Fine men have to be ready to realize their aspirations all over the world. But now, the situation has changed drastically. This Crimson Light City is an extremely dangerous place. Take utmost precaution. Yi Yuan perceived unwillingness to part and concern from father's eyes. But Yihang put on an appearance of not caring at all. It was hilarious. But Yi Yuan was touched in his heart even more. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had long surpassed, said Yihang, in Yihang's heart, Yi Yuan was forever a child. But Yihang's support regarding Yi Yuan's decision already became unconditional. Because he believed in his own son. Apart from this, Yihang had unbounded confidence in his son. If one was to say the name of the endless world's savior, then this savior was definitely Yi Yuan. Father, put your mind at ease. Yuana has a score in his heart and won't mess around. Moreover, in the vast heaven Paji Oda this time, I obtained a type of very powerful talisman. Even when facing peak divine traversing realm martial artists, I have the strength to protect myself too, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The reason why Yi Yuan took on this mission which everyone was unwilling to take was that Crimson Light City was too important. Unless they sent out divine traversing realm powerhouses, other people going would only be courting death. Furthermore, the martial artists of a dozen over southeastern cities were gathered in Crimson Light City. The number was huge. Once the city was breached, then the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan had long treated the endless world as his own home already. How could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Of course, Yi Yuan going this time still had another objective, and that was to see what were these fierce Gale World folks were planning. Why would they carry out this sort of heartless act like Ma's sackering the people in these cities? In Yi Yuan's impression, Although the fierce Gale World's people were warmongers, they were not bloodthirsty. There were definitely reasons for doing such a thing. Indeed, once Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan say so, his heart was immediately set at ease. What? Yi Yuan, he actually wants so many medicinal herbs in one go? Even if he's taking these medicinal herbs to eat for food, he doesn't need so many either, right? Ning Yixuan saw the inventory in his hand and was shocked until his jaws nearly hit the ground. The grades of these medicinal herbs were not high. The highest was also just quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs. But the quant. 1 Tai marked on the list was seriously too Ma's sieve. You mustn't forget, this boy is still an alchemist. Jing Xian reminded. Ning Yixuan was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, of course I know that he's an alchemist. But there aren't that many alchemists inside Crimson Light City either. What does he want to do with so many low-level medicinal herbs? Him refining medicinal pills alone, even if he refined till the year after next, he can't finish refining either, right? Yi Yuan tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. Him doing so should have his own intentions. Going to Crimson Light City this time, he's only bringing the 4 of us. Then this big play naturally has to fall on these medicinal herbs. Although I don't know how he will refine medicinal pills, I think that he wouldn't go so far as to do this because he's bored, Yin Yanghua said. Ning Yixuan was stunned. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be like this. He then ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs. Do the 3 of you have anything in mind? Yi Yuan playing a lone hand this time. How on earth is he planning on resolving Crimson Light City's crisis? Ning Yixuan suddenly asked. The 3 people all shook their heads blankly. Guo Taochuan said, honestly speaking, starting from the first time I laid eyes on Yi Yuan, I've never figured out his thoughts at all. My thoughts simply can't keep in pace with his. When I calculate 10 steps, he probably already calculated 100 steps long ago. Ning Yixuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, putting aside you guys, even this old man has never figured out his thoughts before either. Forget it, let him toss and turn himself. Us, these old fellows, just have to ensure the logistical work will do. Old Man Qin, our 2 families each send out a team again, and head towards Fair Sun and Perpetual Peace, these 2 cities, respectively. Qin Hongtao nodded and said, all right. No problem. Since the 3 of you are going follow Yi Yuan in the future, keep in mind to not give in to personal feelings. His strength has already said yours by far too much now. You guys have to double up yourselves. Not just anyone has the qualifications to follow by a powerhouse's side. Ning Yixuan said solemnly. The 3 people's expression tensed up, and they all nodded their heads somberly. Yi Yuan and Yi Hang conversed all the way till midnight before returning to their own rooms. In his room, with just a will of his mind, he arrived inside the vast Heaven Paji. ODA. This 9 characters true word formula is truly incomparably profound. The Lin character's first-hand seal, I'm unable to form it to this day. But through such a long time of fumbling about, I'm only missing one final step as well. I wonder if my heart realm can break through after forming this first-hand seal. This period of time, apart from cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was comprehending the Lin character. Except that this rate of progress was even slower than he imagined. Yi Yuan had been antic. 1p8ing all this while that he could have some breakthrough in heart realm after this Lin character had some breakthrough. Yi Yuan closed his eyes slightly and started visualizing the Lin character. Through this period of visualization, Yi Yuan could faintly sense that this Lin character had a total of 9 hand seals. But what he could visualize clearly right now was only this first hand seal. These 9 hand seals formed a complete seal. If one could completely acquaint themselves with these 9 hand seals, the power would likely be unimaginable. In a twinkle, a night Pares said. Dawn was breaking. All of a sudden, a rather mysterious sensation poured into Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly, both hands swiftly forming a seal. Yi Yuan, who was initially just lacking one final step, actually successfully formed it this time. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart rate suddenly sped up. The heart realm, which had already reached a bottleneck, originally actually burst through directly. Except, This final result made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Sigh. I thought that I'd already reached the threshold of heart-like monolith. Turns out that it's just the heart-like still waters bottleneck. No wonder heart realm boundaries are so hard to break through. Just the first level of heart-like still water is so challenging already. If I didn't acquire this 9 characters true word formula, I'm afraid I don't know how long I'd have to be stuck at this bottleneck, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Heart realm. This sort of thing was a mystery even among mysteries. Even in the divine realm, no body could give the accurate minor boundaries divisions either. All along, Yi Yuan had half-baked knowledge regarding heart realm as well. Along with the time of him entering heart-like still water heart realm getting increasingly longer, he thought that he had already walked very far along the path of heart realm. But looking at it now, it was not the case at all. Yi Yuan realized that he probably only stayed for a time on a heart-like still waters minor boundary up until now. And succeeding in the Lin character's first-hand seal, Yi Yuan finally broke through this minor boundary. Yi Yuan entered into heart-like still water heart realm and fastidiously sensed the changes after breaking through. However, he discovered to his dismay that there did not seem to be too obvious a change. Could it be that apart from reducing the expenditure on heart force, there aren't other changes? The advancement in heart realm is a kind of auxiliary realm. There must still be other effects. Oh right. Comprehending concepts. Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and started to comprehend concepts. At this time, Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that his speed when comprehending concepts actually obtained a substantial increase. This sort of enhancement was not worth mentioning when relatively speaking about the entire concept's comprehension duration, but accumulating months and years, this sort of enhancement margin would be very terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to comprehend the scorching concept earlier. He discovered that the short while of comprehension efficiency just now was twofold than before. In the past, Yi Yuan already noticed that under heart-like still water heart realm, the speed of comprehending concepts was slightly faster compared to normal. But breaking through the bottleneck now, he did not expect that the extent of the increase would actually be so great. So that's how it is. Really looking forward to what kind of changes heart realm will have after comprehending the second-hand seal. Yi Yuan, who tasted the benefits, gave rise to a strong interest in the 8-hand seals at the back of the Lin character. If he were to fully comprehend the 9-hand seals, then wouldn't the comprehension speed of concepts be ridiculous? But, on this point, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed the powerful aspect of this 9 characters true word formula. Just a Lin character had such formidable might. One had to know that the speed of comprehending concepts was entirely dependent on talent. If there wasn't any heaven-defying lucky chance, it was simply impossible to have any change. And the Lin character could actually cultivate and advance his heart realm. It could even promote the speed of concepts comprehension through heart realm. This was simply unheard of. This was equivalent to saying that a martial artist's cultivation could totally disregard talent. Such an effect was simply too heaven-defying. However, cultivating the 9 characters true word formula with Yi Yuan's talent, the effects were clearly more prominent. This made Yi Yuan having immense interest in the other 8 characters too. When he had time, he must study them well. Right at this time, Xu Zihui's lowered voice came from outside the door. Younger brother Yi, Qin Yang, the 3 of them have already been waiting for a long time. Yi Yuan went out and said to Xu Zihui, I've made elder brother wait for long. I'll head over right now. Walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around again and said, Oh yeah, elder brother, after coming back from this trip, I'll assist you to break through to the divine traversing realm. This period of time, you think of ways to gather these few kinds of medicinal herbs. Wait till I come back, I'll help you refine medicinal pills. As he said, Yi Yuan threw Xu Zihui a jade slip. Xu Zihui practically received the jade slip quiveringly. He had already been stuck at the 9th level Soul Sea realm for a very long time but kept on failing to find the opportunity to break through. To the endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm was a massive threshold. The vast majority of martial artists were unable to cross it. One should not look at how those divine traversing realm experts in the various northern domains great sects were as many as dogs. In comparison to the entire number endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm experts were truly very rare. It was unknown how many Soul Sea realm experts harbored grievances in front of this Ma's Civ threshold. Xu Zihui's age was not considered young either. His hope of breaking through was already increasingly bleak. He himself was almost giving up all hope. So these few years, he had his thoughts placed on grooming his son all along and was rather negligent with his own cultivation instead. He never would have thought that he could actually really break through to divine traversing realm one day. How could this not agitate him? As for the words Yi Yuan said, he never doubted them before. Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a sermon in Wufang City caused a huge sensation. Xu Zihui already knew that. He knew that even City Lord, His Excellency, could not possibly reach such a level too. What Yi Yuan was lacking right now was just cultivation realm, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had confidence in breaking through to Soul Sea realm before coming back this time. Xu Zihui was just about to say a whole bunch of appreciative words only to hear Yi Yuan say, "All right, is there still a need for such formalities between us? Swallow the words in your stomach back down." Xu Zihui was stupefied, then immediately smiled fatuously and said, "This favor, elder brother accepts it." "Who, that's right," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Roughly 10 days later, Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, put away the spirit boat they used and descended on a mountain range 10,000 miles outside of Crimson Light City. "Brother Yi, a fiendish aura is surging to the skies in the direction of Crimson Light City. Looks like these fierce-scale world martial artists all lost their mind in the slaughtering. Just how long has it been to actually account you emulate such a horrifying fiendish air?" Qin Yang said. Yi Yuan also knew that these few people were following him just for the sake of seeking a lucky chance. So he did not go overboard either and let them address him Brother Yi would suffice. Although it was rather weird, it sounded much better than Master or whatever. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too, and he said, even though fierce-scale world martial artists are intrepid, they shouldn't fall so low to the extent of becoming butchers. This Zhao Tianyin truly deserves death. Separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan they all could feel the fiendish aura surging to the skies. It could be seen just how many people those fierce-scale world martial artists killed in this period of time. The dozen over southeastern cities were probably already reduced to savage battlefield. "Brother Yi, then what should we do now?" Liu Hong asked. These 4 people were uncertain what Yi Yuan planned on doing as well. 5 people coming to support such a large city. This was simply a fantastical tale. And Yi Yuan kept his mouth tightly shut along the way too, as if he did not have the intention of explaining. This made the intense itch in their hearts even harder to endure. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Enter the city." The 4 people were stunned. Guo Taochuan said in surprise, "Brother Yi, according to the reports, in order to prevent spies from sneaking in, all the transmission arrays in the city has long been destroyed already. Without transmission arrays, how do we enter the city? After Crimson Light City sent out the courier to request reinforcements, they destroyed all of the transmission arrays. Now, Crimson Light City's Grand Array was activated, and the city gates tightly shut. It was simply impossible to go in. So when Yi Yuan said to enter the city, the 4 people all felt very surprised. Under such circumstances, how should they enter the city? Yi Yuan did not reply, but countered with a question, "The array formation that I taught you guys, how's the rehearsal?" Upon hearing that, Guo Taochuan said excitedly, Brother Yi's 4 symbols battle formation is indeed formidable. With the 4 of our strength coordinating with the array formation, being evenly matched with late-stage Soul Sea martial artists is nothing difficult too." Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard and said, "Very good. Then let's slaughter our way in." Chapter 595, Seeing Shangguan Lingyun Again. Chapter 595, Seeing Shangguan Lingyun Again. Slaughter our way in? Guo Taochuan almost sprained his tongue. The other 3 people clearly had choked up expressions too. They did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such crazy words. Liu Hong swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, the fierce-scale world's 5-way great army, the martial artists are probably as many as in the millions. Among them, there are no shortage of late-stage Soul Sea realm expert. Slaughter our way in. That isn't too likely to work, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Scared? There's still time now. You guys return first then. I'll just go in alone. With this, the 4 proud children of heaven got stimulated. Guo Taochuan said stammeringly, scared of what? Men have to die heroically. I'll fight with you. Yin Yanhua's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, I'm going too. Yi Yuan looked at the other 2 with a half-smile and said, what about you guys? The 2 gritted their teeth and said, go. The 4 of you just need to bother with slaughtering a path in. Don't need to care about anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't break away from the array formation no matter what. Yi Yuan warned. The 4 people's expressions became severe, and they nodded their heads to acknowledge one after another. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for these people. After half a day, 4 people appeared in front of the fierce-scale world's great army. As far as the eye could see, the dense SS were all human heads, striking terror into the hearts of Liu Hong, the 4 people. These were all powerful martial artists and not mortal armies. So many people, each person spitting a mouthful of spittle was also sufficient to drown the 4 of them, but Yi Yuan did not show too much expression on his face. He said indifferently, you all just treat it like you're still inside the vast heaven Paji. Oda. Most of these martial artists are also just crystal formation and sea transformation. Soul Sea realm experts are only the minority comparatively speaking. With your strength coordinating through the 4 symbols battle formation, slaughtering our way in shouldn't be hard. The 4 symbols battle formation was a tier 4 array formation with immense might. It was especially suited for battle. Not only could this array formation reduce the 4 people's essence energy consumption, but it could also increase the 4 people's average combat power even more so. Liu Hong, the 4 of them, were originally the Endless World's pinnacle geniuses. After coming out of the vast heaven Paji, Oda, they had each already broken through to 2nd level Soul Sea. With their strength, dealing with ordinary middle-stage Soul Seas was absolutely not an issue. With the 4 symbols battle formation, the 4 of them working together to deal with ordinary late-stage Soul Seas was also no object. Along the way, the mission that Yi Yuan As signed to them was to RSE this 4 symbols battle formation. These 4 people were all talented and brilliant people. Though the time was short on this trip, they were already considered to have learned the rudiments of this set of array formation. The 5 people's appearance immediately alarmed the fierce-scale world's great army. A large group of martial artists came up and fenced the few of them in a tight ring. It's Endless World Martial Artist. Kill without mercy. These fierce-scale world martial artists clearly lost their minds with the killing already. Upon seeing the 5 people, they were going to take action and kill people without a word. When Liu Hong the 4 people saw the fierce-scale world martial artists' actions, fury surged in their hearts with a froom. The 4 people went into battle formation and started killing. Liu Hong, the 4 people, were all Soul Sea realm experts. They were originally cranes standing among chickens in front of these ordinary martial artists to begin with. Coordinating with the 4 symbols battle formation, the 4 of them were akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. They immediately cut a large swath. Wailing sound rose from all directions. But these fierce-scale world martial artists all did not fear death. Seeing this sort of situation, not only did they not retreat, they became even more frenzied instead. Yi Yuan deployed a small centiliter US tur of 1,000 flowing petals and followed behind the 4 step by step, like strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally, some who did not have eyesight came in front of him, and the petals directly reaped their lives. Yi Yuan discovered that each one of these fierce-scale world martial artists all had immensely heavy fiendish aura, their state akin to insanity. Evidently, there were considerable endless world martial artists' fresh blood on their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan also discovered that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tianin's charisma in the fierce-scale world. No wonder the Purple Mansion sect did not hesitate to destroy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array to link together the realm Pares Sageway after lurking in the endless world for several thousand years. The power of faith was truly frightening. Continuing according to this sort of situation, these martial artists would most likely lose themselves in the end, becoming a machine that only knew slaughter. What on earth does this Zhao Tianyin want to do? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. The disturbance stirred in this corner spread to the Central Army's main tent very quickly. A young man with a dignified bearing stood in the air and looked towards that corner. Lord Shangguan, no idea where several fellows who don't fear death popped out from. To actually dare rush at our great army. This subordinate will send people to exterminate them right now. The person speaking was called Deng Sheng. He was one of the main commanders in the five-way great army with a 9th level Soul C strength. This young man in front of him was only 7th level Soul C strength, but Deng Sheng was extremely deferential towards him. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize this young man. He was precisely the Shangguan Lingyun who had not fought with him when he was at the Fierce Gale World. Since Yi Yuan returned from the Fierce Gale World, not a year's time was up. This Shangguan Lingyun actually broke through a full major realm, becoming the commander-in-chief for the five-way great army. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "You make a trip personally then. Bring a few more people over. Among the 5 people over there, for have Soul C realm strength." Furthermore, the 4 of them seemed to be rehearsing some kind of array formation. The power is quite strong. Additionally, one person seems to only have C transformation realm strength. But I have a feeling that this C transformation realm is the strongest among them. Deng Sheng was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that Shangguan Lingyun would actually give such an evaluation. He sensed that C transformation realm existence too. But the commotion caused by that C transformation realm was clearly not as big as those Soul C realm experts. Shangguan Lingyun actually gave such a high appraisal of that C transformation realm. This made him rather disapproving. No matter how powerful a C transformation realm martial artist was, how strong could they get? However, regarding Shangguan Lingyun's orders, Deng Sheng did not dare to defy. He would not dare to look at how this person in front of him was just 7th level Soul C. His true combat strength was even stronger than peak Soul C realm. Deng Sheng picked 10 middle stage Soul C realm martial artists and directly flew to Yi Yuan there. Liu Hong, the 4 people charged all the way over. Most were C transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists, dying upon touching. Occasionally, there were a few initial stage Soul C realm experts that surrounded over. It was basically also the outcome of them getting instantly wiped. Deng Sheng, the few of them flew over to this side very quickly. Deng Sheng yelled out, "All back off for me." Those martial artists were not as undisciplined as the Endless World martial artists. Upon hearing these words, they vacated a large piece of open space very quickly. Deng Sheng's group of people landed in front of Yi Yuan's 5 people, blocking their path. A few punks who don't know life from death. To dare bully my Fierce Gale World for having no one? Deng Sheng said ferociously. In this short while, the Fierce Gale World could be said to have Ma's civ casualties. Yi Yuan's figure flashed, blocking in front of the 4 people, and said coolly, "You guys walk around the side. Leave these dregs to me." "Yes, brother Yi." Facing Yi Yuan's order, the 4 people did not hesitate at all, directly killing over towards the side. How haughty a person was Deng Sheng. Hearing that Yi Yuan, a puny little C transformation realm, actually dared to look down upon him, he could not help blowing a fuse. "Boy, you're courting death. The few of you, attack for me. Hack this brat into pieces." Under Deng Sheng's command, 10 middle stage Soul C realm experts joined forces and attacked Yi Yuan. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan blasted a fist out nonchalantly. Deng Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 596, You're Different. Chapter 596, You're Different. A single punch, and 10 middle stage Soul C experts flew out like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms. Yi Yuan's application regarding true dragon strength was even more skillful now. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath as well. With Yi Yuan's current combat power, middle stage Soul Cs were basically opponents that could not last a single exchange with him. This is a joke, right? This C transformation realm martial artist strength is actually so formidable. Those few are all lord officers. They actually couldn't even block a punch of his. Where did this boy pop out from? Too terrifying. The shock that this scene brought to those fierce-scale world martial artists was too intense. They were staring with their mouths gaping for a time. A sea transformation realm sending 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts flying directly with one punch. This violated common sense too much. Finished striking out that one punch, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He still walked forward unhurriedly, gradually nearing to Deng Sheng. This sort of attitude was as if this was not among thousands of soldiers and horses but Yi Yuan's own residence's backyard. Being unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing manner, Deng Sheng actually took a step back unconsciously. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived in front of Deng Sheng and stopped to say calmly, "Get lost. I only want to enter the city." Everyone drew a cold breath. A sea transformation realm martial artist actually said "get lost" to the commander of an army. Furthermore, that commander actually retreated a step. Deng Sheng's face flushed scarlet red and felt that he lost face in front of so many subordinates. "Boy, you're too rampant. Just the likes of you alone wish to enter the city too? Do you really treat us like we don't exist?" Deng Sheng was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Honestly speaking, he was shocked by that scene earlier too. One punch sending 10 middle-stage Soul Seas flying. He touched his heart and felt that he could accomplish it too. But it absolutely could not be accomplished like lifting something heavy as if it was light like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he did not need to look and also knew that those 10 officials at this time were already left with less than half. Yi Yuan directly smashed half of the people to death with one punch. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You said it like you exist. If you still don't scram, I'm going to attack." Deng Sheng's expression changed. The pressure that this sea transformation realm gave him was seriously too great. Even he felt it was rather preposterous. All along, they all felt that the endless world martial artists were all soft persimmons. But today, he finally ran into a formidable character, except that this formidable character seemed to be extremely tough. This was in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. This boy was actually thinking of slaughtering his way into the city directly. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Raising his hand, it was a flame movement true dragon carnage punch. Deng Sheng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually really made a move against him directly. Caught off guard, he could only hastily withstand it. Rumble. Deng Sheng's body was directly smashed flying out. But Deng Sheng's strength was clearly much stronger compared to those middle-stage Soul Seas. This punch from Yi Yuan did not cause much substantial damage to him. Except in front of so many subordinates, it was a tremendous loss of face. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan's figure flashed. With a rumble, it was another punch. Deng Sheng was smashed flying out once again. When the two punches smashed, Yi Yuan pounced ahead and already advanced 1,000 feet away. He actually caught up to the Liu Hong 4 people who were killing enemies vigorously. Rumble. An imposing momentum that toppled mountains and overturned the seas engulfed everything and swept over, sending the surrounding bunch of fierce-scale world martial artists directly flying out. Deng Sheng's aura instantly rose to the peak, his two eyes fully red. Clearly, he was already enraged to the max. A main commander of an army like him was actually pressed against the wall and had his face smacked today. How could this not infuriate him? Stinking brat. You're dead for sure. A horrifying aura spread out. Deng Sheng was going to be serious. However, facing this scene, Yi Yuan was still very calm, as if the target that Deng Sheng was attacking was not him. Right at this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the air in front of Deng Sheng. "Put it away. You're not his match." The arrival was precisely Shangguan Lingyun. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He knew that this Shangguan Lingyun was the #1 genius on par with Zhao Chenggan, but had never fought before. To think that not seeing for a period of time, the other party was actually late-stage Soul Sea already. "Yi Yuan, long time no see. Didn't expect that when we meet once again, it would actually be at such an occasion." Shangguan Lingyun greeted with a smile as if he ran into an old friend of many years. Even though Shangguan Lingyun's strength advanced considerably, Yi Yuan's current strength was also incomparable with the past. He naturally would not mind. You didn't expect it. But I expected it long ago, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Lingyun was dazed, but he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly and said smilingly, the martial artist world is where the weak are prey and the strong feasts in the first place. The endless world is on a declining trend but enjoys such excellent resources. My fierce gale world is powerful but suffers the anguish of gale winds all year round. Therefore, this excellent territory should naturally be enjoyed by us. Is that so? Then what's with the Ma's sackring of cities? Yi Yuan did not argue but countered with a question. Towards such an excuse, Yi Yuan was too clear, and he also could not be bothered to dispute anything. Shangguan Lingyun said, weaklings should have the manner of weaklings. Your endless world sealed the realm Pares Sageway for thousands of years. How much of our time have you wasted? This is the punishment that Wind Emperor, His Majesty, gave the endless world. I underestimated Zhao Tianyin, that old dog. Looks like he still has some capabilities. At least, this method of obscurantism, he used it to the acme of perfection. However, do you believe this sort of reason? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Zhao Tianyin old dog, Shangguan Lingyun did not display a look of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is our paramount ruler. Whatever he says is naturally all correct. As his citizens, we only need to do things according to what he says. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sized Shangguan Lingyun up curiously. Shangguan Lingyun had a smile on his face. The words he said seemed to be as a matter of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's not right. Logically speaking, your Shangguan family and Zhao Tianyin should be implacable enemies. It's fine if he's deceiving some fools, but you all, these first-rate families, shouldn't be to the extent of being deluded by his words, right? Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, you don't need to rack your brains either. Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is Wind Emperor, His Majesty. His word is the imperial edict. Yi Yuan, you're different from these endless world's lowly martial artists. Why not join our fierce gale world? With your strength, becoming the Wind Emperor in the future is a certainty. This Shangguan Lingyun was a clever man. He saw through that Yi Yuan was trying to worm facts out of him. Seeing that there was no success, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, don't give me that. Zhao Tianyin, that old dog, must die. The next time you see him, help me tell him to wash his dog head clean and wait for me to chop it. Shangguan Lingyun's face was still smiling as he said coolly, honestly speaking, I don't wish to be enemies with you. But it looks like we still can't avoid crossing swords. How about this? Let's only use one move. If you win, I'll let you enter the city. How's that? Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, I thought that you'd use your subordinates' lives to hold down the fort. Didn't think that you still quite cherish these subordinates. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, if it was somebody else, they are naturally undeserving of me making a move. But you are different. Chapter 597, Grant You a Battle. Chapter 597, Grant You a Battle. That scene of Yi Yuan wasting Zhao Chenggan was still fresh in Shangguan Lingyun's memory. Although his strength improved greatly now, he still did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan. Let alone that the combat strength Yi Yuan displayed earlier was plenty to make people feel shocked. Toward Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun maintained the mentality of fear from start to end. This was not just because Yi Yuan's strength was super strong. How he escaped out of the fierce gale world on that day was a mystery all along as well. Reportedly, Lord Wind Emperor personally showed up at the scene that day, but Yi Yuan was still standing here perfectly well right now. That by itself indicated a lot of problems. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and suddenly smiled and said, fine. Bring it. Even though these martial artists were clay chickens and pottery dogs to Yi Yuan, him killing in and out as he wished 10 times over was not an issue. These martial artists were different from those demonic beasts in the vast heaven Paji. Oda. They would not collide into the tip of his spear without heed for their lives. Even if Yi Yuan did what he did inside the vast heaven Paji, Oda, and used the myriad rain sword blades, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Furthermore, just the 9th level soul seas here were quite a few. Yi Yuan naturally could not possibly kill off every single one. His goal was very simple, which was in order to enter the city. Since Shangguan Lingyun was willing to let him pass us, that was naturally for the best. As for losing to Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan never thought of this possibility. Shangguan Lingyun lifted his hand slightly. Those fierce Gale World martial artists immediately vacated a large area. The battle that originally encircled Liu Hong, the four of them, also stopped at this time. Actually, back at the fierce Gale World, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Today, I finally got my wish, plus it's just that sadly, I probably can't enjoy to my heart's content today. Shangguan Lingyun made a move with a faint smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll grant you a battle. Yi Yuan did not see Shangguan Lingyun take any other action, but the surrounding essence energy closed in around the latter crazily. That imposing momentum was actually even stronger than Deng Sheng's previously. Gradually, a bright full moon condensed and formed in front of Shangguan Lingyun, looking rather lustrous and serene and moving. Yet, the killing intent emitting off from that full moon made everyone's blood run cold. Seeing this scene, Liu Hong, the four of them, were stricken with terror too. This young man's age was more or less the same as theirs, but his strength was actually much more stronger. Could it be that the strength of the fierce Gale World's martial artists were all formidable to such an extent? They could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, this young man was a major realm higher than him after all. Furthermore, this youth's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Could Yi Yuan resist or not? The four people exchanged glances and could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Facing the powerful Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. When Shenying's sword was drawn, 10,000 streaks of sword blades condensed and formed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed and he said somberly, condensing the form of gathered essence. A sea transformation realm can actually achieve condensed form of gathered essence. You truly are a peerless genius. Full moon slash. Plus myriad rain sword blade. It was only to see that bright moon rotated with extreme speed, slicing over toward Yi Yuan. It collided against those 10,000 streaks of sword blades very quickly. That bright full moon was like an extremely swift blade, slicing those sword blades into fragments one after another instantly. Streaks of sword blades were annihilated like this by the bright moon. But that bright moon was also becoming faint at an incredible speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swooze. Plus finally, it was still the sword blades which depleted the full moon first. The remaining bits and pieces streaks of sword blades flew towards Shangguan Lingyun. Except, these remaining sword blades were nothing to be feared to Shangguan Lingyun. Only to see him wave his hand casually. Those sword blades dissipated into nothingness. You won, Shangguan Lingyun said with a faint smile, as if he had long predicted the outcome. Something within expectations, Yi Yuan said coolly. I originally thought that my improvement in this 1 year was already huge. Didn't expect that your improvement was even greater. You're only at the sea transformation realm and can actually achieve condensing the form of gathered essence already. Truly remarkable. Shangguan Lingyun said. Is that very hard? I could already do it when I was second level sea transformation, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said with a smile, to a genius like you, it's naturally simple. But to mediocre talents like us, it's something that's impossible to accomplish. From birth until now, Shangguan Lingyun had always been crowned with the title of genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, he simply did not have the capital to be called a genius. However, him admitting this fact so calmly and declaring himself mediocre still made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "You're stronger than Zhao Chenggan. No wonder you can stand here, while he can only become a good-for-nothing." Shangguan Lingyun suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "A good-for-nothing, huh? I afraid not." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean?" Nothing. I just want to say that Brother Yi might still have the chance to meet Zhao Chenggan. Furthermore, that day shouldn't be too far away. Even if he stands before me again, he's still a good-for-nothing." Yi Yuan said indifferently. His heart was far from as calm as on the surface. He was distinguished. Plussing the true and false of Shangguan Lingyun's words. He already damaged Zhao Chenggan's dantian at that time. With Zhao Tianin's means, it was impossible to help Zhao Chenggan restore his dantian. What the hell was happening here? Moreover, logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Lingyun to have such rapid improvement speed. Yet, he rose a full major realm. How did he accomplish it? Yi Yuan felt more and more that the fierce Gale World's invasion this time was not quite normal, exuding strangeness all over. Brother Yi's talent stands above others. But better don't look down on Zhao Chenggan. When he comes out this time, he'll probably become different. Alright, one must be willing to lose if they bet. You guys enter the city then. Shangguan Lingyun moved aside and actually really opened up a path. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the city gates unhurriedly. Lord Shangguan was actually defeated. How is this possible? Who in the world is that youth? To actually be able to defeat the ever-victorious Lord Shangguan with sea transformation realm strength? Yeah. The last time Lord Shangguan personally took action, he killed 3 late-stage sea transformation experts with one move. I thought that he was already invincible beneath divine traversing realm. Didn't expect that he actually lost. I thought that the endless world was all a bunch of trash. Didn't think that there was actually still such a strong youth. He's not yet 18 years old, right? His strength is actually even stronger than Lord Shangguan's. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made the countenance of all the fierce Gale World martial artists change. In their view, Shangguan Lingyun's strength was already formidable until he was unbeatable. Unless it was a divine traversing realm powerhouse who came, otherwise, there was simply no possibility of losing. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyun very rarely made a move. But each time he took action, it was killing in one move no matter how powerful the opponent was. But today, the invincible Lord Shangguan actually lost to a youth a full major realm lower than him. This was too subverting. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan walked towards Crimson Light City slowly. As he made his move, the fierce Gale World martial artists automatically moved aside, creating a path for him. Chapter 598, Questioning. Chapter 598, Questioning. Above Crimson Light City's tall city gates, there were several silhouettes currently looking into the distance, taking everything that happened below the city gates into their sights. City Lord, this youth is incredible. Even the fierce Gale World's commander isn't this match. The one speaking was called Ding Qi, City Lord Su, whose confidant. He was an 8th level Soul Sea realm expert. Su, whose expression was as per normal. But that hint of surprise in his eyes could not be wiped away. Hearing Ding Qi appraise that youth, he nodded and said, "No idea where this youth popped out from. His strength is truly terrifyingly daunting. He's only at the sea transformation realm and can actually cross a major realm to battle." Ding Qi's eyes flickered, and he said, "City Lord, could this youth be the reinforcements that the Alliance sent us?" Su, who was stunned, and said with a nod, "We're cut off from all information with the outside world right now and don't know the arrangements of the Alliance at all. Hearing you say this, there's really that possibility. But what if it's a ploy?" Ding Qi was secretly startled and said, "With City Lord saying this, I'm really quite worried. Ever since that fierce Gale World's young commander led the great army, they have always mowed down all resistance. Many troublesome opponents were all personally disposed of by him. Furthermore, I heard that they were all killed with one move. That youth is strong, but it is truly a bit too ridiculous." With Ding Qi's analysis, the suspicion in Su, whose heart grew even more. "With you saying this, I'm really starting to doubt. This youth is a bit too ridiculously powerful. Those 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts earlier actually could not survive one exchange with him. Although that punch of his looked to be very terrifying, it might truly have the suspicion of acting out a play. Also, that young commander clearly did not go all out. So many martial artists facing 5 people, why should they make way? Also, even if this youth's strength is really that powerful, he's one person after all. What help is there to the war situation by coming here? Even if he can come and leave as he pleased, how will he lead so many people to escape with their lives? Ding Qi and Su Hu exchanged a glance and said, "Could it be that this youth is really here to trick us? Once we open up a gap in the Grand Array, those fierce-scale world martial artists below will have the opportunity to take advantage. I'm not worried about others, but that young commander's strength is too formidable. To say that he's the number one person beneath divine traversing is also not over the top. Once he's been given a hint of an opportunity, behind us are the lives of all the people in the city." The pair chipped in a word each and finally concluded Yi Yuan's true intent. One tie. And at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived below the city gates too. While Shangguan Lingyun at this time was looking at them from a place not far away, his face still carrying a smile. "City Lord Su Hu, we're the reinforcements that the Alliance sent. Please open up the Grand Array and let us go in." Qin Yang mustered up essence energy and shouted in a clear voice. Su Hu's brows furrowed and he gave Ding Qi a look. Ding Qi understood and called out, "Do you all have any proof?" Qin Yang took out a silk-like object and fired a seal at it. That silk vanished directly and appeared in front of Su Hu. Su Hu took a look at the silk. Indeed, it was an item issued with the Alliance's name. But Su Hu's expression still did not take a turn for the better. The time the Endless Alliance has been established was too short. Many systems had all yet to be perfected. Crimson Light City was too distant from Wufang City and was not familiar with many of the Alliance's things. A tiny piece of silk, they were simply unable to differentiate the truth from the false. "This thing is too easy to copy. We can't open the array formation," Ding Qi called out in a clear voice. Qin Yang was stunned. He did not think that these fellows were actually so inflexible. He was someone quite arrogant at heart and haughty in manner after all. Coming to assist this city and they actually did not believe him. This made his young master temper flare up. "Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor, Qin Hongtao's grandson. Can it still be fake?" Qin Hongtao said furiously once Su Hu heard this. The suspicion in his heart grew even more. He said with a cold smile, "Heh, would old ancestor Qin send his own grandson here? Don't joke with me. Looks like you guys are indeed sent by the fierce-scale world to trick us. You." Qin Yang could not help choking up but did not know how he should refute. Yeah, logically speaking, Qin Hongtao indeed would not send his own grandson here to this sort of dangerous place, let alone that they still directly charged towards the city very arrogantly just now. Seeing this scene, Su Hu could not help shaking his head very disappointedly and said, "Sigh, looks like over at the Alliance there can't be counted on. Can it be that this city full of endless world martial artists all can't escape the vicious killing?" Inside the city was packed full of martial artists right now. As the city lord, Su Hu had immense pressure too. Facing everything outside the city, he had no choice but to be cautious. One careless move and the price was not what he could bear. Looks like your own people aren't very trusting of you guys." Shangguan Lingyun gloated over their misfortune. Yi Yuan turned out and gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Seems like you're very pleased." Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be pleased? Even if I let you guys go over, you all can't enter the city too, isn't it so?" Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "The four of you stick close to me. We're entering the city." "Ah!" The four people were dazed, and they had not yet reacted when Yi Yuan's figure already moved and arrived at the edge of the Grand Array. "What are you still in a daze for?" Yi Yuan urged. The four people hurriedly caught up. Yi Yuan stepped out and directly crossed into the Grand Array. Seeing this scene, the smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face immediately froze there. This Grand Array which obstructed thousands of soldiers and horse was actually regarded as nothing by Yi Yuan. The reason why the fierce-scale world's five-way great army did not have any incident all along, surrounding and but not attacking, was because of this Grand Array before their eyes. This Grand Array was called Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array. It was a true blue Tier 5 low-grade Grand Array. Unless divine traversing realm experts came here, there was simply no way to crack it. All this time, Shangguan Lingyun was not in a hurry and only surrounded and did not attack. As long as this place became a lone city, they would take it down sooner or later. Who could have thought that this Grand Array which even Soul Sea realm experts were powerless against? Yi Yuan entered with a lift of his leg. Qin Yang 4 people could not help being overjoyed when they saw the situation and hurriedly followed Yi Yuan into the grand array. When the Su who on top of the city gates saw this scene, his countenance likewise changed abruptly. He hurriedly said to Ding Qi, "Quick! Deploy the grand array and kill the 5 of them for me." Ding Qi was also startled inwardly and hastily took out a talisman and fired essence energy into it, transmitting back to the center of the grand array controlling the array formation. The one presiding over the grand array was a young Tier 4 array master. His name was Shao Siki. Although he was unable to unleash the grand array's full power, deploying the grand array to resist martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm was still achievable. Receiving the message in the talisman, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly deployed the grand array, wanting to kill Yi Yuan 5 people. Yet, with this deployment, Shao Siki's expression changed. What's going on? Why is this mystic crystal iron chain array out of my control? Chapter 599, Yet to go all out. Chapter 599, Yet to go all out. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Hu, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This young man actually crossed over directly into the array formation, and then flew on top of the city walls and stood in front of him. Su Hu very much wanted to slap this youth before his eyes to death with one palm. However, not knowing why, he actually could not raise his hand. "Your city lord Su Hu?" Yi Yuan looked quietly at Su Hu and asked. "Insolence! You actually dare to be disrespectful towards City Lord, His Excellency," Ding Qi reproached. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked at Su Hu quietly, waiting for his reply. Su Hu discovered that he actually had a feeling of being short on breath in front of this youth. Finally, he could not endure this sort of stifling atmosphere and said with a nod, "That's right, I'm Su Hu. Could it be that you are really here to reinforce Crimson Light City?" When Qin Yang saw this Su Hu, he immediately felt irate. He was just about to fly off the handle when he was pulled by Yin Yanghua from behind, shaking her head at him. Qin Yang was startled. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he kept his mouth shut. "It's naturally true. Otherwise, do you think that I'll still stand here perfectly well speaking to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Hu was secretly alarmed and knew what the words Yi Yuan said meant. Since he could bring these 4 people into the grand array, he could naturally bring others into the grand array. If Yi Yuan was really a spy sent by the Fierce-Scale world, why would he need to waste this time talking crap with him? Even though he did not know just what problem occurred over at the grand array's central, Yi Yuan's might had clearly already exceeded their understanding. An out-and-out Tier 5 grand array actually could not block Yi Yuan the slightest. Thinking this through, Su Hu had a look of embarrassment as he clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "This sir, truly sorry. There are too many irrational aspects with the appearance of you people, so I'm a little careful too. Didn't think that it nearly led to a disaster." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. City Lord is burdened with heavy responsibilities. Being a little careful is as ought to be. Rather, this Yi directly barging into the formation was quite brusque. Hope that your excellency won't blame us." Yi Yuan really did not blame Su Hu. Or else, with his personality, he would definitely not be so polite. This Su Hu being able to guard Crimson Light City until now was already very not easy. Shangguan Lingyun was an extremely intelligent person. There was most likely more than one bluff used in between this. If Su Hu did not handle carefully, he would probably have fallen for it long ago. To be able to persevere until now, this Su Hu was worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. When Su Hu saw that Yi Yuan was so easy to talk so, he relaxed greatly in his heart. Yi Yuan's fame had already spread far and wide long ago at Wufang City, but Su Hu did not recognize him. In his view, Yi Yuan was definitely some big shots junior. That was how he had such strength. With a young man's arrogance plus such strength, he should have thought nothing of him. To think that he was actually so easygoing. Earlier, that young man behind Yi Yuan was clearly going to fly off the handle but forcefully suppressed it. Rather like a young master. Hang on, could it be that he was really old ancestor Qin's grandson? Thinking up to here, Su Hu's heart involuntarily thumped. Those 4 people behind Yi Yuan all had extraordinary bearings. Furthermore, they were all second-level Soul C strength. At this age, it was absolutely top-notch strength. If looking at it like this, the likelihood of this young man being old ancestor Qin's grandson was very high. But the problem was, these four people clearly looked to Yi Yuan for instructions, even looking like followers. Then just what was the ident? One tie of this 17, 18 years old youth before his eyes. With old ancestor Qin's status, how could he let his own grandson be a youngster's follower? Su Hu felt that he was rather confused. Just what was the background of this youth before him? These 5 people combination was seriously too strange. It made him unable to understand what it was all about. But one thing was very clear, and that was that these few youngsters could not be offended. Disregarding the powers behind them, just talking about Yi Yuan blasting 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts flying with a punch, their own strength could not be ignored. Thinking this through, Su Hu panted a little unwittingly. Dare not, dare not. You came to rescue us from the siege, but I slammed the door in your faces. No matter what, it's my fault. It's just. Su Hu looked at Yi Yuan, just 5 people, and could not help revealing a difficult look. Yi Yuan smiled and followed up, it's just that why is it only the 5 of us, right? Su Hu gave an awkward smile. Yi Yuan continued saying, because the 5 of us are enough. Su Hu's impression of Yi Yuan was pretty good. But hearing Yi Yuan say such raving words at this time, he could not help criticizing inwardly. I saw Sir's strength earlier. Even the fierce Gale World's main commander was helpless against you. But for us, these people are not the fierce Gale World's match, Su Hu said in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan laughed and said, here isn't the place to talk. Can we go to City Lord Manor to chat? Su Hu was stunned and smacked his head and said, look at this brain of mine, my fault, my fault. Sir, please. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Su Hu to the City Lord Manor. Lord Shangguan, just what kind of person was that youth? To actually have such terrifying strength. The Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng still had a look of astonishment on his face. The impact that Yi Yuan's performance earlier brought him was too intense. Shangguan Lingyun gave him a glance and said indifferently, are you aware that a year ago, there was an endless world youth who infiltrated into the central capital, and he threw the capital into an upheaval? Deng Sheng's expression changed drastically when he heard that and exclaimed in shock, it's actually him. No wonder. No wonder. Even 7th Prince, His Highness, suffered defeat at his hands. No wonder he had such formidable strength. It's just that. I heard that when he fought with 7th Prince, he was still only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How long has it been? He's actually already approaching Soul Sea realm? Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Furthermore, even though Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was fast, the increase in strength was even faster. He was just Sea Transformation Realm and could actually already wield condensing the form of gathered essence to such a level. Truly terrifying. That attack previously was luckily Shangguan Lingyun fighting with Yi Yuan. If it were him, he would probably be a dead soul claimed under Yi Yuan's sword already. I initially thought that my improvement this 1 year was already very great. When I met him once again, I should be able to win him for certain. Didn't expect that running into him today, it's still hard to say who will be the victor. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Deng Sheng could not help choking up when he heard that, feeling that he was completely not on the same level as these peerless geniuses at all. Their improvement speed, he could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. Lord Shangguan, although that Yi Yuan is formidable, in the battle previously, Lord Shangguan didn't use your full power, right? If Lord Shangguan went all out, how can that punk be my lord's match? Deng Sheng gave a compliment without leaving a trace. But Shangguan Lingyun said with a smile, did you think that Yi Yuan went all out? Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he said, the might of that one move, even I don't dare to clash head-on either. Could it be that that still wasn't his full strength? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I don't know. That exchange previously, we merely both parties probing out the other party's strength. But I think that his strength should be more than that. Chapter 600, Preserving Strength. Chapter 600, Preserving Strength. A puny little sea transformation realm with strength daunting to such a degree. This was something that Deng Sheng could not understand. In his view, a person like Shangguan Lingyun was already monstrous to the peak. An existence even more monstrous than him already surpassed the boundaries of his understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of crossing boundaries to battle. Reaching the Soul Sea realm, the difference between each minor boundary was huge. Shangguan Lingyun was only 7th level Soul Sea and already hailed as the number 1 person beneath divine traversing. This was already very heaven-defying. A sea transformation realm brat was also so daunting. What kind of situation did this count as? Lord Shangguan, then what should we do now? Deng Sheng could not refrain from asking. The endless world sent a boy with strength on par with Shangguan Lingyun. It was really quite troublesome. Shangguan Lingyun only said coolly, "Wait." Deng Sheng was stunned as he said, "Wait?" Shangguan Lingyun's gaze penetrated the Central Army's main tent and looked in the direction of Crimson Light City and said, "Looks like the war is going to escalate. Mr. Yi, I wonder what means you have to preserve City Lord Manor?" Su Hu asked. In City Lord Manor, right after taking their seats, Su Hu started inquiring. These few days, Su Hu had been like an ant on a hot pan all along. The suffering in his heart, probably only he himself could understand. He had always been extremely cautious, sitting on pins and needles, antic. 1p8ing that the Alliance could resolve Crimson Light City's crisis every day. But he never would have thought that the Alliance actually just sent 5 people over. Yi Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su Hu was thinking in his heart and said smilingly, "City Lord's capital sunk these days. This he feels indebted as if I received it in person. It's just that, even though this Crimson Light City is important, it's also a bottomless pit. The people inside the city are people. Aren't the people outside the city people too?" Su Hu was stunned and asked perplexedly, "What do Mr. Yi's words mean? The fierce-scale world's great army besieging Crimson Light City, why do they surround and not attack all along?" "Of course it's because we have a Tier 5 Grand Array protecting," Su Hu said without thinking. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was unreliable. Such an obvious thing, was there still a need to ask? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Although a Tier 5 Grand Array is powerful, it isn't invincible. This Mystic Crystal Ion Chain Array is an array formation that prioritizes defense. Furthermore, you guys only have a Tier 4 Array Master presiding over the Grand Array. There is simply no way to unleash the power of this Grand Array. Even if divine traversing realm experts don't take part in the battle, with the numbers of this 5-way great army concentrating attacks on the Grand Array every day, how long can your essence crystals withstand for? No matter how powerful the Grand Array, it needed to expend essence energy too. Even though Crimson Light City was large, under the Cirque stances without assistance, how many essence crystals could there be to expend? One had to know that to maintain a colossal array formation like this, especially under the Cirque stances where there were powerful attacks outside, the essence crystals expended every day was a very terrifying sum. But why did the fierce-scale world great army not do this? Su Hu's heart thumped and had a feeling of falling into a pit. Although it's said that the strong reigns supreme in the martial artist world, and that as long as one's strength is strong enough, they could disregard everything. In a war like this, everyone's strength hasn't pulled apart to such a ridiculous degree. Sometimes, schemes are very effective. Using a fighting style of besieging a city to strike at their reinforcements at this time most likely proves effective every time. Yi Yuan's words crumbled Su Hu's mental line of defense bit by bit. Sects stood in great numbers in the endless world. This sort of large-scale martial artist war, they had never experienced before. But the fierce-scale world was different. Their martial artists had absolute loyalty and were not much different from mortal world armies. Plus, the fierce-scale world martial artist strengths were a notch stronger to begin with. The endless world being utterly routed was also something within expectations. And Crimson Light City was merely just a small blade of grass along the advancement path of the fierce-scale world. It was able to be uprooted at any time. What the fierce-scale world great army wanted was even greater results of battle. Once the Alliance sent a big army over to support Crimson Light City, what awaited them would be a deadly blow. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan did not bring people over. It was true that Crimson Light City was important, but if countless martial artists that came to aid died because of Crimson Light City, then the loss outweighed the gain. There's even a possibility that those cities' martial artists from before were deliberately released by the Fear-Scale world. The goal was in order to let them rush to Crimson Light City and form this present sort of stranded situation. Yi Yuan's gaze looked deeply towards the distance, seemingly wanting to see through just who was guiding this war. Su Hu drew a cold breath. He discovered that his back was already drenched. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, then the entire endless world was being toyed with in the palm right now. This person behind was too terrifying. Furthermore, Su Hu increasingly felt that Yi Yuan's theory was very likely. Except, if it was him who was thinking, he could not figure it out no matter what. At this time, how could Su Hu still have any doubt towards Yi Yuan? He even had a feeling of admiration. This young man's strength was not only formidable, but the setup was also not an ordinary kind of big. Those old ancestors at the Alliance probably could not think of this level either, right? Using a very long time, Su Hu finally subsided the astonishment in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became not quite the same. Then what should we do now, Mr. Yi? Could it be to let the martial artists in the entire city all die here? Su Hu sought advice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Alliance planned to give up on Crimson Light City, then I wouldn't have come. Since I came, I naturally have to bring you all out safely. Su Hu was also a clever person. It was just that those two involved could not see clearly. Many things were unable to be seen clearly. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and could not help saying in surprise, Mr. Yi's meaning is that we break out of the encirclement? No way, no way. You don't know how strong the Fear-Scale world martial artists are. We're simply not their match. Once we break out, even if we can escape, probably not many will survive as well. Haha, you fool. Brother Yi has been to the Fear-Scale world's central capital before. Do you think that he's familiar with Fear-Scale world martial artists or not? Qin Yang was enraged badly prior to this and could not find a place to vent all along. At this time, finally catching a topic, he retaliated without any hesitation. Even though the few of them were followers, the pride in their bones were still there. Them submitting to Yi Yuan did not represent that they were also willing to submit to a puny little Soul Sea Realm city lord. Indeed, once Su Hu heard that Yi Yuan had been to the Fear-Scale world's central capital before, the expression on his face immediately changed. Mr. Yi has truly been to the central capital before? Su Hu said in amazement. The war progressing until now, the Endless World martial artists more or less also knew some things about the Fear-Scale world. And this central capital was precisely one of it. Because it was too famous. At the thought that Yi Yuan could still return safely after going to the central capital, how could Su Hu not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, the Fear-Scale world martial artists are not insurmountable. When we came in, didn't we litter the ground with the bodies of their men and horses too? As long as our forces are strong enough, why should we fear them? Su Hu's expression changed several times and finally heaved a long sigh and said, Mr. Yi, is there no other way? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Fear-Scale world's goal is in order to kill people. So our best response right now is to not let them kill. We will preserve our strength for now. There will come a day to counterattack. Chapter 601, Counter-Controlling Array Formation. Chapter 601, Counter-Controlling Array Formation. Then, when should we withdraw? Su Hu asked powerlessly. Him, as the city lord of a region, was naturally unwilling to leave his own territory. Actually, in the end, he was still harboring some mentality of a fluke, hoping to be able to preserve Crimson Light City. How could Yi Yuan not perceive his thoughts? He said, the sooner, the better. However, we have to make some preparations. Otherwise, leaving the city will be equivalent to courting death. Su Hu became spirited when he heard that and asked, what kind of preparations does Mr. Yi need to do? City Lord, Your Excellency, arrange all the martial artists in the city sorted out according to their respective realms. 3 days later, gather all the martial artists above Crystal Formation Realm together. Is there any difficulty? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan originally thought that Su Hu would reveal a difficult look. Who knew that he answered without even thinking about it, "Okay, no problem. 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, I'll gather everyone together." Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Su Hu said rather proudly, "When these martial artists entered the city, I already ordered people to register all the martial artists that swarmed into the city. What needs to be done now is merely sorting them out into categories." These few days, there were naturally also some people causing trouble in the city. They were all suppressed by me with strong means. Now, they all know my prowess, and nobody dares to cause trouble either. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Who, City Lord has such skill? Since that's the case, I'll start my close seclusion now." 3 days later, meet at the practicing field north of the city. Right at this time, a young man barged into City Lord Manor unceremoniously and yelled out at the top of his voice, "City Lord, things are bad. The Grand Array has lost control." Su Hu's complexion darkened, and he reproached the youth who rushed inside, "What's the shouting and wrangling for? Didn't you see there are guests present? The Grand Array is fine. No need for you to worry." This young man was precisely the young array master, Shao Siki, who was managing the city protecting Grand Array. Only upon hearing Su Hu say so, did he notice the existence of Yi Yuan, the few of them. But he still said in bafflement, "City Lord, how do you know that the Grand Array is fine? You sent a message earlier to let me mobilize the Grand Array to kill the people who barged into the formation. But I discovered that I simply couldn't control the array formation anymore." "Ah. These people can't be. Shao Siki suddenly understood something, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan oddly. Yi Yuan said, "That's right. It's me." Shao Siki's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "You? How is that possible? You're only sea transformation realm. How can you possibly make me lose control of the array formation? Those 4 people behind you are more like it." "Shao Siki, you shut your mouth for me. Do you know that?" Su Hu had a face full of awkwardness. This Shao Siki dragged his skeleton out of his closet, making him very embarrassed. Said. Although Yi Yuan definitely knew long ago this order of his, saying it out was not too nice. Now, this Shao Siki was bling about too. Offending Yi Yuan, this little ancestor, was not something fun. He was just about to reprimand Shao Siki but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a gesture. Yi Yuan said to Shao Siki, "Don't believe. We can give it a try. As long as your array formation can touch a corner of my sleeves, count it as me boasting earlier. I'll apologize to you. How about it?" Shao Siki also had the temperament of a young man. Moreover, he was a Tier 4 array master and a Soul Sea realm existence. How could he possibly be afraid of Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm? Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually dared to look down on him like so. This made him even more displeased. "Fine. Try it out then. Am I scared of you?" Shao Siki got cracking right away, directly taking out a black-colored flag and was going to set up an array. When Yi Yuan saw this black-colored flag, his expression could not help turning intent. This was actually a low-grade profound artifact. A Tier 4 array master actually had a low-grade profound artifact in his hands. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Scarlet fire formation. Shao Siki gave a light cry. A miniature array formation immediately condensed and formed. Centiliter US turs of fire instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. The might of a profound artifact. Instantly completing an array. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed, while Shao Siki had a look of being pleased with himself. Shao Siki was just angry and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. This fire naturally could not burn people to death. It was only to make Yi Yuan a little ragged. "What are you smiling for?" Yi Yuan's words made Shao Siki jump in fright. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the center of that bundle of flames, but they did not know since when Yi Yuan already changed his position. Yi Yuan walked in front of the array formation and casually tapped a few times on the array formation. The scarlet fire formation directly dissipated into nothing. Shao Siki's expression changed, and he deployed the black-colored flag once again, yelling out, "Dragon trapping formation. 7 carnage formation. Mystic moon formation." Shao Siki instant casted over a dozen array formations in succession, each one more formidable than the other. But he simply could not touch Yi Yuan at all. One had to know that instantly casting array formations would be very sudden to martial artists, catching them off guard. It was simply impossible to guard against. Furthermore, Shao Siki could also make out that actually Yi Yuan waited for his array formations to form each time, and then instantly cracking the formation and exiting, and not avoiding the array formation. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments was very terrifying. He instant casted array formations, while Yi Yuan instantly cracked the formations. Even Master, his elderly self, cannot do it with such ease either, right? Shao Siki gritted his teeth and yelled out once more, roaming dragon golden sword formation. It was still instantly forming the formation, but the power of the array formation this time was clearly much stronger compared to that scarlet fire formation from before. This was a quasi-tier 4 array formation. A tier 4 array master instant casting a quasi-tier 4 array formation, even if it was relying on the power of a profound artifact, was already very heaven-defying. Yi Yuan was only a sea transformation realm martial artist. If following logical sense, this roaming dragon golden sword formation was sufficient to trap Yi Yuan in the formation and kill him. At least, it would also severely injure Yi Yuan. When the array formation formed, Shao Siki's entire person was like drained, panting heavily in exhaustion. However, Shao Siki's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he saw something beyond comprehension. Only to see several streaks of golden light radiate out from inside the array formation, shooting towards Shao Siki. Shao Siki's rear end plopped onto the ground in fright, looking miserable. Focusing his eyes and looking at those several streaks of golden light already vanished in the air long ago. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hurting him at all. But Shao Siki still felt that it was beyond logic and above reason. Because the array formation that he laid down was actually seized control of by Yi Yuan instantly and launched an attack towards him. Such means were truly inconceivable. Even though Su, who had long known that Yi Yuan came by pares sing through the array formation, witnessing him counter-control the array formations with his own eyes still blew his mind. Humph. Overestimating your own ability. Why haven't you left? Making a spectacle of yourself here? Su, who said to Shao Siki fiercely, but gave him a look, indicating to him to quickly leave. Shao Siki's final move clearly already crossed the boundaries of probing. Su, who was afraid that it angered Yi Yuan and made him quickly leave for the best. But Yi Yuan stopped it and said smilingly, "You're called Shao Siki?" Shao Siki was still in a mess right now. Hearing Yi Yuan question, he nodded his head subconsciously. Your formation's path level isn't bad. To actually be able to instantly cast a quasi-tier 4 array formation. I wonder if you have a master? Yi Yuan asked once more. Chapter 602, Plucking Heads. Chapter 602, Plucking Heads. My master is Yu Chen, a tier 5 high-rank array master, Shao Siki said stammeringly. By the side, Su, who seemed to have understood something and hurriedly explained, Master Chen has already pares said on 10 years ago. Siki he cultivates alone now. Yi Yuan sized up Shao Siki and said with a nod, since that's the case, I'll impart you a set of array formation. If you can comprehend it fully within 10 days, I'll give you a good fortune. How about that? Shao Siki was stunned. He still had not recovered to his senses yet now. A sea transformation realm martial artist said that he was going to give him good fortune. No matter how one listened, it sounded somewhat comical. Su, who saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly ran over to slap the back of his head and said, "What are you still in a daze for?" Quickly agree. Shao Siki finally reacted and shook his head and said, "No. Master's grace to me is as weighty as a mountain. I won't switch to other factions." Su, who was enraged when he heard that. He had a look of expecting better from someone as he said, "You simpleton. Master Chen he has already pares said on. Now that there's a better opportunity, you actually don't know how to cherish it." Shao Siki said stubbornly, "Even though Master, his elderly self, is no longer around, I don't have plans to take on any more masters at all." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need you to go under my tutelage. I'm only doing this for the sake of completing other people's entrustment and giving you good fortune. As for how much you can comprehend, it'll be up to you. However, you only have 10 days' time. If you still haven't comprehended after 10 days, it shows that you don't have this qualification. City Lord, lend me your honorable manners training room for use. Xiao Siki was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such a thing. In the training room, when 18 sword puppets appeared in front of Xiao Siki, he had a feeling of being punked. Tier 3 array formation? You go and enter the formation and give it a try. But cracking the formation doesn't count. It must be fully comprehending the array formation, Yi Yuan said. Cracking the formation and comprehending the array formation were two completely different concepts. With Xiao Siki's Soul Sea realm strength, cracking the formation with force was also not an issue. But to want to comprehend the 9 revolutions interlocking formation, that was not so simple. TCH, a puny little tier 3 array formation. What's the big deal? Don't need 10 days. 3 days are sufficient, Xiao Siki said disdainfully. He could instantly cast quasi-tier 4 array formations. He touched his heart and examined himself that comprehending a set of tier 3 array formation was naturally nothing difficult. No matter how complicated this tier 3 array formation was. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I've already lowered the degree of difficulty of this array formation a lot. But for you to want to comprehend within 3 days, it's still impossible. With his tier 9 array master formation's path attainments back then, even he comprehended for quite a few hours. For a puny little tier 4 array master to want to comprehend the complete version 9 revolutions interlocking formation, it was virtually impossible. When Yi Yuan was in the city protecting Grand Array, he already felt that this array master was not ordinary. Hence, that was why he had the thought of feeling him out. Seeing that he could actually achieve instant casting quasi-tier 4 array formations, it made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, before deciding to fulfill Wei Xiao's entrustment and plan to pass Lu Linfeng's inheritance to Xiao Siki. Furthermore, looking at it at present, Xiao Siki's character was still pretty good. Xiao Siki had a face full of contempt and got up and landed in the array formation. But once he entered the array formation, Xiao Siki immediately felt different. The contempt on his face immediately faded. Is this really a tier 3 array formation? How can a tier 3 array formation be so profound? Xiao Siki immersed in comprehending the array formation very quickly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he said with a smile, let him suffer here then. We have to go do proper stuff too. Su Hu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and followed Yi Yuan out. Level-headed disposition, formidable strength, exceedingly high formations path attainments. Just what kind of monster was a youth like this? 3 days later, practicing field north of the city. Tens of thousands of martial artists made a miraculous trip. The scene was spectacular. On the stage, Su Hu looked down with an awe-inspiring appearance. He said in a clear voice, I believe that everybody also knows that Crimson Light City is already a lone city. It simply can't be defended for more than a few days. The Alliance sent Mr. Yi forward to Crimson Light City to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. With this introduction of Su Hu's, below immediately broke out into a noisy mess. What? Sent a sea transformation realm baby here to save us? Has the Alliance already abandoned us? A sea transformation realm brat can still lead us to break out of the encirclement. What a joke. A baby whose hair hasn't even finished growing yet. What can he do? City Lord, we'll fight with you, let this baby get lost. Hey, you all don't say that. Since the Alliance sent this boy over, this boy must have aspect Serpa. Sing others in. Boy, if you have the ability, go outside the city and pluck some heads over for us to see. You coming here to bring us to break out of the encirclement, you got to at least let us see your strength, right? When this person spoke, it immediately incurred loud laughter. Forget about sea transformation realm, even a peak 9th level soul sea strength like Su who did not dare to go out of the city to pluck a few heads either. Yi Yuan beside Su who seemed to have long expected this sort of situation. He looked at that martial artist and said with a faint smile, if I go out and pluck a few heads back, will you guys listen to me or not? Oh. Really going for it? Ha ha ha. Sure. As long as you can pluck a few heads back, we'll all listen to you. What say you guys? That martial artist said with a big laugh. Yes. Yes. The other martial artists obviously did not believe that a sea transformation realm brat dared to go out of the city to pluck a few heads back, and all hooted one by one. The vast majority among these martial artists were all itinerant cultivators. Each and every one of them was used to being undisciplined and carefree. To subdue them was really not something that easy. Even though Su, who this city lord, had done pretty well, he only used martial strength to suppress them and not really made them obedient. Yi Yuan looked at that martial artist and said with a smile, "What's your name?" "What? Remembering your father's name to find fault. Your father does not change his name whether I travel or stay at home." "I'm Chu Shi+, said that martial artist with his head held high. This Chu Shi+'s strength was decent. It had already reached the 5th level Soul Sea realm. Just a sea transformation realm brat, he naturally thought little of him. There were so many people here. Could Su Hu really dare to kill people to their faces? If a riot really happened, Su Hu would be unable to bear the consequences of failure as well. These itinerant cultivators were mostly stubborn and unruly people. Among them, greater attention was paid on the weak being prey and the strong feasting. Want to let them submit, you must take out true strength. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Chu Shi+, is it? I've memorized it." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, Vonnies. Hi+ing before Chu Shi+. Those martial artists below all exchanged glances. There was actually nobody who saw clearly how Yi Yuan left. Seeing this scene, Chu Shi+'s expression darkened. He said to the martial artist beside him, "I say, do you guys think that this boy really went outside the city to pluck heads? Who? How is that possible? This brat's movement technique is just a bit more powerful. Just that bit of strength of his, how is that possible?" That martial artist replied. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already appeared on the stage once again. And in his hands, he was currently grabbing a fierce Gale World martial artist. But when everyone looked over, their expressions changed. Chapter 603, Distributing Medicinal Pills. Chapter 603, Distributing Medicinal Pills. 5th level Soul Sea? My eyes aren't seeing things, right? Less than 100 breaths of time altogether, he actually went down to catch a 5th level Soul Sea fierce Gale World martial artist. This isn't a prop prepared in advance, right? Is that person really a fierce Gale World martial artist? At first glance, when those martial artists saw this scene, it was in disbelief. A sea transformation realm capturing a 5th level Soul Sea back in such a short time. This was simply a joke. But they abruptly came to realize the truth about one thing. The transmission arrays in the city were already totally destroyed. Outside had the fierce Gale World's great army surrounding. How did Yi Yuan come in? Inside, the city was basically in the state of being sealed off. These martial artists simply did not know the commotion that happened outside the city a few days back. Only at this time did Su Hu voice out, "You all are probably still unaware. Several days ago, Mr. Yi killed in all the way from outside. You all know the fierce Gale World Great Army's main commander, right? Mr. Yi fought a great battle with him outside the city, ending in a draw. With this, below immediately burst into an uproar. Killing all the way in? How is that possible? Could it be that this youth brought a large army over? But where's the large army? I heard before that that fierce Gale World main commander is hailed as invincible under divine traversing realm. This sea transformation realm youth can actually fight to a draw with him? I still don't believe it. This is too fake. That fierce Gale World commander only had his essence energy sealed currently and was not dead. Yi Yuan's palm force lightly spat. He was killed immediately. Looks like everybody still has doubts about my strength. Chu Shi+, you get ready. I'm coming. Yi Yuan said coolly. In the crowd, when Chu Shi+ heard these words, his entire body tensed up, and his hair stood on its ends. Actually, he already believed 70% of it. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually really make an example out of him, Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Shi+ used his strongest attack. Yet, right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly vanished in front of him. "You're already dead," Yi Yuan's voice sounded out behind Chu Shi+. Chu Shi+ was taken aback with fright by Yi Yuan and turned backward, moving back several steps in a row. He saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a grin on his head and did not have the intention of making a move. The originally clamoring practice field quietened down at this time. The impact that Yi Yuan's strength brought to them was too strong. Chu Shi+'s forehead was matted in cold sweat. He finally could not endure Yi Yuan's powerful aura and gave a bow and said, "Mr. Yi, please forgive Chu Shi+'s offense earlier." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "No worries. I'm young, my cultivation realm is low. You guys looking down on me is normal too. But the reason why I captured this fierce-scale world martial artist, apart from proving to you all that I have this capability to bring you guys out, is to tell you that the fierce-scale world martial artists are not undefeatable." As he spoke, Yi Yuan leaped and went on the stage. "Mr. Yi, your strength is formidable. You're naturally not afraid of the fierce-scale world martial artists. But we have all seen the fierce-scale world martial artists. They are simply utter lunatics. We're really not a match." "Yeah. I've seen before from far away. The fierce-scale world martial artists killed anyone they saw. Simply a bunch of butchers. Their strength is really very strong. At the same realm, we're not their match at all." These people were all clearly frightened by the fierce-scale world martial artists. Going out like this, they did not need to fight at all and would directly crumble. "So, you all hide in Crimson Light City, planning to be cowards for all your lives. Although you all are willing to be cowards, will the fierce-scale world let you be? You guys don't really think that the fierce-scale world won't send out divine traversing realm experts forever, right? You are waiting for the Alliance to send a large army to save you guys constantly. But do you all know that the Alliance is also in an absolutely inferior position right now? You guys are all martial artists. You should know the rule of the martial artist world. There is no savior in this world that can save you guys. Only yourselves," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Everybody kept quiet. Yi Yuan's words undoubtedly shattered their hopes completely. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. The Alliance was unable to even fend for itself right now. It was simply impossible to send a large army over to support. Want to survive, they could only go and fight themselves. However, the fierce-scale world martial artists were so powerful. Their numbers had an absolute advantage too. How could they possibly break out of the encirclement? At this time, Yi Yuan took out a storage ring and showed it in front of everyone. In this storage ring, there are tens of thousands of Tier 3 and Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Now, each one of you gets one medicinal pill. These medicinal pills will help you all increase your strength greatly within a short period of time. Qin Yang, distribute the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan threw the storage ring to Qin Yang. Qin Yang received the order and went. These medicinal pills were refined by Yi Yuan along the way. His current strength was already able to barely mobilize the square cauldron. Along the way, the vast majority of Yi Yuan's time was all on refining medicinal pills. Among these medicinal pills had sea-expanding pills, sea-gathering pills, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan already instructed Qin Yang to distribute the medicinal pills according to the martial artist's realm, letting them increase their cultivation realms to the greatest degree from there. Yi Yuan had done this thing when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect. But his current strength was much more powerful compared to that time. 10 days' time refining tens of thousands of medicinal pills was nothing difficult. Of course, this was also borrowing the power of the profound artifact, Square Cauldron. Medicinal pill? This is the straw that Mr. Yi gave us to clutch at. What can one medicinal pill do? Yeah. A medicinal pill can at most increase a little bit of cultivation. It's simply no use to the matter. Normally, I'd definitely be overflowing with grat. 1-2 towards Mr. Yi. But now what freaking use does one medicinal pill have? Those martial artists were all clearly unaware of how formidable the sea-expanding pill and sea-gathering pill was. Regarding Yi Yuan's taken-for-granted action, they were very disapproving. Yi Yuan did not explain either. He quietly waited for Qin Yang to distribute the medicinal pills. According to Yi Yuan's instructions, the first to get the medicinal pills were those 9th-level crystal formation martial artists. After they got the medicinal pill, they directly swallowed it. Before long, a series of essence energy storms howled in the practicing field. Those initially disdainful martial artists were finally visibly moved. Ha ha ha. I've already been stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. To think that I actually have a day where I break through to the sea transformation realm, I'm going to break through too. This old man thought that it's hopeless for the rest of my life. Didn't expect that it can actually shatter the core and form the sea. This medicinal pills is too miraculous. Turns out that shattering the core and forming the sea is actually so easy. Those martial artists who obtained the sea expanding pill were all excited beyond words, shouting crazily. Among these people, there were many martial artists who were stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. Their potential had already been exhausted, and there was simply no hopes of breaking through. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined could naturally transform something rotten into something magical. Helping them break through a puny little sea transformation realm was still not an issue. When those martial artists who had yet to get the medicinal pills saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances. The expression on their faces changed from the initial disdain to looks of antic. 1p Asian. Chapter 604, Special Training. Chapter 604, Special Training. Lord Shangguan, what in the world happened over at Crimson Light City? The nearby essence energies are gathering over there unceasingly. Seems like there is somebody breaking through cultivation realm. But such a colossal essence energy undulation, it's probably impossible for a divine traversing realm powerhouse's breakthrough, right? The abnormal activity in the city alarmed the fierce-scale World Central Army's main tent very quickly. And a subordinate just reported that Yi Yuan suddenly flew out of the city just now and directly captured a 5th-level Soul Sea commander. This made Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrow even more. This sort of situation should be a lot of people breaking through at the same time, although I don't know why. I think it shouldn't be unrelated to Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave look. What? Such a massive commotion, there are probably hundreds or thousands of people breaking through. What capabilities does he have to actually let so many people break through at the same time? Deng Sheng exclaimed in shock. Heh, you are only aware of one aspect but ignorant of others. Not only is Yi Yuan's martial path extremely strong, but his alchemy abilities are also unparalleled. He is Sovereign Star Abyss's accomplished disciple. Furthermore, looking from all kinds of signs, Yi Yuan's alchemy level is probably even above Sovereign Star Abyss's eldest disciple, SHI plus Howren. Shangguan Lingyun said. How is that possible? SHI plus Howren is an alchemy king expert, Deng Sheng said in amazement. Who? Yi Yuan is just sea transformation realm, and even you aren't his match. What's strange about him, Serpa? Sing alchemy kings in alchemy? Shangguan Lingyun seemed to already be unfazed by the unusual regarding Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Deng Sheng was stunned and wanted to find some words to refute. But he could not find any reasonable reb. Tal after thinking for a long time too. Clearly, this sort of explanation did not make sense. But just why could he not find a reason to rebut? Shangguan Lingyun's aura suddenly became fierce and sharp as he said coldly, Yi Yuan's growth is too quick. If this continues, he will surely be our fierce-scale world's mortal malady. Looks like the war has no choice but to escalate now. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Deng Sheng's expression was slightly apprehensive, immediately understanding Shangguan Lingyun's meaning. Once divine traversing realm powerhouses got involved, the war would be much more miserable. The preparation over there is already almost done. Lord Yunrong will reach the latest half a month later, Deng Sheng said. But Shangguan Lingyun frowned slightly and said, you go and send a message to Lord Yunrong again. Make him be sure to reach within 10 days. Besieging Crimson Light City was originally a guaranteed success. The only variable now is Yi Yuan. Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he bowed and said, I obey your command. There were people breaking through non-stop in the practicing field. Very soon, The place was overcrowded. Those who had yet to consume the medicinal pills could only withdraw to one side and quietly await the others to break through. Martial artists require a certain area when breaking through. Who knew what would happen if they broke through together? Very soon, a large batch of Sea Transformation Realm experts was born from these martial artists. And those Sea Transformation Realm martial artists also had a large batch that broke through their original levels. All in all, these martial artists' strength collectively went up a level. Chu Shi Plus rubbed his hands and came before Yi Yuan, looking like a girl being bashful as he said, "That. Mr. Yi, although old Chu, I offend you earlier, I've also turned over a new leaf now. Can I?" Looking at those Sea Transformation Realm experts, Crystal Formation Realm experts broke through one after another. Chu Shi Plus was very envious. It was just that earlier, these Soul Sea Realm martial artists, shouted the most ferociously. Chu Shi Plus thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he did not take out medicinal pills. Yi Yuan gave him a look and said smilingly, "Can't." Chu Shi Plus's expression changed, and he was just about to speak but heard Yi Yuan continue, "Because I'm unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills right now. Sorry." Chu Shi Plus could not help being stunned as he said, "You're saying that these medicinal pills were all refined by you alone? Otherwise, what do you think?" Yi Yuan replied with a question. Chu Shi Plus's eyes became round balls. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, "There are tens of thousands of medicinal pills. Even for a powerful alchemist, to refine all of it would probably need around a year's time as well, right? Could it be that you already predicted today's situation 1 year ago? Ordinary alchemists' exhaustion when refining pills were tremendous. To be able to refine dozens to 100 pills a day was already incredible. But Yi Yuan could refine medicinal pills in large quant. One ties by borrowing the square cauldron. The efficiency was 10 times, even 100 times of ordinary alchemist. So the way Chu Shi Plus saw this, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to refine so many medicinal pills within a few days. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were not average with one look. It needed even more time to polish. Then there was only one explanation. Yi Yuan was a prophet. That was why he started preparing these medicinal pills a year ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and could not be bothered to explain either. If he explained, they might not believe either. Except, his disdain in Chu Shi Plus's perspective became all the more unfathomable. The process of martial artists breaking through lasted for around an entire day's time. Virtually everybody all rose a level. The impact of this change on people's senses was immense. These 2 days, Su who was completely astounded by this Mr. Yi who popped out from who knows where. He finally knew why the Alliance sent such a youth over to Assist Crimson Light City. These medicinal pills that Yi Yuan brought over were virtually equivalent to bringing a powerful martial artist great army here. This sort of transformation was not just in terms of strength, but it was more on confidence. Originally, these martial artists' fear towards the fear-scale world was already deep to the marrow. But now, in pace with the breakthroughs in cultivation realms, their self-confidence picked up anew. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the martial artists on the practicing field and said coolly, "Now, do you all have confidence in having a battle with the fear-scale world great army outside?" "Yes. Of course we have. Screw them to death. Take revenge for those dead companions." When people's confidence swelled up sometimes, they would not know which direction it was. Especially those martial artists who broke through to the Sea Transformation realm. They all felt that they were almost becoming an invincible state. Of course, if one person broke through, it was absolutely incapable of giving them such great confidence. But several tens of thousands of people breaking through at once would let this sort of confidence swell to a terrifying extent. Yi Yuan raised his hand to motion to everyone to be quiet. The people below instantly quietened down. Martial power deterrence plus gifting medicinal pills. Yi Yuan had already become these people's spiritual leader unknowingly. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the audience below the stage and said in a cold voice, "With your current states, wanting to battle the great army outside is still a long way off. Therefore, in order to let your combat strength become even stronger, I've specially set up a grand array. Now, enjoy this grand array's special training to your heart's content. Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. A colossal light veil enveloped the entire practicing field. What happened? Where are the others? Chu Shi Plus frowned and said. There were only 2 Soul Sea Realm martial artists left by his side. The other people on the practicing field vanished instantly as if the 3 of them were isolated the others. Ouch! Who hit me? Chu Shi Plus was kicked brutally by somebody from behind. Chapter 605, Leave Your Back to Us. Chapter 605, Leave Your Back to Us. Very soon, wails sounded out everywhere in the Grand Array. This was the Tier 4 Grand Array that Yi Yuan relied on the power of the profound water flag and spent 3 days' time to set up. The Azura Tri-Pro-inged formation. Hearing wailing sounds coming out from the array formation every now and then, the flesh on Su Hu's face convulsed. Mr. Yi, this something bad won't happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, the biggest problem with our Endless World's martial artists is that they are too undisciplined and carefree and are totally incapable of joining forces. The greatest use of this array formation is to train their teamwork ability. Wanting to let them comprehend all sorts of grand arrays within a short time, that is impossible. Furthermore, with their temperament, it's also not possible to accomplish that. The function of this Azura Tri-Pro-inged formation is to let them form into a unit for every 3 people, forming exceptionally powerful combat strength within a small radius. As long as they can complete the training, their combat power will have a qualitative increase. Su Hu's gaze could not help looking over towards the Grand Array, only to see those martial artists in a disorderly mess. Where was there any consciousness of teamwork? In the Grand Array, they were all fighting their own battles and were beaten by their opponents until they did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Seeing this sort of situation, Su Hu could not help shaking his head. What Mr. Yi said is correct. The reason why the Fierce-scale world martial artists are powerful is that they are of one heart and mind. While the martial artists on our side, each time they encounter a large-scale battle, they would basically throw away their helmets and armor instantly. It's just that. I fear that time is too short. They simply can't complete this training, Su Hu said. Relax. Human potential is limitless. According to the intensity of the training I designed for them, these people will comprehend out some things eventually. But just as you said, our time isn't much. At most 10 days, we must break out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the one leading the Fierce-scale world Great Army this time was actually Shangguan Lingyun. This person. His contact with Shangguan Lingyun was not much, but he specially found Xiao Ruyan to understand this person before. Compared to Zhao Chenggan, this Shangguan Lingyun was more level-headed and intelligent, very hard to deal with. Furthermore, looking at the situation of both parties probing that day, this person's strength was likely not beneath his own. If really matched up, the outcome was really hard to say. Alright, time is pressing. I have to make the best use of time to cultivate as well, to strive to break through to the 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Yi Yuan said. Su Hu could not help choking up when he heard that. Breaking through to 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Such words, only this one in front of him dared to say so, right? Thinking back, when he broke through from the 8th level C transformation to 9th level C transformation, he used a full 5 years. Ouch. Kicked my butt again. King Hell. Your father will fight it out with you. Old Zhu, don't be a hindrance. Scram to one side for me. If you continue to give trouble, I'll beat you together. Also you, old Chen, grow some eyes. That sword of yours earlier almost cut me. If there's a next time, you're dead for sure. In the Grand Array, Chu Shi Plus was like a mad dog. Whoever he caught, he would have a go crazily. Trapped in the Grand Array together with him, one was called Zhu Chengji, the other was called Chen Sai. They happened to know each other beforehand. Actually, Zhu Chengji and Chen Sai's strength were evenly matched with Chu Shi+. He was also just getting an upper hand verbally. If they really had internal strife, the one getting beaten could only be him. Most importantly, Those martial artists materialized by the Grand Array already kicked his butt quite a few times. Each time, they kicked him until he face-planted, cutting a sorry figure. Chu's Hi+S temper was not good to begin with. At this time, he was even more pent up with anger. Old Chu, don't be foul-mouthed. Although these people are formed by the Grand Array, each of their strength is very formidable. We're simply not their match. If this continues, we'll be played to death, Zhu Changji said. Bah. Just an array formation that brat set up wants to play your father to death. Your father doesn't believe this Shi+T. Those few people are also roughly the same as our strength. It's just that their numbers are a little more than us. I don't believe that I can't bring them down. Chu's Hi+ refused to give in. Very clearly, he was very displeased with this Grand Array Yi Yuan set up. Of course, what he was most displeased with was that these illusionary martial artists kept on chasing his butt and kicking. Too humiliating. On the first day, Chu's Hi+ was the same as everyone trapped within the array formation, being kicked leg after leg by those illusionary martial artists. Life was very miserable. But this Grand Array could not keep operating all the way. Whenever their essence energy were roughly depleted, those martial artists would automatically disappear for some time. After waiting for their essence energy to recover to a certain extent, those martial artists would automatically appear again. The second day Pa-S said very quickly. The martial artists in the array formations were still exhausted from dealing with it and could not find a way to defeat those illusionary martial artists at all. But they discovered one thing. The attacks of those martial artists on the second day were much more ferocious compared to the first day. Many martial artists all suffered differing degrees of injuries. The third day, Liu Hong's voice suddenly transmitted into the Grand Array, saying, "Brother Yi said that the power of the Grand Array will get stronger day by day. If you guys are still fighting by your own separate battles today, there will be death." Finished talking, the voice cut off abruptly. Everybody all shuddered. There will be deaths. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer smars. Hi+ing onto their chest, making them feel out of breath. Chu's Hi+S expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I feel like that boy isn't scaring us. If we continue like this, there might really be people dying." Zhu Changji and Qian Sai both felt that way strongly too and nodded their heads. Old Zhu, old Qin, this person, hate to work together with others the most. But at this time, it's not up to us either, Chu's Hi+ said. Heh, you think that your father is willing to cooperate with trash like you? But for the sake of living, we might have to cooperate for once, Zhu Changji said. I have no objections. Qian Sai's character was clearly very unsociable and was also unwilling to cooperate with others. Indeed, when the Grand Array activated, everyone's pressure increased suddenly. Those illusionary martial artists' offensive power suddenly rose a level. Even though there was Liu Hong's warning, to really want to achieve good teamwork, how could it be that easy? Old Zhu, careful behind. Old Qian, flank. F***CK. You guys revealed my back to the outside. Chu's Hi+ suddenly flew out with a miserable cry. Be careful. Qian Sai flew with his sword, resolving that illusionary martial artist's lethal blow. Chu's Hi+ sweated profusely, struggling up with a grunt to continue fighting. Old Qian, I owe you a favor. Chu's Hi+ yelled. You die, we won't survive either. Qian Sai was precise and to the point. These illusionary martial artists' cooperation is too exquisite. This is not the way to go on. Our teamwork must be stronger than theirs to be able to beat them, Chu's Hi+ said. Heh, looks like you aren't too dumb. Finally made out some trick to it. I, Zhu Changji, don't believe that the 3 of us living people can't even compare to a couple of illusionary martial artists. Old Chu, old Qian, starting from now, my back will be left to you guys, Zhu Changji said. Chapter 606, Chu's.Hi+ Trio. Chapter 606, Chu's Hi+ Trio. Yi Yuan was not joking with them. On the third day, the casualties neared 3,000 people. This number was rather high. And this figure, Liu Hong did not hide it either, telling everybody through the Grand Array. The array formation already ceased operating at this time. Chu-shi plus three people's expressions were never before solemn. According to what that brat says, the difficulty of the fourth day will be greater than today. Barring no accidents, tomorrow's casualties will probably be even higher. Chu-shi plus said gravely. Zhu Chengji said in agreement, that's inevitable. This boy is truly detestable. We haven't died at the hands of the fierce-scale world martial artists yet, but are actually going to die in his hands first. If I can go out of this grand array, I'll definitely put him on the spot. Chu-shi plus said with a cold smile, keep bragging, you. That boy can set up such a formidable Tier 4 grand array with C transformation realm cultivation. Can you be his match? Could it be that you forgot how that commander died? When Zhu Chengji heard that, he could not help shuddering. Even if they did not borrow the power of the grand array, they could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match either. That fierce-scale world commander simply did not have leeway to resist at all in Yi Yuan's hands. Their strength was at best the same as that commander too. If they really fought, they were probably still not that commander's match. What the outcome of challenging Yi Yuan was, there was already no need to say. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he dares to kill off all of us, Zhu Chengji said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Chu-shi plus rolled his eyes and was disinclined to bother with this fellow. And right then, the Qian Sai, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly opened his mouth. Could it be that you guys didn't notice that our three people's combat power as a whole has been gradually increasing? Chu-shi plus and Zhu Chengji exchanged a glance and could not help being startled inwardly. It really seemed to be like this. 2 days ago, they each fought their own battles separately and were basically all brutally wrecked by the illusionary martial artists. There was simply no leeway to retaliate. All the way until this morning, they would still be completely walloped. But later, after they put down their so-called dignity and joined hands to face the enemy, they seemed to have gradually adapted to battles like this. Even though they were still brutally pummeled constantly, when it reached night time, they had already gradually regained some of the declining trends. This undoubtedly indicated that Chu-shi plus, the three of their combat power was gradually rising. This discovery gave the three of them a big surprise. Turns out that boy set up this grand array for the sake of increasing our teamwork ability. Chu-shi plus was suddenly enlightened. Our strength did not increase much, but the three of us teaming up, the overall strength rose considerably, Zhu Chengji said. Continue tomorrow. Qian Sai said it simply. Very soon, the fourth day's training had begun. The difficulty of the fourth day clearly had an increase compared to the first 3 days. However, Chu-shi plus trio had already gradually touched upon some knack to it. Without any doubt, the adaptive ability of humans was very powerful. Those illusionary martial artists' teamwork was quite ingenious. Chu-shi plus, the three of them, learned many things from that teamwork in countless times of battle. Such high-intensity battles, they had already gradually turned these things they learned into their ability. Just as they said, once the three of them found the feeling of this sort of cooperation, their changes compared to those illusionary martial artists were much more. Reaching nightfall, these three people actually already gradually overpowered those illusionary martial artists. From day one until the opponents the three of them faced had always been 5. From the brutal pummeling in the beginning until now, they had already gradually gained the upper hand. Old Chu! Old Qian! Zhu Chengji roared loudly. Understood. Zhu Chengji did not say what to do, but Chu-shi plus understood the other party's intentions instantly. At this time, Zhu Chengji tied down 3 illusionary martial artists alone and was already surrounded by perils. Chu-shi plus and Qian Sai seemed to know what the other party was thinking, sweeping aside their opponents with a sword, and directly headed for the center person Zhu Chengji was battling. Right at this time, Zhu Chengji's attack also followed after and arrived. Under the three people's pincer attack, that illusionary martial artist was instantly penetrated through. Right then, those 2 illusionary martial artists that were pushed aside previously rushed here anew. Chu-shi plus and Qian Sai exchanged positions bizarrely, but left the empty SPSCE for Zhu Chengji. One of the illusionary martial artists was pierced through by Zhu Chengji again. Just like this, the three of their cooperation became increasingly proficient and finished off all of the illusionary martial artists very quickly. The three people threw their swords aside and sat on the ground exhaustedly. Really freaking tired. We killed all 5 illusionary martial artists. Can't go out yet? Chu Shi+ said unhappily. Heh, really exciting. I truly didn't expect that. Turns out the 3 of us cooperating together will actually have such strength. Zhu Changji said rather excitedly. Chu Shi+ rolled his eyes and could not help uttering his innermost feelings. Old Zhu, don't be mistaken. In this grand array, your father is only cooperating with you for the sake of living. After we leave, you take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. TCH, who wants to work together with you? Zhu Changji said unhappily. If you guys want to die, you can tell him that. After going out, Chen Sai interjected untimely. When these words came out, Chu Shi+ and Zhu Changji immediately became mute. Yi Yuan setting up this array formation was in order to train their teamwork ability. If they did not follow Yi Yuan's intentions after leaving, the outcome could be imagined. The 4th day's casualties were even higher than the 3rd day's. It reached a horrifying 5,000 people, and Chu Shi+, their team, was the first group to finish killing the illusionary martial artists. Starting from the 5th day, Chu Shi+, they all had an impulse to curse and swear. Because this training did not end at all but added another 2 illusionary martial artists again. This way, the illusionary martial artists count became 7 people. What the hell? Is this boy messing with us? Dealing with 5 is already awful. How can 7 possibly be killed? Chu Shi+ grumbled. Don't talk rubbish. He's playing with you. What can you do? Zhu Changji said. I'm unhappy in my heart and venting a little, can't I? Be careful. The increase in illusionary martial artists count brought Chu Shi+ trio considerable trouble. But right now, Chu Shi+ trio's strength was already no longer what it was before. Although they were straining, the 3 people made it through the 5th day by relying on incomparably ingenious cooperation. When it reached the 6th day's noon, Chu Shi+ trio finally killed the 7 illusionary martial artists and succeeded in clearing the round once more. But it still did not end. After resting for several hours, 9 illusionary martial artists appeared. Except that this time, Chu Shi+ trio finished off these 9 illusionary martial artists that very day. When it reached the 7th day, Yi Yuan finally exited seclusion. When he appeared in everyone's sights once more, he was already peak 9th level C transformation. When he saw the Chu Shi+ trio in the array formation, he could not help being surprised. These 3 people could actually deal with 11 illusionary martial artists already. Chapter 607, All the Way North. Chapter 607, All the Way North. Starting from the 5th day, a substantial decline in casualty rate suddenly appeared in the grand array. When it reached the 10th day, the martial artists' casualty count was merely just several hundred people. Which was also to say that the vast majority of the people already adapted to this sort of battles. But to most people, they could only clear the earlier hurdles. 3 people facing 5 should not be too much of a problem. For a small number of elites like Chu Shi+ trio, their improvement was very evident. When it reached the 10th day, Chu Shi+ trio could already deal with 19 illusionary martial artists and not be defeated. This sort of improvement speed made Yi Yuan quite surprised too. On the 10th day, Yi Yuan finally removed the grand array. Each and every one of those martial artists felt like being relieved of a heavy burden, all having a feeling of seeing the light of day once more. This 10 days' time was simply even more arduous than 10 years. The majority of them were all itinerant cultivators. When had they experienced such perverse training before? 10 days' time, the martial artists lost near 10,000 people. But coming out of the Azura Tri-Pro-inged formation, these martial artists' aura underwent an earth-shaking change. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at everyone glitteringly and said coldly, I know that many among you people all feel that I'm very cruel. But when we break out of the encirclement, you'll know how merciful I am. I don't wish to say superfluous words. The breakout operation officially begins today at 11 a.m. At that time, you'll feel just how worthwhile this training was. Now, you all have a rest on the spot and recover essence energy. Kill. Earth-shaking war cries suddenly sounded. Tens of thousands of martial artists poured out from Crimson Light City's northern gate. However, the fierce-scale World Great Army was not as disorderly as imagined. They actually carried out defense in an orderly manner. Not good. We've fallen into the fierce-scale World Great Army's encirclement. They've long been prepared. We're screwed now. F***ck me. Isn't this delivering the sheep to the tiger's maws? We were all tricked by that brat. Under Yi Yuan's order, the martial artists in Crimson Light City all thought that they could catch the fierce-scale World Great Army unprepared. Who could have thought that the fierce-scale World Great Army seemed to have been long prepared and surrounded these tens of thousands of people very quickly? This sort of situation exceeded these martial artists' expectations too much. They all felt that they were duped by Yi Yuan, this brat, and started cursing one by one. Very soon, both sides' great army fought in close quarters. The fierce-scale world martial artists took the initiative very quickly. Their combat strength was very strong. Adding in the advantage in numbers, it made the endless world martial artists feel despair very quickly. In the Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng said with a loud laugh, "Lord Shangguan is brilliant and knew that they will surely break out of the encirclement these 2 days. With this, Crimson Light Cities, these cowards finally can't avoid our blade." Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, with Yi Yuan's intelligence, he absolutely would not resign himself to death in the city. Lord Yunrong will reach here latest by these 2 days. If they didn't break out, they wouldn't have the chance anymore. Heh, with our strength, as long as these people exit the city, it will be equivalent to being fish on the chopping board. All free for us to slice up. Yi Yuan, that brat, thinks himself to be smart. In the end, isn't he still Lord Shangguan's vanquished opponent? Deng Sheng said with a wave of delight. Don't be happy so early. Yi Yuan's strength is very formidable. In our great army, probably only I can deal with him. The other martial artists will be left to you. Once Yi Yuan takes action, I'll intercept him. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, he's dead for sure. Shangguan Lingyun said. Shangguan Lingyun did not have plans to clash head-on with Yi Yuan. What he wanted to do was to delay the time and wait for Shangguan Yunrong to reach. Although inside the array formation these endless world martial artists had already gone through high-intensity training, when truly facing the fierce-scale world martial artists, each of their hearts still pounded. After all, people were different from illusionary martial artists. Humans had their own thoughts and feelings and were totally different from training. Very soon, the fierce-scale World Great Army occupied the absolute initiative, cutting up the endless world martial artists into a disorderly mess. Haha. You fools. You actually walked into a trap. Just your bit of strength is only fit to be cowards. Go and die with your minds at ease. Want to blame? Then blame that brat called Yi Yuan. It was him who pushed you guys into the fire pit. The fierce-scale world martial artists occupied the absolute initiative. Their strength was very formidable. Under the confusion, the endless world martial artists were in complete disarray very soon. However, the Grand Array's training still had some effect after all. Through 10 days of high-intensity training, these people already produced a feeling called fetters towards each other. No matter how ferocious the fierce-scale world martial artists' attacks were, 3 people's small groups still maintained from start to end. Even elites like the Chu Shi Plus trio were also helter-skelter in the beginning. But after experiencing the initial most flurry, Chu Shi Plus finally recovered to his senses. Old Zhu, old Qian, are you all dreaming? Did you guys forget how we trained in the Grand Array? Chu Shi Plus roared. Old Chu, you shut your mouth for your father. What your father does, do I still need you to teach? Zhu Changji said. So much crap. Kill. Qian Sai was concise and to the point. Chu Shi Plus, the 3 of them, their performances in the Grand Array training were the most outstanding. This trio's strength was actually very terrifying already. When the 3 of them became serious, they discovered very quickly that the surrounding fierce-scale world martial artists became unable to withstand a single hit. Through 10 days of training, The three of them already did not need words to communicate at all. Even in the night, they could also feel their partners' intent through each other's aura. Kill. Chu Shi Plus gave a roar and directly cleaved the two middle-stage Soul Sea experts by his side. All of a sudden, Chu Shi Plus trio discovered that those originally incomparably powerful fierce-scale world martial artists became unbelievably fragile at this time. Chu Shi Plus trio took the lead, charging over like cutting melons and cabbages along the way. And their actions also let the other teams produce a resonance. Just like this, Chu Shi Plus trio was like sparks of fire, instantly lighting up the entire battlefield. Endless World's side, every three people formed a small team. Their combat strength suddenly skyrocketed. Ha ha ha. Your father still thought how powerful you trash were. Turns out that you collapse at the first blow like so. Chu Shi Plus laughed wildly. Zhu Changji chopped a Soul Sea realm expert and said liberatingly, King HL, your father has been oppressed for so long and can finally kill to my heart's content. Ubastards killed how many of our companions? Today, I'm going to take revenge for them. Qian Sai was silent without words, but his hands were not slow in the slightest, directly cleaving two Soul Sea realm martial artists. Brothers, kill. Misty said, all the way north. Don't turn back. We'll kill all the way over. Chu Shi Plus mustered up essence energy, his voice resounding throughout the entire battlefield. The originally densely packed encirclement forcefully had a Ma's sieve opening hewed out. Chapter 608, Floating Light Blood Shadow Array. Chapter 608, Floating Light Blood Shadow Array. At this time, the inside of the fierce-scale World Central Army's main tent was shrouded by a ball of blood-red light. Shangguan Lingyun looked at the small flask suspending quietly. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Kill then, kill. The more freely you all kill, the faster my cultivation improves. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a crazed look. How was there any hint of the calm bearing previously? In the Central Army's main tent, array formations revolved around. Ma's sieve amounts of sanguine aura were sucked over frenziedly by the Grand Array and poured into the small flask. In the Grand Array, Shangguan Lingyun greedily absorbed the sanguine qi spilling outside. His cultivation was increasing with speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. This blood carnage demonic art is indeed formidable. Continue cultivating at this speed, at most 2 months, and I will be able to break through to the divine traversing realm. With this blood carnage demonic art, even ascending to the divine realm is close at hand. Shangguan Lingyun said with a wild laugh. Rumble. Shangguan Lingyun's aura skyrocketed abruptly and actually broke through the 8th level Soul Sea threshold directly under the colossal sanguine qi. Congratulations to Lord Shangguan for breaking through to the 8th level Soul Sea. At a corner of the main tent, Deng Sheng said with an envious look. Shangguan Lingyun opened both eyes and recovered to that sort of calm look before. It was just that a hint of blood-red color was at the recesses of his eyes, but it made him appear somewhat surly. How's the battle situation outside? Shangguan Lingyun inquired. But Deng Sheng said with an embarrassed look, not very good. What's wrong? Shangguan Lingyun said rather unhappily. The fierce-scale World Great Army's numbers were 10 times the number of martial artists in Crimson Light City. Logically speaking, the fighting should have already pretty much ended. But Deng Sheng told him that it was not very good. This naturally made Deng Sheng very displeased. Deng Sheng hurriedly said when he saw the situation, Lord Shangguan, please calm your anger. These Crimson Light City martial artists, I don't know why, but their combat strength suddenly soared greatly. Our great army simply can't gain any bit of advantage within a small radius. If not for our numbers being Ma's sieve, they would probably already have successfully broken out of the encirclement at this time. Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a while and said, seems like this is related to Yi Yuan. This fellow is really troublesome. This time, we must finish him off. Or else, there will be no end of trouble for the future. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Looking at the news given from there, Lord Yunrong can make it latest by today, Deng Sheng said. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, I'll go and tie down Yi Yuan. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, there will naturally be him to take care of Yi Yuan. Deng Sheng said in surprise, Lord Shangguan already broke through to 8th level Soul C. Could it be that you still can't deal with that brat? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I cannot be certain. Yi Yuan's might virtually disregards the disparity of levels. I only broke through one minor boundary. To him, it's practically dispensable. Unless I can break through to the divine traversing realm, only then will there be sufficient assurance to kill him. Deng Sheng was taken aback with shock. A minor realm in the Soul Sea realm, but the disparity was still huge. The difficulty of leaping realms to battle was very great. Shangguan Lingyun broke through to the 8th level Soul Sea and actually even said that he did not have certainty in being able to deal with Yi Yuan. Rumble. The two people were just speaking when a powerful attack arrived with a howl. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed. Waving his hand, a blow struck back too. Two powerful attacks collided, instantly shredding the Central Army's main tent into ribbons. The sanguine light in the big tent could no longer be hidden and was exposed. But Shangguan Lingyun had long vacated all the nearby personnel. The fierce Gale World Great Army was currently obstructing and intercepting the Crimson Light City martial artists right now. There would not be anybody paying attention to here either. A figure stood in the air. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Seeing that blood-colored grand array, Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together. You all launched this war and would mar's sake all the residents of the city every time you reached a city. Turns out that it's actually for the sake of this floating light blood shadow array. Yi Yuan's words exuded thick killing intent in them. This floating light blood shadow array was a very wicked grand array. It was an array formation specially for the sake of collecting and refining sanguine qi. And to absorb sanguine qi, it must be accompanied by a bloody mar's sake. Yi Yuan did not expect that the fierce Gale world launching the war was actually for the sake of collecting sanguine qi. What on earth were they trying to do? Being unmasked by Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun did not have the slightest hint of panic and said with a smile, never thought that you actually even know about floating light blood shadow array. You truly surprised me. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, looks like you were making use of these sanguine qi to cultivate earlier. I was still thinking about how can you possibly break through a major boundary within a year. So, it's this reason. Really didn't expect that a genius like you will also actually abandon yourself to vice. Shangguan Lingyun had just broken through not long ago. The sanguine qi on his body had yet to dissipate completely. Yi Yuan saw through that he was utilizing the sanguine qi to cultivate with one glance. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh and said, Genius? You using this term to evaluate others, why does it sound very sarcastic even when listening to it? In front of you, who dares to claim to be a genius? Ever since you wasted Zhao Cheng'an, I knew that you were a great mountain that I have no way of surpassing in this life. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer, so you wallowed in degeneration and cultivated this sort of demonic path cultivation method? Do you know that even though demonic path cultivation methods advance quickly, likewise, the hidden dangers are also very great? So what? As long as I can defeat you and Zhao Cheng'an, however much I have to pay, I'm willing to do so. Shangguan Lingyun said coldly. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said helplessly, looks like you're already hopeless. You guys actually did not scruple in launching a realm war in order to collect this sanguine qi and let your own people come to the endless world to send themselves to death. Just what is it for? Shangguan Lingyun suddenly said with an evil smile, if you want to know, you can go and ask the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, personally. Yi Yuan stared at Shangguan Lingyun for a long time before saying, looks like you're just a dog under Zhao Tianyin too, you don't know anything at all. Rest sure. I'll go and ask him personally. Shangguan Lingyun's air became cold as he said in a deep voice, you're courting death. As he spoke, Shangguan Lingyun hurled a punch towards Yi Yuan. This punch carried extremely intense sanguine qi. Forget about ordinary martial artists receiving this punch, just this sanguine qi was also plenty more than they could bear. But Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon in the vast heaven Paji. Oda. That was an extreme young and indomitable tyrannical bloodline under this sky. It restrained this sanguine chi the most. Although this attack was powerful, it did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. A flame movement carnage rushed over, directly dissipating this fist intent. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly returning a punch. Except that this punch was not targeting Shangguan Lingyun, it targeted that floating light blood shadow array. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Shangguan Lingyun did not have the intention of saving the array formation. He let Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage rumble over at his discretion. Yet, at this time, that grey-black small flash suddenly surged with a blood-colored glow. A blood dragon flew out of the small flask's opening and directly devoured Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression darkened. Chapter 609, Dawn. Chapter 609, Dawn. It's useless. Once the floating light blood shadow array activates, it's impossible to stop without absorbing enough sanguine chi. With your strength, you simply can't crack this array formation, Shangguan Lingyun said. Looks like this floating light blood shadow array wasn't set up by you, but it is an array formation built into this small flask, Yi Yuan suddenly said. You're too clever. Clever people tend to not live for long. It was the same as Shangguan Lingyun tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's statement. My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. It naturally is even less up to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Arrogant. Heavenly Tao is the greatest. Even if you can reach deity realm, you're also unable to surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Martial artists held heavenly Tao in the greatest reverence. In front of heavenly Tao, no matter how formidable the martial artist, they were also just ants. Even if Shangguan Lingyun were any more arrogant, he would not dare to comment recklessly about heavenly Tao either. But Yi Yuan was someone who had already died once. He felt that this heavenly Tao was unjust. If there were a chance in this lifetime, he would definitely surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was not angry. He said with a smile, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan?" Shangguan Lingyun's face darkened. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Even though he kept repeatedly saying that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that he really resigned himself to fate. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated this blood carnage demonic art either. Yi Yuan's appearance brought a tremendous impact on his life. All along, Shangguan Lingyun felt that he was the most talented. Even with Zhao Chenggan, Shangguan Lingyun could gain a slight edge over him too. But Yi Yuan's appearance thoroughly shattered his understanding. Back then, Yi Yuan beat Zhao Chenggan to such an extent with just a crystal formation realm cultivation. The impact that it brought to Shangguan Lingyun was seriously too intense. For a very long time after, Shangguan Lingyun lived in Yi Yuan's shadow, unable to extricate himself, all the way until Zhao Tianyin appeared in front of him. Hence, there was this scene today. In front of Yi Yuan, he was indeed only just an insignificant swallow. Ignoring Yi Yuan's previous life's one tie, Yi Yuan's talent in this life had absolutely reached the divine realm's pinnacle standards. While Shangguan Lingyun was merely just a lower realm's top genius, that was all. Even if he was stronger, he was still just a tiny little swallow in front of Yi Yuan. Then I'll take a look and see if you, this swan, are really that powerful. Shangguan Lingyun gritted his teeth and said. Shaoyang demonic palm. Shangguan Lingyun cried out. A large blood-red handprint smacked over towards Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's dragon blood had restraining effects towards this sort of demonic art, Shangguan Lingyun was a major boundary higher than him after all. For Yi Yuan to want to win with ease, it was naturally something impossible. The power of this large handprint was incredible. In it carried thick sanguine chi, it was very ferocious. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly. Flame movement carnage instantly came out, directly dissipating that large handprint. Go to HELL. Shangguan Lingyun threw palm after palm, class. HI plussing 100 moves with Yi Yuan instantly. Both parties actually came out evenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was dazed watching it. Only now did he know just how powerful Yi Yuan was. Battling Shangguan Lingyun with strength a major boundary lower and not be at a disadvantageous position in the slightest, such combat strength was too outrageous. Looking from both parties' battle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a Sea Transformation Realm martial artist at all. He actually resembled a Soul Sea Realm expert instead. Yi Yuan's moves were so daunting, but a situation where his essence energy dried up actually did not arise at all for him. This was simply something beyond comprehension. How could a Sea Transformation Realm expert's essence energy possibly support such powerful martial techniques? Flame movement, true dragon carnage. With a drawn-out fight, Yi Yuan planned on taking the initiative to gain the upper hand and was the first to use a certain kill technique. Different from the probing the last time, this time, Yi Yuan brought out true capabilities. He upgraded the Dragon Wave's amplitude to peak Earth rank level. This was already the limit that Yi Yuan could accomplish with this flame movement true dragon carnage technique. This move merged together with the scorching true intent and the power of Dragon Wave. Its might was even stronger than the myriad rain sword blade. Blood Moon Wheel. Shangguan Lingyun was not careless at all either, returning Yi Yuan's attack with his move. This move was identical on the surface as the previous time when both parties were feeling out. What was different was just that the pure white full moon became blood red in color. But this was clearly just the difference on the surface. The power of Blood Moon Wheel was much more powerful compared to Full Moon Slash. Shangguan Lingyun was worthy of being a genius martial artist. He integrated the sanguine power into his own martial technique, causing his own martial technique to become even more powerful. Rumble. The Fire Dragon and Blood Moon collided together intensely, causing an immense quake. Pew Walk. These two people attacked too suddenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was directly shocked, flying out by the attacks, this time completely unprepared. He directly spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. The two people's battle was daunting to the max. Deng Sheng was a 9th level Soul Sea expert. In Cultivation Realm, he was even higher than Shangguan Lingyun. He actually could not even withstand the aftershocks of their battle. If this were a frontal battle, he would have already died until not even dregs were left long ago. After one attack, Yi Yuan and Shangguan Lingyun were each blasted, flying out. This attack was actually neck and neck. Shangguan Lingyun put his palm behind him, his expression livid as he looked at Yi Yuan. The clash this time looked to be evenly matched, but actually, he still lost by half a move. This palm of Yi Yuan's was very bizarre. It actually carried extremely intense vibration, shocking until his palm tingled. Shangguan Lingyun had intense unwillingness in his heart. He had already gotten such great improvement, and he was actually still not Yi Yuan's match. Could it be that there was no way of Serpa sing this fellow? Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coolly, "You're indeed very strong. You're even that tinge stronger than Zhao Chenggan. If you didn't walk an evil path, you would have a high chance of ascending to the divine realm. Repent, and salvation is at hand. You can still make it if you stop now. It's too late. Furthermore, I don't feel that there's anything wrong with me doing this. I don't need to you preach," Shangguan Lingyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Then there's no choice. Depraved heretics, anybody has the right to punish them." As he said, Yi Yuan condensed essence energy and prepared to execute flame movement true dragon carnage once again. Chu's HI plus trio was at the forefront, akin to a sharp blade thrust into the fierce Gale World's great army, sweeping away all resistance along the way. Although the surrounding fierce Gale World martial artists were a lot, none could last one exchange at the hands of the three of them. Even though the others were not as strong as Chu's HI plus trio, through the Azura Tri-Pro Inged formations training, their combat strength had a tremendous increase too. Unless they be UMP'd into martial artists whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs, otherwise, they likewise smashed all resistance and advanced victoriously. Day was about to break. Over the course of hours of killing, Chu's HI plus trio suddenly discovered that they could break out of the encirclement not far away ahead. This discovery made them unbelievably excited. They never would have thought that after that brat's training, their strength would actually be formidable to such an extent. Earlier, a 7th level Soul Sea martial artist was fighting with them. One careless move and he was actually cleaved apart. This was what he dare not think at all in the past. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. We're about to succeed in breaking out right away, Chu Shi plus shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 610, One Man Guarding the Par SS. Chapter 610, One Man Guarding the Par SS. Piers. After Chu Shi plus stabbed a fierce Gale world martial artist in front of him, there was suddenly a stretch of brightness before his eyes. Chu Shi plus knew that he finally charged out of the encirclement. At this instant, his heart was filled with a vicissitude of emotion. That instant when he was trapped in Crimson Light City, he thought about the Alliance sending a great army over to rescue, and also thought of being slaughtered by the fierce Gale world. But he did not even dare to think that he could rely on his own strength to carve out a bloody path. But now, he really did it. Recalling that brat who was cussed countless times by him in the open and in secret, thick grat. One tude was reverberating in his heart at this time. But this was not over yet. He did not have that much time to go and be overwhelmed by emotions. That was the privilege of a victor. And now, they were still very far away from victory. He had the strength to kill outside, but it did not mean that the others had the strength to slaughter out too. The fighting along the way, it was still unknown how many companions died. If according to Chu Shi plus S personality in the past, he would definitely run away without even turning his head back according to what Yi Yuan said, all the way north, and absolutely do not turn back. But at this time, Chu Shi plus turned his head back at the behest of supernatural powers and asked Zhu Changji and Qian Sai, brothers, still got strength? From entering the Azura Tri-Pro-inged formation until now, it was but a short 10 days. Yet, this 10 days' time changed far too much. Although Chu Shi plus, Zhu Changji, and Qian Sai, the three people still bickered, their tacit understanding between each other did not even need eyes to communicate. Heh, elder brother, I haven't killed to my heart's fill yet. Zhu Changji snickered. Charge back, Qian Sai said. Chu Shi plus chortled with laughter and yelled out, brothers who charged out, let's kill back in. Brothers who are still alive, we must bring them out without missing one. Yes. Let's kill back in. Indistinctly, Chu Shi plus trio had already become these martial artists' leaders. To be able to come out from the Azura Tri-Pro-inged formation, these remaining groups were all not weak. And Chu Shi plus trio was even the outstanding ones among these. Towards their three-people group, the others felt a greater sense of ident. One tie and belongingness. Su, who was currently facing off against a 9th-level Soul Sea commander. Seeing this scene, he could not help being surprised inwardly. In his impression, these itinerant cultivators were all self-centered, stubborn, and unruly people. Today, they actually did something like that. It seriously made people surprised. Su, whose notion was not that much. One able to escape was one. Chu Shi plus trio had clearly already charged out and actually still thought about returning to save the others. Such behavior was too incomprehensible. But no matter what, Chu Shi plus S actions still lessened the pressure on his shoulders considerably. Rumble. A flame movement true dragon carnage of Yi Yuan's rumbled over. But Shangguan Lingyun did not receive the move at all. The materialized colossal red dragon chased after Shangguan Lingyun and finally exhausted its essence energy, Vonnies. Hi plussing into nothingness. Under the situation where both parties' strength were around the same, it was actually very hard to kill the other party. How could Yi Yuan not tell yet that Shangguan Lingyun was simply buying time? Why was he dragging the time? Yi Yuan did not need to guess at all. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was about to reach soon. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan immediately ceased attacking and looked at Shangguan Lingyun with narrowed eyes. Why did you stop? This move of yours is very bizarre. It actually carries a violent vibration. With my current strength, I actually can't quite withstand it, Shangguan Lingyun said. Stop acting. Want to buy time, is it? Do you think that I'll give you the chance? Yi Yuan said coolly. So what if yes? Not giving me the chance. I admit that I'm not your match, but for you to want to kill me, it probably isn't something that easy as well, right? Yi Yuan did not speak, he fell silent. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan was pondering countermeasures. He folded his arms and looked at Yi Yuan quietly and was not in a rush either. Any scheme was too weak to stand in front of absolute strength. As long as he could drag until Shangguan Yunrong arrived, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. If the others ran, then they ran. They had no influence on the overall situation at all. But this time, Yi Yuan must die. This was Shangguan Lingyun's opinion. Yi Yuan's potential was too terrifying. No need to wait until the future. He already became a terrifying opponent for the fierce-scale world now. Originally, the endless world martial artists trapped in the city were already bound for death. Who knew that Yi Yuan only came for 10 days and made these people's strength rise to a terrifying degree, forcefully carving out a bloody road. Yi Yuan's own might was already sufficiently terrifying. What was even scarier was that he could make all the endless world martial artists become powerful. Like this, the fierce-scale world's advantage would become non-existent. Such an opponent, they had to eradicate him at all cost. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head slightly, his eyes emitting rays of brilliance. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan already. Who thought of a countermeasure? It's useless. I just have to cope with SHI plus efting events by sticking to a fundamental policy. You can't run. Shangguan Lingyun said brother IMMING with confidence. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Is that so? I'll come and take care of you again later." As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and turned into a stream of light, charging into the battlefield. Myriad rain-sword blades. In the battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, this attack struck too unexpectedly. Those fierce-scale world martial artists were caught off guard and immediately sustained heavy casualties. In a blink of an eye, corpses filled the land. Yi Yuan was not a bloodthirsty person. But at this stage, he could only stop the killing with killing. Shangguan Lingyun followed closely behind. But seeing this scene, his expression did not even change. "This is the countermeasure that you came up with? Want to use this move to force me to give in her? Who? You're overthinking it. What the floating light blood shadow array absorbs isn't just your endless world martial artist sanguine chi, it likewise absorbs our floating light blood shadow array martial artist's sanguine chi too. The more you kill, the merrier the blood refining flask absorbs," Shangguan Lingyun said cold-bloodedly. Towards Shangguan Lingyun's words, it was as if Yi Yuan did not hear them. 1,000 flowing petals surged instantly and started to suffuse in the battlefield. The areas Yi Yuan Par said by, those fierce-scale world martial artists all collapsed weakly one by one. When Shangguan Lingyun saw this scene, he was still unmoved. He just kept following not far away from Yi Yuan. Every place Yi Yuan went to, the Crimson Light City martial artists over there instantly obtained relief. This action of his was actually in order to let the other Crimson Light City martial artists break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Before long, Yi Yuan actually BUMP'd into the Chu SHI Plus trio who killed their way back. When Chu SHI Plus saw Yi Yuan, he could not help being elated. "Mr. Yi, you finally took action. Fortunately, old Chu, I didn't fail you and already slaughtered a path out. At this time, I'm back to deal a back thrust. TCH, making it seem like you did it alone," Zhu Changji said disdainfully. When Yi Yuan heard Chu SHI plus S words, he could not help being surprised too. His thinking was the same as Su Hu. He also thought that these people would flee for their lives selfishly. Who knew that such a big change actually happened to Chu SHI plus trio, dealing an unexpected blow? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Almost there. You bring the others and leave. I'll cover your retreat." Chu SHI Plus was long aware of Yi Yuan's strength, so he did not worry at all. He nodded his head and very quickly brought the others to break away from the encirclement and depart for the north. Those fierce-scale world martial artists were still going to chase, but Yi Yuan descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. "Those who cross this line shall be killed without mercy." Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 611, Divine Traversing Realm Appears. Chapter 611, Divine Traversing Realm Appears. Those martial artists were already crazed with killing. How could they care about Yi Yuan's warning? Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan punched out without hesitation, directly decimating a large throng. With this, those martial artists finally knew his power. They came to a standstill one by one, looking at Yi Yuan fearfully. Hey! Do you think that by using this sort of method, you can let them escape alive? I'll hold him down. You all carry on chasing them. Kill off all of them for me. Leave no one. Shangguan Lingyun issued the order. When those fierce-scale world martial artists heard Shangguan Lingyun's words, they were all stirring to take action. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Those who aren't afraid to die, feel free to chase." His voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone unwittingly shuddered, and they involuntarily stopped their footsteps. Shangguan Lingyun's expression darkened. He directly grabbed a martial artist and pinched him to death and said in a solemn voice, "All didn't hear me. Chase after them for me. Could it be that you guys forgot the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's, teachings?" Upon mentioning the Wind Emperor, those martial artists were like injected with stimulants one after another, and became abnormally excited. They actually forgot fear and really charged over. Rumble. Yi Yuan punched again, decimating a large swarm once more. Yet, this time, his deterrence actually did not have any effect. Those martial artists still chased after crazily. But when those martial artists were chasing, they intentionally circled around Yi Yuan, as if he, this person, did not exist. Shangguan Lingyun looked at Yi Yuan in delight and said, "Saw that? This is the fierce-scale world martial artist's might. Even if I let you kill, how many can you kill?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent was revealed towards Shangguan Lingyun. Shangguan Lingyun naturally perceived Yi Yuan's killing intent, but he was not bothered. Although he examined himself and felt that he was not Yi Yuan's match, for Yi Yuan to want to kill him, it was not something that easy. "Who, want to kill me? Bring it on." Seeing Yi Yuan in an awkward position, Shangguan Lingyun was very satisfied in his heart too. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you? Yi Yuan, I know that you're very formidable. But as long as I don't clash head-on with you, what basis do you have to kill me? Is that so? Then watch closely." Yi Yuan's starting stance was still the flame movement true dragon carnage. Shangguan Lingyun was already very familiar with this move. The flame movement true dragon carnage was indeed unbelievably powerful. But Shangguan Lingyun naturally would not be foolish enough to clash with Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan made his move, Shangguan Lingyun's movement technique was already swiftly displayed. All of a sudden, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed drastically. Because his movement technique had just activated and that colossal red dragon was already right before his eyes. Shangguan Lingyun did not even see clearly how in the world Yi Yuan made his move. Instant cast martial technique. This thought just flashed past Shangguan Lingyun's mind, but he only had time to muster up all the essence energy in the body to guard his heart channels. Rumble. The Ma's Civ Red Dragon collided viciously onto Shangguan Lingyun's body. He took a flame movement true dragon carnage from Yi Yuan in all its glory. The power of the flame movement true dragon carnage did not need to be said. Even with Shangguan Lingyun's 8th level Soul Sea protective essence energy, it totally could not guard against this move as well. PHHSST. Fresh blood sprayed wildly from Shangguan Lingyun's mouth. His entire person was HIT flying out high up in the air. After those fierce-scale world martial artists who were currently chasing saw this scene, they all involuntarily came to a halt and was at a loss on what to do for a time. Their main commander was actually beaten to this state by Yi Yuan in one exchange. Lord Shangguan. At this time, Deng Sheng was the very first to react, directly flying up to catch Shangguan Lingyun. "Lord Shangguan, are you all right?" Deng Sheng hurriedly stuffed a medicinal pill into Shangguan Lingyun's mouth and revolved essence energy to help him refine the medicinal strength. Yi Yuan caught up at this time as well and did not prevent this scene with Deng Sheng. With the fierce-scale world's alchemy standards, how good a medicinal pill could be brought out? Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Shangguan Lingyun. Everybody all held their breaths. Deng Sheng hurriedly stood in front of Yi Yuan, blocking his path and said in a grave voice, "If you dare to kill Lord Shangguan, I'll fight it out with you." Fighting it out with me? You don't have this qualification. Yi Yuan continued walking forward as he spoke. Deng Sheng was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and fell back repeatedly. Even Shangguan Lingyun was not Yi Yuan's match. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? He did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move earlier at all. He only saw a red light flash and Shangguan Lingyun was already struck by Yi Yuan. Instant cast martial technique. It was definitely an instant cast martial technique. This youth could actually get hold of an instant cast martial technique. It was simply impossible to guard against. Except, Deng Sheng could not figure out even if he scratched his scalp raw. How could such a powerful martial technique possibly achieve instant cast? The incomparably powerful Shangguan Lingyun in his eyes was actually finished off by Yi Yuan instantly. This move earlier, Yi Yuan finally employed the nameless essence energy in his body. Forget about Shangguan Lingyun not being prepared. Even if he had made ample preparations, it was also not possible to be Yi Yuan's match. After experiencing the addition of nameless essence energy, the power of the flame movement True Dragon Carnage was even greater. Adding in instant cast martial technique, Shangguan Lingyun's defeat was already an inevitable situation. Deng Sheng suddenly paused and halted his footsteps. Behind him was Shangguan Lingyun already. He could not retreat anymore already. Why Yi Yuan, you kill me then. I beg you, let Lord Shangguan off. Deng Sheng suddenly begged. Yi Yuan did not speak. His essence energy was already in the midst of being mustered frenziedly. Shangguan Lingyun had to die. He was this great army's spirit. As long as he died, this great army was nothing to be feared. Only this way could give those Crimson Light City martial artists sufficient time to escape. Hence, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to let Shangguan Lingyun off. Didon Ti beg him. If you have the capabilities, Ti then kill me, Pew walk. As Shangguan Lingyun spoke, another mouthful of blood spewed out again. Even though that blow earlier did not claim his life, his wounds were extremely heavily currently, and he was already not far from death as well. If not for Deng Sheng feeding him a medicinal pill earlier, he would not even be able to speak right now. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stalling for time. He knew that at present, time was pressing and already could not allow him to be indecisive. Looking at Shangguan Lingyun's actions, a divine traversing realm expert was definitely on the way already. There was simply no time for him to delay. And towards a person like Shangguan Lingyun, he would not be soft-hearted as well. Very soon, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak once more. Amar. Civ Red Dragon rumbled over towards Deng Sheng once more, baring its fangs and brandies. Plussing its claws. Deng Sheng clenched his jaws tightly and already planned on giving a last-ditch struggle. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. Sensing this pressure, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his figure moved back explosively. A light halo appeared. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was directly eradicated. Two figures appeared at Shangguan Lingyun's sides. One of them was dignified and elegant, of ennoble birth at one glance. But the other was rather boorish, quite like the Lan family clan's style. These two people were shockingly both divine traversing realm experts. When Deng Sheng saw the arrivals, his face revealed wild elation. Lord Yunrong. Lord Lan Shun. You finally came. Chapter 612. Keep cool and work things out. Chapter 612. Keep cool and work things out. You bring Lingyun to treat his injuries. Leave this place to me, Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. Deng Sheng already held the determination of dying for sure earlier. Who knew that there would be a turnabout? Shangguan Yunrong actually made it at the last moment, saving his life. He looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, uncertain if he should be happy or mournful too. Happy was that Lord Yunrong made it, and Yi Yuan was certain to die. Mournful was that such a staggering genius martial artist was actually going to perish here. Such a pity. You're Yi Yuan? Shangguan Yunrong sized him up for a bit and asked. Aren't you talking rubbish here? Yi Yuan replied. Shangguan Yunrong did not mind and said smilingly, I'm called Shangguan Yunrong, Lingyun's clan uncle. The last time, I brushed past you at the Tranquil Cloud sect. This time, I finally met you. You're indeed the same as the story goes. You're definitely a peerless genius hard to come by in 10,000 years. Just peak sea transformation realm and you actually have the strength to kill Lingyun. Truly remarkable. Divine traversing realm experts might be paramount existences to other people. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Of course, Yi Yuan's current strength was clearly still a long way off from dealing with divine traversing realm experts. But mentally, he did not have any reverence. Hearing Shangguan Yunrong said so, Yi Yuan said coolly, "What the hell does Shangguan Lingyun count as? Killing him, what's there worthy of being proud of? Heh, what a rampant boy. I heard that a few juniors from our Lan family all died at your hands." Lan Shun suddenly said coldly. Yi Yuan's eyebrows went up when he heard that. No wonder this person was so alike those Lan family tribe people's style. Turns out that it was the Lan family tribe's old ancestor. So what if yes? Yi Yuan admitted it very scoundrelly. Today's matter was clearly unable to be resolved. Yi Yuan could only go through with it now too. Yi Yuan could not retreat right now. The Crimson Light City martial artists had not gone far yet. If he fled by himself, those people would surely die without a burial ground. So he had to delay the time now to strive for sufficient time for those people to flee. Lan Shun had always been a lofty and exalted divine traversing realm expert. Anyone was reverent and respectful towards him. But this brat in front of him actually did not think much of him at all. This made him greatly enraged. Even though the Lan family tribe guarding the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was just a branch of their Lan clan, they were a member of his Lan clan no matter what. This boy killed his juniors and was even so arrogant in front of him. How could he endure it? Good. Since you admitted it, then let's settle this score properly today. This old man will strip down your bones one by one later and sacrifice them to those juniors of mine, Lan Shun said. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "There are plenty of people who want to strip down my bones. But nobody has yet to succeed. With just the likes of you, you want to strip down my bones too?" Shangguan Yunrong's brows furrowed slightly. He had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Yi Yuan was too composed as if he did not place him and Lan Shun in his sights at all. Did he really have some reliance, or was he putting on an empty fort strategy to scare him? What a fine lad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Yunrong, leave this brat to me. I'll leave him unable to beg to live nor pray to die, Lan Shun said. Although this Lan Shun and Shangguan Yunrong were both divine traversing realm experts, between the two people, it was clear that Shangguan Yunrong was the leader. He wanted to touch Yunrong, but he needed to seek for Shangguan Yunrong's opinion. Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly and said, "Fine. I kept hearing that Yi Yuan is pitilessly talented, but I have never seen with my own eyes before. Lan Shun, you assess him and see just how formidable his strength is." Getting an affirmative reply, Lan Shun's face revealed a malicious smile, pressing on towards Yi Yuan step by step. The pressure belonging to a divine traversing realm was released without holding anything back. Cruise. Plussing the others until everyone could not catch their breath. Divine traversing realm was a pinnacle existence in the lower realms martial artists. Every divine traversing realm expert was incomparably exalted. In the eyes of divine traversing realm experts, martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm were existences like ants. Lan Shun knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. But no matter how strong, he was merely just a slightly larger ant as well. Boy, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Facing Lan Shun's domineering pressure, Yi Yuan appeared very indifferent. He suddenly took out a purple-colored talisman and said coolly, "Whether I have to pay the price or not, I don't know. But if you take another step forward, the price paid will be turning into ashes." The instant Yunrong took out the purple talisman, Shangguan Yunrong's expression instantly changed drastically. His gaze was glued to the talisman in Yunrong's hands. A cold drought surged unceasingly. But Lan Shun was totally unaware and said with a cold smile, "I was wondering where your confidence came from to be COC Kai with me. So, it's this lousy thing. You don't think that a lousy talisman is able to scare me, right?" Lan Shun, stop. Don't move forward anymore. Shangguan Yunrong said solemnly. Yi Yuan sneered when he saw the situation and said, turns out that there is still somebody who recognizes the goods. Looks like don't need me to waste my saliva. Lan Shun's figure involuntarily froze, and he said in puzzlement, Yunrong, just a lousy talisman. What's the fuss about? Cold sweat already broke out on Shangguan Yunrong's forehead as he said somberly, you shut your mouth for me. The purple talisman in his hand is called Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Once it's unleashed, it's equivalent to a peak divine traversing realm expert's all-out attack. Do you feel that you can survive under such an attack? This purple talisman in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman from the vast heaven Paji. ODA. Even though using it to kill a first-level divine traversing was somewhat a waste of God's good gift, at this time right now, Yi Yuan could not be bothered too much. Peak divine traversing realm's all-out attack. With this, Lan Shun was dumbfounded too. That imposing momentum that disdained all under the heavens originally vanished without a trace. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. How was that thing in Yi Yuan's hand just some talismans? It was simply a time bomb. If by any chance he rushed over impulsively earlier, he would probably really have turned into ashes already at this moment. Looking at Lan Shun's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, weren't you very COC Kai just now? Aren't you going to strip down all of my bones? Come on. I'm standing right now. Come and strip them. Lan Shun could not resist swallowing his saliva and was actually tongue-tied for a moment. He thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all earlier. But who knew that he actually had such a major killing tool in his hands? Peak Divine Traversing Realm and First-Level Divine Traversing Realm were two entirely different concepts. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. No matter how powerful he, Lan Shun, was, he could not possibly withstand the full power attack of a Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts too. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. Turns out that this was waiting here. Lan Shun could not refrain from taking a step back, but Yi Yuan noticed it and said with a cold smile, try taking another step back. Lan Shun choked up again, not knowing what should he do. His distance away from Yi Yuan right now was extremely awkward. It was right within Yi Yuan's attack range. He wished to back away, but how could Yi Yuan possibly give him this chance? Be brat, you don't be impulsive. Keep cool and work things out, Lan Shun said dryly. Chapter 613, Detonate. Chapter 613, Detonate. Yi Yuan was tickled when he heard that and said smilingly, keep cool and work things out. Your tone when speaking to me earlier wasn't like this. Lan Shun had an awkward look as he said, that was me having eyes, but not recognizing Mount Tai. Brat, no, little brother Yi, I apologize. His back was already drenched in sweat, standing there and not daring to even move. Throughout his life until now, this was his first time feeling that he was so close to death. Who, apologize? Do you feel that I'll accept your apology? Yi Yuan smiled as he responded with a question. Then what do you want? What do I want? How you guys came, scram back for me, otherwise, you all have to die today, Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, Yi Yuan raised the talisman in his hand up. Lan Shun's heart lifted along as well and almost leaped out. At this instant, his scalp nearly exploded. However, Yi Yuan spun around lightly. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman returned to its original place again. Drip. Lan Shun heaved a sigh in relief. Sweat ran down his cheeks and dripped down. By the side, Shangguan Yunrong did not speak all along. At this time, he suddenly voiced out, Yi Yuan, you don't need to pretend to be relaxed. Your Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman can only be used once, right? Yi Yuan was secretly startled, but his face was composed as he said, you can come and give it a try. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, I have a total of 3, plenty to kill the 2 of you. But Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, the used once that I said wasn't this meaning. Unleash. Plussing the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman with your current strength, you'll most likely be sapped completely of essence energy instantaneously. So you won't have the opportunity to unleash a second one at all. Even though it's my first time meeting you, I still more or less know a little about your way of handling things. With your character, if you can unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman many times, you would probably already have killed off Lan Shun without the slightest hesitation earlier. Tell me, is what I said right or wrong? The more Shangguan Yunrong spoke, the more collected he became. He had clearly walked out of that panic-stricken emotion earlier already. Furthermore, one could discern from his tone that he was rather confident in his analysis. Yi Yuan did not think that this Shangguan Yunrong was actually so troublesome. He saw through that he was just making an empty show of strength so quickly. What Shangguan Yunrong said was totally right. When Long Ting handed these Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans to him, he also told Yi Yuan the method of application. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still somewhat lacking right now. He was simply unable to unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman many times. Which was also to say that the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman in his hands could only kill Lan Shun alone, and once he unleashed the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman, he only had waiting helplessly for the end, this one path, to walk. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of using the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman to threaten the other party, then retreat leisurely. He did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong was someone with a sharp mind. Wanting to smoke this through was not that easy. Is that so? Since you say so, then I'll come and give it a try. Yi Yuan turned towards Lan Shun and said, "Hey, that Lan Shun or whatever, sorry about it. In order to verify whether his words are correct or not, I'll use you as an experiment first." As he said, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a brilliant splendor and was about to pour essence energy into the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman. Lan Shun had a myriad of profanities galloping across his mind right now, but he hastily yelled out, Don't. Little brother Yi, don't be Raz. Plus I believe you. Everyone says that the older the person, the more cowardly they get. This was not false at all. For Lan Shun to be able to have today's accomplishments, he could be said to have gone through countless violent storms and waves. So he valued life the most as well. But how could he expect that he would fall at the hands of a junior today? The most hateful thing was that Shangguan Yunrong's words openly and implied meaning were baiting Yi Yuan to finish him off. This fellow simply had malicious intents. Even if what Shangguan Yunrong said was true, what right did he have to make him be the scapegoat? Shangguan Yunrong, what the meaning of this? Lan Shun simmered with anger. Shangguan Yunrong said coolly, His Majesty had warned us about this Yi Yuan. As long as we come across him, we are to capture and execute him right away. You saw it too, how great Yi Yuan's potential is. Wait until he advances to the Soul Sea realm, even you and I might not be his match too. For the sake of His Majesty's grand plan, you sacrifice a bit. Talk is cheap. Why aren't you the one sacrificing? If you have the capabilities, we swap positions. You go and sacrifice. I'll complete His Majesty's grand plan. Lan Shun snarled. Shangguan Yunrong did not bother with Lan Shun. He said to Yi Yuan, You don't need to sow discord here. Today, I won't let you leave no matter what. Your growth is too rapid. It's already threatening His Majesty's plan. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan did not think that Shangguan Yunrong was so resolute, wanting to kill him by not stinting to sacrifice Lan Shun as well. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though he was very fretful in his heart, Yi Yuan's face was still showing a smile, as if he thought nothing of it in the slightest. He smiled and said to Lan Shun, Looks like your companion doesn't care about life or death at all. Alright then, since that's the case, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. But when you're dead, don't blame me. Want to blame your companion for being heartless and cold-blooded. The talisman in Yi Yuan's hand radiated even more brilliantly. Lan Shun was sweating profusely as he cursed, Shangguan Yunrong, *CK your grandma. You'll die a horrible death. May you be the last in your family line. Little brother Yi, you mustn't be Raz. Plus toward Lan Shun's cursing, Shangguan Yunrong was unmoved. With a whiz, Shangguan Yunrong gathered a Titanic quant. One tie of heaven and earth essence energy. He was actually going to unleash an attack against Yi Yuan to force Yi Yuan to submit. Divine Traversing Realm experts' control over heaven and earth essence energy already reached a very exaggerated level. Shangguan Yunrong deliberately pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan. At this distance, although Yi Yuan's Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman could hit him, it definitely would not be fatal. Conversely, it was likewise the same. But the attack of a Divine Traversing Realm expert, how could Yi Yuan dare to really withstand head-on? Therefore, Yi Yuan's only option was to use the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman to kill Lan Shun. This Shangguan Yunrong, what ruthless means. In order to kill him, he did not scruple to use the life of another Divine Traversing Realm expert as the price. Proud Snow Silver Frost Finger. Shangguan Yunrong gave a light cry. An extremely tyrannical finger light tore through the air and arrive. Shangguan Yunrong, IF*CK your 18 generations of ancestors. Ah, your father will risk it. Dark Wind Divine Palm. This Lan Shun was also someone decisive in killing and knew that at this time, it was no longer up to him. Even though he cursed Shangguan Yunrong verbally, this palm was not targeted at him but was unleashed towards Yi Yuan. At this time, he could only bet that the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion in Yi Yuan's hand was a grey market product and was totally useless. Two mighty Divine Traversing Realm experts unleashed moves at Yi Yuan at the same time. The commotion caused was truly earth-shaking. A colossal pressure engulfed the entire battlefield, crews. HI+ing the other martial artists until they could not breathe. At this sort of stage, Yi Yuan no longer had any hopes of leaving things to chance. He poured all the essence energy in his body into the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. The purple talisman instantly bloomed with a dazzling light. Several streaks of purple thunderbolts appeared from the void, wantonly bombarding at Lan Shun. Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse? Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse? Purple electric snakes danced wildly in the air. A colossal energy pressure crushed everyone until they could not breathe, including Yi Yuan himself. The power of this Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman seriously somewhat exceeded his expectations. Lan Shun only struggled for a bit slightly and was engulfed by the frenzied electric snakes. The attacks of the two Divine Traversing Realm experts were annihilated like this by the electric snakes. It did not even stir up a wave. The corners of Shangguan Yunrong's mouth involuntarily twitched a little. Clearly, he was intimidated by the scene before his eyes too. If he had swapped places with Lan Shun earlier, then the one being electrocuted to charcoal right now would be him. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman was indeed well deserving of its reputation. Right at this time, the Crimson Light Great Army that already escaped very far away was startled right now as well. This. What's going on? What a powerful undulation. Chu's HI+S expression changed as he said. Chu's HI+ and the others exchanged glances and guessed the answer very quickly. Such a powerful undulation, it definitely was not done by a Soul Sea Realm experts. Then it could only be Divine Traversing Realm. Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse. A Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse definitely arrived. Mr. Yi He. Zhu Changji somewhat choked up even when speaking. Liu Hong, the four people, similarly exchanged glances. They all saw thick worry from the other party's eyes. City Lord Su, you bring the others away. The four of us will go back and have a look at the situation, Qin Yang said solemnly. No way. Want to go back? It should be me too. The strength of the few of you is still weak. Facing Divine Traversing Realm experts, you simply don't have the power to resist. I'm at any rate a peak 9th level Soul Sea. I more or less still have some chance to escape alive. I'll return. Su Hu directly refused. We don't care about other people. The three of us must go back. Mr. Yi's grace towards us is tantamount to giving us a new lease on life. Even if we die, we have to return too. Zhu Changji said resolutely. I'm going back too. I'm returning as well. For a time, the Crimson Light Great Army's upper echelons were locked in a fierce dispute, all fighting to go back. All right. Stop arguing. Ding Qi, you bring the others and continue heading north towards Fair Sun City to deliver the news. Tell them that the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts have already joined the war. Let the Alliance make preparations early. City Lord, four sirs, since everybody is concerned with Mr. Yi's safety, then how about we go back together? At this time, Chu Shi Plus was steady and composed, and he actually had a demeanor of a commander-in-chief, simply like two different person from that sort of ruffian manner previously. Even though Su, whose strength was the greatest among these people, but faintly, Chu Shi Plus actually became the person whose words had the heaviest weight. Fine. Since that's the case, then let's go back together. Su Hu nodded and said. Qin Yang nodded his head too, expressing agreement. This void escape thunderous explosion talisman, I've only heard of its name as well. I didn't expect that its power is actually so terrifying. Truly didn't think that you actually still had such a major killing tool. It's also fortunate that two people came together this time. Otherwise, we'd really be powerless against you. Shangguan Yunron looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Yuan was sapped dry of essence energy by the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. At this time, he became incomparably weak. In Shangguan Yunrong's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter. A martial artist without essence energy, what actions could he still take? He could tell that Yi Yuan was recovering essence energy on the sly. Furthermore, the speed was very swift. But he was not in a hurry at all. Even if Yi Yuan's recovering speed was any faster, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state within a short time. During this process, he had plenty of time to kill Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the void escape thunderous explosion talisman again, so what if he let him fully recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong was a third-level divine traversing realm super expert. Even if Yi Yuan recovered essence energy, how could he possibly be his match? Heh, do you think that you can do anything to me now? Yi Yuan panted and said. It was just that these words in Shangguan Yunrong's view were entirely a dead duck having a stubborn mouth. Martial artists in battle, the greatest taboo was fully expending all of their essence energy. That way, he would not have any capital to protect himself anymore. Without the support of essence energy, no matter how powerful the martial technique, it was no use too. Stop doing futile things. Do you think that I'll give you the chance to recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly unleashed a palm as he was speaking. This palm was very casual. But it did not have the intention of putting Yi Yuan to death. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying out, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The essence energy that he had just said was directly dissipated by this palm. Shangguan Yunrong came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, Do you know how cats catching mice are done? After they catch the mouse, they will set the mouse free, then catch again, and release again. Repeating like this over and over again, all the way until the mouse is completely drained of energy. I know that you're unresigned. But right now you're just a mouse that's being toyed with by me. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong unleashed another palm, sending Yi Yuan flying out. Yi Yuan stood up, wiped away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shangguan Yunrong as he said with a miserable smile, Looks like your Shangguan family are all a bunch of psychos. Do you feel that you, a dignified divine traversing realm expert, having your life threatened by me, a sea transformation realm junior, is very humiliating? So you want to find a mental equilibrium like this right now? Shangguan Yunrong's expression froze. Flinging his hand, it was another palm strike. He had his thoughts laid bare by Yi Yuan and could not help becoming enraged from embarrassment. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, he was indeed very furious earlier. That feeling of his life being held in the hands of others made him very displeased. Even though he maintained quite a distance away from Yi Yuan just now, if Yi Yuan really threw the void escape thunderous explosion talisman at him, he did not dare say that he could withdraw unscathed either. The power of the void escape thunderous explosion talisman was too strong. Lan Shun did not even leave behind bone ashes under the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. If not for Yi Yuan doing it for the sake of ensuring that he could kill a divine traversing realm expert, Shangguan Yunrong's, most optimistic state right now would also be the outcome of severe injuries. Hence, when Yi Yuan exhausted his essence energy, He was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan but wanted to give vent to the resentment in his heart for a bit. So what if yes? You already can't use the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman now. I just want to mess with you to death. What can you do to me? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly became savage. As Shangguan Yunrong was talking, his palm struck again. He did not mind going through the trouble to play this game. Bang! Yi Yuan was sent flying once more, his entire body covered in blood, looking very miserable. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, Shangguan Yunrong was very delighted in his heart. Do you feel that you're a genius? You feel that no body in this world is your match? Don't you know that killing a genius is something with a great sense of accomplishment? Ha ha ha. Beg me. Beg me to let you off. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will really spare you from death. Shangguan Yunrong said in a crazed state. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong lifted his hand, and it was another palm strike. Yet, right at this time, he suddenly saw Yi Yuan smiling at him. That smile seemed to be mocking his ignorance and woe. Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger came with a surge. Chapter 6:15, Take it easy, it's just starting. Chapter 6:15, Take it easy, it's just starting. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry, sweeping over towards Shangguan Yunrong with a colossal azure dragon. The huge dragon's roar reverberated throughout the skies and collided onto Shangguan Yunrong with a loud crash. This change was too sudden. Shangguan Yunrong was caught off guard and took a solid hit. Everyone shockingly discovered that the azure dragon actually broke apart the protective essence energy on Shangguan Yunrong and attacked his main body, Pewalk. Shangguan Yunrong was actually beaten until he vomited blood by this blow of Yi Yuan's. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually just happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Even Shangguan Yunrong did not react to it. Yi Yuan appeared to be weak all along for the sake of this attack. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm was Yi Yuan's current true killing move. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan simply had no chance to use this move. Even if he used it, it was also not possible to cause the slightest bit of harm to Shangguan Yunrong. But it did not mean that this move could not harm divine traversing realm experts. Yi Yuan's talent with the cultivation of Dragon Wave, likewise, had reached a very monstrous degree. Not long ago, he already broke through Earth rank and advanced into Heaven rank boundary. Executing Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm with Heaven rank boundary, this blow of Yi Yuan's was already not much weaker compared to that final palm of Long Ting's back then. This degree of attack, even if it could not kill a divine traversing realm expert, making them sustain injuries was still achievable. Just when everyone all thought that Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of counterattacking at all, it was the moment for Yi Yuan's all-out blow. Hence, Yi Yuan succeeded. However, this was not over. Just as everyone was staring wide-eyed and their mouths agape, Yi Yuan erupted abruptly, speeding towards the Shangguan Yunrong who was still in the air. Yi Yuan sprinted all the way crazily, but his aura was in the midst of rising frenziedly. The Shangguan Yunrong who lost balance in the air had yet to understand what was happening when a sense of immense danger attacked once again. The sense of danger this time was even much stronger compared to the last time. Rumble. Just as Yi Yuan's aura was soaring madly, the clouds and winds in the sky suddenly change. The originally clear blue skies for thousands of miles up to the ninth heaven actually became covered with dense dark clouds. The sky instantly dimmed. This series of changes were too quick and also too sudden. Everybody failed to react to it, including Shangguan Yunrong. By the time they all reacted to it, a series of rolling thunder already resounded in the skies. Lightning flashed faintly in the clouds. That apocalyptic-like pressure made everyone unable to breathe. This scene made all the people startled inwardly. Yi Yuan was going to transcend the tribulation. Divine soul entering the sea was an action which defied the heavens. One would be subjected to the punishment of heavenly tribulation, cross it and endless blue skies where birds could fly freely. Fail to cross, and one would perish. Their Tao would vanish without anybody caring. As salting soul needed to expend 10 years, even decades of time to prepare for other people. However, Yi Yuan did not need to. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful. It had long already reached the boundary of quasi-alchemy king perfection. Communicating with the essence energy C with his current divine soul boundary was just something that flowed naturally when a channel was formed. Moreover, Yi Yuan experienced breaking through to Soul C in his previous life and was way too familiar with this process. Divine soul entering the C, this process needed a very long period of adaptation to others. During the process of breaking through, one would even need to undergo failure many times. But this process, Yi Yuan already completed it during the process of sprinting earlier. Hence, that was why the heavenly tribulation arrived so quickly, catching everyone unprepared. And what Yi Yuan needed was precisely everybody to be caught by surprise. Just now, when Yi Yuan was erupting, he already stuffed a large amount of essence energy recovery medicinal pills into his mouth. At present, his essence energy was also in the midst of rapid recovery. After refining the dragon blood, Yi Yuan's physique was already extremely daunting. Even though he did not have the support of essence energy, his explosive power was still extremely powerful. Just a matter of a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already approached Shangguan Yunrong. Hi plussing behind him with a large stride, Yi Yuan reverse-latched onto him tightly. Shangguan Yunrong was frightened immensely by this and struggled desperately. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Quickly let me go. Even though Shangguan Yunrong was a divine traversing realm expert, in terms of fleshy body strength, he was way inferior to Yi Yuan. In his panic, Shangguan Yunrong desperately wanted to use essence energy to shake Yi Yuan away. But Yi Yuan's two arms buckled him down like iron hoops. Even if he was shocked until his entire body was covered in wounds, Yi Yuan did not plan on easing up a little either. As repayment for your game of cat and mouse earlier, cross this heavenly tribulation together with me. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, let me go. I'll kill you. Shangguan Yunrong roared. At this time, Shangguan Yunrong finally came to his senses. Civ essence energy gathered onto his palm very quickly, and he was going to press on Yi Yuan's body with a backhand. However, right then, a huge lightning bolt fell straight to the mortal world from above the heavens, slamming heavily onto the two persons' bodies. Rumble. The essence energy which Shangguan Yunrong had just coalesced was directly dissipated by this lightning. Only to see him with disheveled hair. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? Sustaining this blow, the aura on Shangguan Yunrong's entire person waned considerably. The power of heavenly tribulation, even if he was a divine traversing realm expert, it was not that nice to endure either. In contrast, when this bolt of lightning smote onto Yi Yuan's body, he was perfectly fine. It looked like his aura even strengthened a little. However, Yi Yuan's two arms still latched onto Shangguan Yunrong tightly, not giving him any opportunity to escape. Following the first bolt of lightning falling, the bolts of lightning in the air were like falling rain, cras. Plussing down onto the place where Yi Yuan and Shangguan Yunrong were at. For a time, rock fragments scattered all around. One could not see the two people's figures in the outside world at all. Yi Yuan. You'll die a horrible death. Let go. Quickly let me go. Shangguan Yunrong roared with all his might. However, Yi Yuan ignored him completely. He just hugged Shangguan Yunrong tightly, letting the heavenly tribulation slam onto the two of their bodies. This degree of heavenly tribulation did not matter to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon, and the strength of his fleshy body was very fearsome. Not only did this degree of heavenly tribulation not have the slightest effect on him, it even let his fleshy body obtain tempering, becoming even stronger. Furthermore, under the catalyzation caused by the heavenly tribulation, the large pile of medicinal pills that he consumed previously were currently being refined slowly. His aura recovered to the peak state very quickly. On the other hand, Shangguan Yunrong he did not have Yi Yuan's freakish fleshy body. Furthermore, he did not have sufficient preparations to deal with heavenly tribulation at all in the first place in his panic. Under a bout of wanton bombarding, the aura on his body became increasingly withered. Before long, there was finally no more lightning falling in the sky. The others could finally see clearly the situation of the two people inside. Even though Yi Yuan's body looked very tragic, his aura had actually already recovered to the peak state. While the high and mighty Shangguan Yunrong had a head of disheveled hair at this time, looking very savage. Most importantly, he was actually forcefully cut down a minor boundary by the heavenly tribulation. Take it easy, it's just starting. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the clouds in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It seemed to be preparing an even stronger heavenly tribulation. Chapter 6:16, Forcefully Withstanding Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 6:16, Forcefully Withstanding Heavenly Tribulation. Rumble. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a lightning bolt even thicker than before struck the bodies of the two. Ah! Shangguan Yunrong cried out miserably. Heavenly tribulation was the thing martial artists feared the most. After entering the Soul Sea realm, they had the possibility of Peries. Plusing under heavenly tribulation at any one breakthrough. Yi Yuan, you madman. You're only just breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. Why is the power of the heavenly tribulation so strong? Shangguan Yunrong howled. It was also that divine traversing realm experts were too powerful. Swapping any other Soul Sea realm martial artist to cross the heavenly tribulation together with Yi Yuan, they would probably have long been smitten to ashes at this time already. Changing another point of view to look at it, if not for the power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation being too strong, Shangguan Yunrong would also have killed Yi Yuan long ago. How could he give him the chance to transcend the tribulation? The power of heavenly tribulation was normally set according to the martial artist's strength. Before this, Yi Yuan had virtually already reached the limits that Sea Transformation Realm could attain. The power of his heavenly tribulation right now was already powerful to a degree where even Shangguan Yunrong, this divine traversing realm expert, was fearful of. It was just that no matter how he struggled, Yi Yuan just hugged him and did not loosen up. Shangguan Yunrong suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation endlessly and did not have the time to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Dense lightning tribulation rumbled down unceasingly, blasting fragments of rock flying all around. The second wave of heavenly tribulation came down. Yi Yuan still withstood it with great ease same as before, while Shangguan Yunrong was blasted a minor boundary down once more. Bang! Yi Yuan suddenly let go of Shangguan Yunrong and kicked him out abruptly. This kick, Shangguan Yunrong was likewise caught by surprise, and directly face-planted from Yi Yuan's kick. But with this, it also kicked Shangguan Yunrong out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Following that, Yi Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the expression on his face becoming solemn. The power of this heavenly tribulation seriously exceeded his imagination somewhat. Although for the first two waves, he cleared it with ease, the power was way stronger compared to when he crossed the heavenly tribulation in his previous life. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation to exhaust Shangguan Yunrong to death. Who knew that the power of this heavenly tribulation was actually so formidable? Rumble. The clouds in the sky became thick once more. Without any doubt, the next wave of heavenly tribulation would be even fiercer. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan in the center of the storm. They were all hoping for Yi Yuan to fail to transcend the tribulation and be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. But their eyes revealed thick alarm and terror because they had never seen such a berserk heavenly tribulation before. Ha ha ha. Indeed well deserving of being an unequaled genius. Even your method of transcending the tribulation is different from others. Looking at this sort of situation, you'll have to cross at least 4 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, right? Even if you can endure past 3 heavenly tribulations, I want to see just how you transcend 4 heavenly tribulations. Shangguan Yunrong bore out of the mud with a filthy face. But at this time, he could not be bothered with his face anymore. He was laughing at Yi Yuan as he gloated over his misfortune. This fellow simply deserved death, to actually use him to block the heavenly tribulation and actually let the heavenly tribulation forcefully smite him down 2 minor cultivation realm. This was simply a sort of disgrace to Shangguan Yunrong. Hence, he hoped for Yi Yuan to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation right now more than anybody. Of course, these words still carried thick jealousy. Heavenly tribulation was divided into a total of 9 levels. Every time they crossed a level of heavenly tribulation, the martial artist's strength would strengthen a portion. Although tremendous risks existed with transcending tribulations, it also contained huge lucky chances. Heavenly tribulations were products of heavenly Tao. It by itself carried many heavenly Tao fragments. Even though most of these heavenly Tao fragments would dissipate, there would still be a considerable portion remaining in the martial artist's body. And these heavenly Tao fragments could aid martial artists to comprehend concepts even faster. The more levels of heavenly tribulations crossed, the more heavenly Tao fragments obtained. The benefits obtained by the martial artist was naturally greater too. For ordinary martial artists transcending tribulations, at most, it was crossing 2 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. When Shangguan Yunrong crossed the heavenly tribulation back then, he only crossed 3 heavenly tribulations and already obtained immense benefits. But looking at Yi Yuan's current momentum, he had to cross 4 heavenly tribulations at the very least. It might even be 5 heavenly tribulations. Then once Yi Yuan successfully transcended the tribulation, his strength would surely have a huge advancement. This was not a situation that Shangguan Yunrong wished to see. In his view, it was best for Yi Yuan to be smitten to death by the lightning tribulation. According to the magnitude of this heavenly tribulation right now, it was also not without the possibility. Every round of heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 by 9, 81 lightning tribulations in each heavenly tribulation. There would not be intervals between this. The martial artist must endure through all of it before they could enter the next round. And how many rounds of heavenly tribulation every martial artist had, only the heaven itself knew this. Of course, the vast majority of the people were all below 3 levels of heavenly tribulations. Swoosh. H. Plus bang. Finally, the 3rd heavenly tribulation was starting. Yi Yuan still sat with his legs crossed, as if he did not have the intention of resisting the heavenly tribulation. The violent lightning directly blasted onto his body. But Yi Yuan was unscathed. And on his body, there was actually still traces of current revolving around. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed greatly. You this fellow, are actually using heavenly tribulation to temper your fleshy body? You're simply a madman. Shangguan Yunrong finally witnessed what was called freakish today. When he was reverse-latched down by Yi Yuan, he did not notice what Yi Yuan was doing at all. Only when looking at Yi Yuan transcending the tribulations from outside the heavenly tribulation did he know what Yi Yuan was doing. Other people transcending tribulations, which one of them was not trembling with fear as if treading on thin ice. Yi Yuan had the nerve to actually make use of the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body instead. A martial artist's fleshy body was the weakest link. Generally, all could not keep up with their cultivation realms. Although under the catalyzing of essence energy, martial artists' fleshy bodies were much stronger compared to ordinary people, it would generally be 1 to 2 major cultivation realms lower than themselves. Hence, when most people were transcending tribulations, they would strive with all their might to use protective essence energy to resist the heavenly tribulation. It was simply impossible to be like Yi Yuan to use the fleshy body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulations. This was simply no different from courting death. Bolts of heavenly tribulations fell down. Yi Yuan's body radiated with a red glow. His aura was gradually becoming stronger. The reason why he dared to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation was actually that the dragon blood in his body was not fully absorbed. Utilizing the heavenly tribulation to temper the fleshy body could stimulate his body's potential, refining the dragon blood that had not been refined once more. The power of Yi Yuan's vitality was increasingly stronger. By the time the final streak of heavenly tribulation fell, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck with one stroke. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt unbelievably great. He already reached Soul Sea Realm just by relying on the strength of his physical body now. Coupled with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could virtually sweep away Soul Sea Realms. Uncle Rong, what happened? Why is Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation? Furthermore, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems to be a little too strong as well, right? Uncle Rong, your cultivation realm. Shangguan Lingyun regulated his breathing for a while, and his injuries were finally brought under control a little. He sensed that the commotion over here was huge and it seemed like the situation was not too optimistic, so he rushed over to take a look. Shocked, he saw Yi Yuan currently transcending the tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong's face was completely black as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all Yi Yuan, that brat's trick. Lingyun, I feel that it's not going too well right now. We'd better ask for help from family head." Chapter 617, Dispersing Tribulation Cloud. Chapter 617, Dispersing Tribulation Cloud. Shangguan Lingyun's heart pounded. He initially thought that by calling Shangguan Yunrong, a third-level divine traversing expert, over, Yi Yuan would die for sure. Who knew that in just this short while, the two mighty divine traversing realm experts, one died, and one was injured, while Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation over there perfectly fine. Once he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan's strength would advance another step further. There was really nobody who could control him here anymore. Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Yunrong both felt that Yi Yuan's threat was too great. They had to thoroughly kill him this time, otherwise, there would be no end of trouble for the future. Deng Sheng, immediately send news to family head, and let them send experts over right away, Shangguan Lingyun instructed. Yes. This subordinate will go right away. Deng Sheng immediately received the order and left. Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun watched Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation, their faces had indescribable solemnness. Before long, the fourth of the 9 heavenly tribulation came as promised. And at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through its fetters and entered a brand new boundary. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were increasingly thicker. The area was also getting bigger and bigger. A pressure exuded from within the clouds, cruise. Plusing everyone until they could hardly breathe. Everyone realized one point. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation would probably be even more terrifying. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation, with my current strength, I most likely can't make it through at all. This Yi Yuan is truly too scary. He can actually summon such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong said somberly. This fourth heavenly tribulation seems to be more than twice stronger than the third heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan is, he won't dare to forcefully withstand it either, right? Hopefully, he gets struck to death by this fourth heavenly tribulation, Shangguan Lingyun said hatefully. But Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, although this fourth heavenly tribulation is strong, to want to kill him, it probably still can't accomplish that. If he can draw a fifth heavenly tribulation, then there might be some hope. What's he trying to do? Shangguan Yunrong, uncle and nephew, were currently talking when Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. It was only to see him tilting his head. He looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky. He was actually brother Imang with fighting intent. He can't be. Shangguan Yunrong faintly had some conjectures in his heart, but he felt that this was simply nonsense. Yet, Yi Yuan's action the next instant gave him a resounding slap. Chi. The first bolt of the fourth heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. At the same time, Yi Yuan's body gave off an extremely powerful aura. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. In the sky, an electric snake descended very rapidly. On the ground, an azure dragon rose high into the air. This scene shocked everyone until they could not speak. Since time immemorial, there had yet to be anyone so wildly arrogant when transcending tribulations, to actually attempt to scatter the heavenly tribulation in vain. In the eyes of Shangguan Yunrong and his nephew, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out madman. In this world, there did not seem to be things that he did not dare to do. Rumble. Experiencing 3 rounds of heavenly tribulations tempering, Yi Yuan's current state had already reached the peak. Plus, going a step further and refining the dragon's blood, the true dragon strength in his body became even more boundless. The power of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move was much stronger compared to that palm previously. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the azure dragon directly dispersed that bolt of lightning tribulation. However, this was not over yet. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's remaining momentum had yet to be exhausted. It actually went directly for the firmament. No way, right? There were already no words that could express Shangguan Yunrong's emotions at this instant. Heavenly tribulation could actually be transcended like this. Rumble. In the wake of a great dragon roar, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm directly blasted toward the tribulation cloud. The tribulation's clouds that were currently brewing the fourth heavenly tribulation was actually forcefully scattered away. The fourth heavenly tribulation actually didn't descend? I didn't see wrongly, right? Shangguan Yunrong said blankly. Just what kind of monster were we fighting with? He actually dispersed the heavenly tribulation. Is this what humans can accomplish? Shangguan Lingyun was already unable to describe his emotions at this moment. At this instant, everyone seemed to have all forgotten that this place was a battlefield. A place where hundreds of thousands of people gathered was actually deathly silent. Yi Yuan dispersing the heavenly tribulation with one palm. The visual impact that this brought to them was seriously too intense. Shangguan Yunrong had stayed in the heavenly tribulation before previously. He knew how powerful Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was. This fourth heavenly tribulation absolutely had the power to exterminate a first-level divine traversing expert. But such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was actually directly dispersed by Yi Yuan. At present, in a hidden place outside the battlefield, Chu Shi Plus and the others were currently secretly spectating everything in the battlefield. The fighting had already stopped. Hundreds of thousands of people were all watching Yi Yuan breaking through to the Soul Sea realm by himself. Such a large battlefield actually became Yi Yuan's individual performance stage. This made the few people who came back to rescue all feel somewhat taking a superfluous action. That divine traversing realm expert was actually dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Mr. Yi, injuring the former and causing his strength to be blasted down to the first-level divine traversing realm from the third level. Such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation was actually scattered in one palm by Mr. Yi. What did they come back for? Perhaps it was in order to witness a miracle. Yeah. They probably would not see such a magnificent feat ever again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. I already said that Mr. Yi would definitely be fine. Chu Shi Plus suppressed his voice and said with a big laugh. You didn't say before. Qian Sai exposed it without any hesitation. Yeah. If I have to say, these people, are like men filled with apprehension that the sky would fall. Mr. Yi, he is so strong. How can something possibly happen? Forget about divine traversing realm, even if it's a boundless realm, he'd surely be fine too. Zhu Changji said. Witnessing the scene of Yi Yuan dissipating the tribulation clouds, everyone's idolization of Yi Yuan now already reached a blind degree. This could not be blamed on them either. It was truly that Yi Yuan's actions made people feel that it was too fantastical. This was simply not what an ordinary person could do. Before you came, you were even sniveling, Qian Sai interjected again emotionlessly. One should not look at Qian Sai as just a person who did not talk much. This sharp tongue skill was not an ordinary kind of strong. Furthermore, it was short and concise, making you unable to refute at all. But Zhu Changji was indifferent as he said, haha, as long as Mr. Yi is fine, even if I go blind from crying, it's okay. Now that he dispersed the tribulation clouds, he should be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm, right? No, wait. You guys, look. The dispersed tribulation clouds seem to have condensed together again. Furthermore, this time it seems to be terrifyingly powerful, Guo Taochuan suddenly said. Everyone was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. Indeed, they discovered that those tribulation's clouds that were scattered away actually condensed together again anew. Furthermore, this time, they actually all felt rattled, separated by an entire battlefield. It could be seen that the lightning tribulation this time was probably unusual compared to those previously. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die if you weren't taking the road to ruin. Who asked you to be rampant? To be arrogant? Aren't you very capable? Didn't you disperse the tribulation clouds? Now, you're going to suffer the retribution of heavenly Tao, right? Ha ha ha. This is lightning tribulation plus soul tribulation, both tribulations arriving together. I'll see how you resist it. Chapter 618, Dual-Colored Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 618, Dual-Colored Heavenly Tribulation. Puff, puff, puff. A large group of fierce-scale world martial artists with slightly weaker strength, because they could not withstand the pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together, their bodies exploded directly, turning into a mass of blood mist. Even some of the sea transformation realm martial artists also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together was seriously too horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression became solemn too. Both tribulations arriving together, this had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations a little too much. Just earlier, after dispersing the tribulation's clouds with one palm, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that his divine soul could no longer be suppressed. It was actually going to break through to the Alchemy King realm. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like drawing the bow but not discharging the arrow. It was precisely such a situation that made people feel even more stifled. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're a genius. But your genius has already aroused the heavens' jealousy, lightning and soul dual tribulation. I'll see how you transcend them. Shangguan Yunrong was very excited by the sight. Such a horrifying heavenly tribulation. Even for him, this divine traversing realm expert, being inside would only lead to the outcome of disintegrating into ashes. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to transcend it either. Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation shot Shangguan Yunrong a cold glance and said disdainfully, "A fool like you will never know what's called a genius. True geniuses have to go against the heaven. I'll let you see what's called a true genius today." Right then, the heavenly tribulation in the tribulation's clouds which had been brewing for a long time finally fell abruptly. "Kaye, you guys, look. It's actually a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. My God. Is this really a heavenly tribulation that humans have to cross?" Chu Shi Plus said. "Mr. Yi's talent truly makes even the heaven jealous. White heavenly tribulation should be the heavenly tribulation of martial artists. Purple heavenly tribulation should be the divine soul's heavenly tribulation. I even feel my heart palpitate over here. Mr. Yi can definitely transcend the tribulations successfully," Zhu Changji said. "How can he possibly fail?" Qian Sai said. Right at that instance, the dual-colored heavenly tribulation fell. Yi Yuan suddenly swung his fist. A fire dragon surged out. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. At the same time, Yi Yuan's divine soul turned into a sharp sword and rushed out from the essence energy sea. Soul-driving flying sword. One martial technique, one divine soul mystic art. Two attacks welcomed the dual-colored lightning tribulation at the same time. Rumble. A huge brilliance radiated. Yi Yuan's attack and the dual-colored heavenly tribulation collided together violently. Amar. Severe billow crept out, sweeping the fierce-scale world martial artists that had already retreated very far away flying. Yi Yuan stood at the center of this storm without budging an inch, akin to an ever-victorious divinity. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation as he swallowed a pile of medicinal pills again. The power of this heavenly tribulation was too strong. He had to strive with all his might and did not dare to hold back in the slightest at all. This degree of attacks, he did not know how long he could sustain either. But Yi Yuan knew that enduring the dual tribulation pars sively, regardless whether was it the body or divine soul, he would surely have to suffer injuries to a very large extent. Like that, even if he transcended both tribulations, he probably would not have the ability to deal with the Shangguan Yunrong who was glaring like a ravening tiger either. Crack, crack. Another 2 bolts of dual-colored lightning tribulation rumbled down. Yi Yuan swung his fists once more. 2 flame movement true dragon carnages and soul-driving flying swords were unleashed at the same time, offsetting the 2 bolts of lightning tribulation once again. The tribulation cloud's pressure in the sky was getting increasingly greater. It seemed to be enraged and seemed to be mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. This time, 5 bolts of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed at the same time. Even the Shangguan Yunrong outside of the heavenly tribulation felt somewhat unable to withstand this pressure and retreated very far out together with Shangguan Lingyun. Hiss. Uncle Rong, do you think Yi Yuan he? Shangguan Lingyun was shocked by Yi Yuan's fierceness. Initially, he thought that Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly transcend this sort of dual-colored lightning tribulation, because that simply exceeded the boundaries of human strength. The power of a fifth heavenly tribulation, logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Soul Sea realm martial artists to make it through, let alone adding in a soul tribulation that was even harder to deal with. Actually, soul tribulations were even harder to transcend than lightning tribulations. Furthermore, this soul tribulation of Yi Yuan's was even more extraordinary. Soul tribulations acted on the divine soul directly. Martial artists' weakest area was the divine soul. To the vast majority of alchemists, apart from forcefully resisting the soul tribulation, they had no other way. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable divine soul mystic art that could actually deal with soul tribulations? This Yi Yuan virtually did not have any bit of dead angle from head to toe. He was simply powerful until it made people despair. Living in the same era with a genius like this seemed to be destined to be a tragedy. At this moment, Shangguan Lingyun finally understood that regardless of what kind of path he took, he would forever not be Yi Yuan's match. Except, it was unknown whether or not that Zhao Chenggan, who was nurtured and protected by Zhao Tianyin, could obstruct Yi Yuan's path of growing up. Impossible. You look at those tribulation clouds in the sky. Yi Yuan's arrogance has already thoroughly infuriated the heavenly Tao. Don't look at him being very arrogant right now. The further back this heavenly tribulation goes, the greater the power and greater the density. He can't possibly make it through. Shangguan Yunrong said. Indeed, just as Shangguan Yunrong predicted, the heavenly tribulations descending from inside the tribulation clouds became increasingly denser, practically not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's martial technique was released like raindrops, colliding together with those dense heavenly tribulations. Even if Shangguan Yunrong did not believe that Yi Yuan could transcend these dual-colored lightning tribulations, he was still astounded by this scene before his eyes. Was the magnitude of this sort of attacks truly unleashed by a sea transformation realm martial artist who was currently transcending tribulation? In a twinkle, over half of the 9x9, 81 lightning tribulations had already said. Yi Yuan's essence energy and soul force were being depleted rapidly. Such consumption speed was too rapid. Even if Yi Yuan swallowed a large one tie of medicinal pills, he felt very taxing too. Even more d***nable was that the expenditure of soul force was greater than the expenditure of essence energy. If this continued, once the divine soul received damage, it would be a very troublesome matter. Yi Yuan also never expected that the soul tribulation would actually become the greatest bottleneck restricting him from transcending the tribulation right now. Ha ha ha. What did I say? You see, his way of transcending the tribulation is no different from courting death. Look, his soul force is going to be depleted very soon. When his divine soul directly suffers the bombardment of the purple lightning, that will be the instant of him Peries. Hi+ing and his Dao Vonies. Hi+ing. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin. Heh, it's still Uncle Rong who is impressive. Yi Yuan's soul force has already reached rock bottom. But at the back, there are still over a dozen bolts of purple soul tribulations. These final dozen over purple soul tribulations are even stronger. He can only withstand 7 to 8 bolts at most. Those few bolts of soul tribulations at the back, he can't push through no matter what. Shangguan Lingyun also had a look of thrill. At this time, the excitement on Chu's Hi+S and the others' faces were long already replaced by solemnness. Although they were separated very far away, they could also feel that Yi Yuan was not quite right. Such high-intensity execution of martial techniques, even if Yi Yuan's essence energy was a bottomless pit, it should also be seeing the bottom at this time. Under the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura was being diminished unceasingly. Very clearly, transcending the tribulation had already reached the critical juncture. Mr. Yi he. Zhu Changji said worriedly. Shut your stinky mouth up. Mr. Yi's fortunes run deep. How can he possibly not even transcend past the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea realm? Chu S. Hi plus reproached.